Okay. I'd like to call this meeting in order. Thursday, February the 2nd, regular board meeting, Orange Unified School District Board of Education. Call meeting in order at 5:34. Ms. Rumsey, we have a quorum?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move on to item C, public comment on closed session items. Let me explain something about closed session items. So closed session items are labor negotiations, 2B, student discipline, 2C. Item A has to do with the interim superintendent. So any discussion other than that, we can't have you talk about this. So this is strictly public comment on closed session items. So if you want to speak on Dr. Gunmarie Hansen or anything other than that, that will be taken at the 7 o'clock meeting. Right? Feel free to speak to that if you'd like at the 7 o'clock meeting. All right, Ms. Rumsey, first.
Mr. Ledesma, I just have a question about that because the closed session items are very vague. It just says.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But that's something that we'd have to talk to our attorney about why they are.
Because it's the same, obviously it's the same subject as when Dr. Hansen was put on or let go. And so I think that might be confusing to the public since there's no specificity.
Well, we'll need to address that for future
Right. But I don't know
agendas.
that you can necessarily cut them off if it's generally applicable. But I'll leave that to you as the chair.
Well, that's why I made the announcement that this is strictly closed session items, and I just spoke about what are the closed session items. Ms. Rumsey?
All right, so Jolyn Lang, and then after that is Alex Brusbaugh.
Hi, my child is a first grader at Villa Park Elementary. She loves this school, is super happy with OUSD so far, and we thought everything was going really well, and now we're in a situation of, it feels like a little bit of chaos.
Excuse me.
I'm going to speak.
Excuse me. We will have to have this discussion or have you present to the board at the 7 o'clock meeting. This has to be, these are closed session items. These are closed session items.
Sir, I'm about to speak to the new.
I'm sorry. I can't. If I accept you, then I got to accept everyone else. I'm sorry. No.
Excuse me.
I just announced what is on the closed session.
And that's what I'm going to speak about.
I'm
That's
sorry.
the
I'm sorry.
chaos, the fact that
Please.
we have a short-term person in place that we don't know the
ma'am.
next step.
Ma'am,
This is
please,
what you said we
please.
were going to discuss.
We are going to cut your mic off, please. Please, let's.
Can you tell me what is allowed?
I just said what's allowed. What's
Can
on
you
the
can you
closed
tell me
session?
again, because I believe that is what I'm speaking on.
Closed session items, labor negotiations, student discipline, interim superintendent.
So that does not cover the interim superintendent? That,
all relied on the agenda.
You guys have the authority to hear public comment first before your agenda items. I would suggest putting your public comments first so all of these people can be heard and go home, and then continue with the closed session. That would be my suggestion.
You were
Okay,
stonewalling.
if you're going to discuss interim superintendent Velasquez?
yes.
Thank you.
That is exactly what I was going to
Continue.
discuss. I
Thank
was
you.
just going into the fact that now we're in a period of chaos where we don't know what is coming next. We have an interim superintendent that is here for a short period of time. I don't know what the plan is that comes after that. I don't know if you know what the plan is that comes after that. Apparently the whole thing that we have an interim superintendent happened very quickly and suddenly, and now he's here for a fairly short time to do a job search for a new permanent superintendent. So does this mean we're getting another interim superintendent after that? Does this mean that he will transition out when we get a new one and he will stay longer as an unpaid employee? It just led to a point where we have an interim superintendent for a very short time, And it creates so many unknowns and chaos in what the future is for OUSD. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
After Mr. Broussard is Jan Killy.
Hello, and thank you for.
It's me.
Oh,
You-
sorry.
Sir, you're on deck.
You're on deck.
You're on deck.
We're good. Oh. Okay. We have some notes up here. I haven't started. We have some notes up here. Do these belong to somebody?
They're for later tonight. I'll take it.
Sure. Members of the board, today's agenda item regarding apparently interim superintendent Edward Velasquez was not noticed as an item that pertains to interim superintendent Edward Velasquez. That's why I'm up here to talk to you about transparency. This board has promised in the past that it would practice transparency, that it would tell the public what it's doing. Well, we don't have transparency. We have an agenda item that does not identify the member that the person to which the agenda refers. It's exactly like it happened on the 5th, exactly like it happened on the 5th. We have today another Brown Act violation. This is another in an ongoing series of Brown Act violations. Those Brown Act violations have been ongoing since the meeting of January 5th. The lack of transparency that has been shown by this board has been upsetting to parents, has been upsetting to teachers, and has been upsetting to the general public. The lack of transparency by this board has resulted in a complaint for Brown Act violations that directly pertain to Mr. Velasquez on January 5th, and apparently now today, because you didn't even agenda his name. Why? What possible benefit to you could there be to not list Mr. Velasquez's name on the agenda today? I'll tell you, it's because you don't want us to know what you're doing. You don't want us to know what's going on in our own school district. It's despicable, it's deplorable, and it's going to cost the school district money that should be in the classrooms, money that should be going to the students, money that should be going to my daughter who is a first grader at McPherson Elementary School, money that should be going to her teachers instead of having to beg parents for supplies, to beg parents for support in the classroom. You guys should be spending the money on our students, on the classroom, not on lawsuits, not on complaints. Earlier today, I emailed all of you a complaint for the Brown Act violation. Today, I'm putting you on notice that that complaint is being amended by me right now to include today's meeting and the lack of transparency for agendaing the item that has to do with Mr. Velasquez. I have a copy of that complaint right here. I'm going to be giving it to the board. Seven copies. All of you get one. We'll be seeing each other. There will be discovery. See you soon.
Jan Killy is next, and then on deck is Betty Chu.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jan Killy. I'm a very new member to Villa Park. We just moved in here 5 months ago. I have no children in school, but from my previous experience where I used to live in Irvine and education, I'm very mindful of discipline, dismissal, and how we deal with the teachers who might overstep their bounds. So I want you as a board to pay attention to what's going on and truly follow the procedures and the laws. If anybody comes forward, make sure that all the T's are dotted and everything is crossed. Sorry, I speak with a little bit of an accent. But also something else I want to say, that discipline and the dismissal and the release of the student, of the teachers that I have to endure when I used to live in Irvine was just not working because of the tenure. And moving teachers that are troublesome or not performing to a different school does not solve the problem. So I want you to pay attention to that. And for the rest of you, please be civil, and election happen, and let this board try to do their job and see where it's going to go before you shut them down without giving them any chance to do any improvements. Thank you.
Mr. Ledesma, I just want to point out that that wasn't about interim superintendent. I didn't stop him, but I do think that you need to be consistent with what you said. And if it's not about the agenda item, then we need to move it to another spot in the agenda.
Thank you.
On deck is Eddie Kim.
Mr. President and trustees, I am a resident within this school district. The voters, including many parents who are not here in attendance today, voted for change. That change undoubtedly is to improve the academic educational experiences of all of the students in the school district.
Excuse me, may I interrupt? You are going to speak on close,
Yes,
okay, pertaining to
yes.
Mr. Velasquez.
Isn't that what all of us should want? 2/3 of the nation's schools rank higher than California schools. Despite 8 years under the prior superintendent, this school district does not even rank in the top 25% of school districts in California. There's plenty of room for improvement. I wish to thank each of the individual trustees who have acted in the students' best interest to improve their academic educational experiences. I also...
Ma'am, you're going to tie this into the superintendent,
Yes,
the interim
yes.
superintendent.
I also appreciate the professionalism you exhibited despite public pressure for particularities on personnel matters, which would have been a violation of the government and or education code requirements. Superintendent Velasquez had an excellent reputation for changes he made while he was with the Montebello School District. How do I know? I was a council member of a city serviced by that school district during that period of time. In fact, they hired many of our very good employees. I also knew the trustees there at the Montebello School District, as well as teachers and principals. Superintendent Velasquez will be conducting an educational and curriculum audit, which must include a review of all contracts for services related to sex, gender, equity, ethnic, and other studies. The political and educational divisiveness caused by each of these types of studies as currently constituted can generally outweigh benefits for the student and their families. The interim superintendent's contract is for a very short period of time. If we all want to raise the academic educational experiences for the students, we should set aside the public political acrimony until the completion of the audit report. That can be the beginning of a new roadmap for a more successful academic environment for the students in Orange Unified School District, just as interim superintendent Edward Velasquez did for some of our residents of the city of Monterey Park in raising the academic standards of the Montebello School District. Thank you.
So Eddie Kim is next, and then on deck is Elisa Kim.
I want to abide by the rules that you set, but I wasn't sure if the 2A pertained to employee discipline, or that it was very general, so I wasn't sure. So I want to make sure that.
I appreciate that. That's why I tried to define that it has to do with interim superintendent.
Okay, I'll
Velasquez.
speak at the 7 o'clock. Then.
Thank you.
Mine kind of pertains.
Okay, I'm going to need you to really tie it in there, okay? It's important.
Okay.
On deck is John Sakes.
Okay, I'll just do it at 7 too.
Thank you, appreciate it.
After John Sakes is Becky.
So I am speaking on the superintendent item. The questions that I presented at the last 2 meetings that I brought up are nonpartisan. I asked, how much will termination cost? What's the basis for termination mid-year during a special meeting? How is it decided to bring a traveling superintendent from Idaho? What's the point of bringing in an interim superintendent for a period of a few months when a recruitment can't possibly be completed that quickly? And what benefit, if any, would this bring to the students? I hoped I would get some insight when we finally got to the board discussion after hours of comments. Instead, when these basic questions were reiterated by Ms. Erickson, there was a motion to end discussion. I had hoped the board majority would tell us, at least at a high level, why they took the actions that they did. This was a time that you could sell this new superintendent, at least try to the public here who's been coming here for hours upon hours. Instead, Mr. Ortega chose to use the time to rant about the constituents, accusing the justifiably upset audience with slander in a statement that was so misguided that the First Amendment Coalition had to step in to educate Mr. Ortega on the Constitution and how the Bill of Rights still pertains to us. Why can't you be upfront with your intentions? As a board, you have the right to fire a superintendent. I'm not disputing that at all. If you had done this a month or 2 into the school year in a regular meeting, you could have said you had irreconcilable differences and voted and moved out in a normal fashion, the way a government entity typically operates. Frankly, I wouldn't have shown up if you had done it in a normal, transparent manner. I had never been to a school board meeting before January 5th. But now I'm a regular. This lack of transparency keeps me coming back time and time again. I'm not here because you're giving me answers I don't like. I'm here because you're not giving me any answers at all. Your actions are louder than the words that you refuse to speak. I absolutely support a recall at this point, but I call on you to resign so that we can have representatives who will follow the Constitution and be accountable to the public. Thank you.
After Becky is Gregory Pleasance.
Okay, I am going to be speaking on agenda item A, but I first would like to say that I am not a MAGA extremist. I am not a Christian nationalist. I actually come from a family of immigrants, and I do not believe in 7-year-olds reading books like we heard at the last meeting, but apparently because of that, I'm categorized into one of those prior categories that I just mentioned a few minutes earlier. What's happening with OUSD is heartbreaking. With the interim superintendent coming on board, there was a lot of hope with us. We were hoping for change. That's why a lot of you guys were voted in, was because we did want change in this district. What I've seen at these last couple of meetings has really broken my heart. The politics that are getting involved, the name calling that's happening on both ends. With this new superintendent, my hope is that it would be unifying. Ms. Erickson, your Facebook page is extremely divisive. It's really disheartening to see that as a board member, you guys can't even really get along enough to be able to put our kids first. I hope with the hiring of the new superintendent, we're able to find somebody kind of moderate to help bridge this unification. And apparently that's funny. I would hope that the people that are in the audience that completely disagree with what it is that you're doing, they would then try and find a superintendent and maybe bring that to you guys, and we can try and find dialogue and work together. But whatever superintendent you do choose, I pray that it is going to be unifying for us. Mr. Velasquez, I think it was probably very difficult for you to come on board and come into this position knowing what was happening. But I just pray that we can put politics aside with this new one, and we can really start to put our kids first. And just don't forget what the voters voted for. Thanks. And I think 3 minutes is way too long to speak.
All right, after Mr. Pleasance is Frank Rodriguez.
Well, hey, I'm Gregory, and I'm a resident and homeowner of the district and a parent of a child at Jordan and a proud member of the Jordan PTA. I direct my comments to the board majority, Minor, Ledesma, Ortega, and Rumsey. And my comments are factually connected to Velasquez and the board's majority's conduct around how it's taken public comments. And, the board majority has lost its temper, it's whined about disrespect, and in one case, unlawfully threatened members of the public with litigation. I want to set the record straight about what is a great American tradition, and that's freedom to criticize public officials as a First Amendment right and as a virtuous activity. So I'm going to give you some classical education on this. I'm going to break it down for you so that we don't have any more of this
sir,
nonsense.
are you going to tie this into the...
It's already tied in, Ledesma. It's already tied in. It is related to the agenda item 2A that was duly noticed that was related to Velasquez's hiring. This is about the board majority's conduct.
You're going to speak about
this is about the board majority's conduct as it relates to the receipt of public comments on this issue.
Sir?
I want time back on the clock.
No, I want to know how you're going to tie this into interim superintendent
Listen
Velasquez.
to my answer then. My comments address the board majority's conduct as it relates to the receipt of public comments on this issue. I am here to criticize how you've received public comments on this issue.
Or does
Item 2A.
How does this tie into interim superintendent Velasquez?
Because your conduct relates to his hiring.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
That's
sir.
what I'm here to talk about.
I
Put the
need to
time
hear
back
you.
on my clock.
No, sir. No,
you are
sir.
denying me,
sir.
in your action, you are denying me my First Amendment right to be heard on an agenda item 2A that's on the agenda item right now.
The agenda item was on.
You cannot, showing up at the beginning of a meeting, change the agenda item to defeat notice that you've given pursuant to the requirements of the Brown Act.
We, sir, please, please, sir, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Sir, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat.
I want to be heard.
Please take your seat.
I am not going to take my seat.
I can have security escort you out, sir. Sir, I can have security escort you out. Okay?
Do what you need to do.
Okay.
If you do that, you'll be breaking the law. Because I have a right.
I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. I don't think so, sir. I don't think so, sir, because you're not addressing item. Let's, sir. Good night, sir. Good night. You're going to have to, good night, sir. Good night, sir. Good night, sir.
I'm not going to leave the room.
Sir.
I have a right.
Sir. Sir, there are others that need to speak. Be respectful, sir. No, sir. No, I already told you. Please. Please, sir, you're being very disrespectful to the rest of the group here. Yes, you, no, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You need, no, you are not speaking about 2A. You are not. You need to leave, sir. Okay, we're going to need to adjourn to closed session, and I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to continue with the cards. Okay? I'm going to adjourn this to closed session at this moment in time. No. This gentleman either leaves or we adjourn to closed session. We are going to adjourn to closed session. Thank you. I'd like to bring this meeting to order. Thursday, February 2nd, regular board meeting, 7 p.m. Open session. Start this meeting at 7:02. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. Okay, 3B, report of closed session decisions. Items 2A and 2B were pulled from the closed session No discussion or action took place on items 2A and 2B at closed session. Item 2C, the Board of Education took action in closed session to uphold the recommendation for expulsion on student discipline, case number 22-23-01. The vote in support of the expulsion recommendation was as follows: 7 yeses, 0 nos. Thank you. Now, before we adopt the agenda, we have some adjustments to the agenda. One that I know of is we are going to move item 7A, action item, renaming of El Medina High School Nature Center. We're going to move that to right after adoption of agenda. Mr. Velasquez, did you have something to also? I believe a consent item?
Yes, I do. Who's the staff member who's going to read that out? If not, I'll go ahead and do it. No,
What's it? I think once we adopt it.
okay, I'll go ahead and do it.
That's what we-
So in 1972, the El Medina High School Nature Center was established by El Medina High School Chemistry.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Adopt the agenda. But did you have a consent item that you wanted to?
Yeah, I thought we were going to do it during consent, but it's 13,
Let's go ahead and do it now, if
Okay,
you don't
do it now.
mind. 13 what?
13D, as in David.
You want to?
Pull that out.
Pull it out, okay. 13D, exclude 13D from consent.
Memorandum of Understanding between Orange Unified District and El Rancho and Santiago Charter Schools.
You'll bring that back at a later time?
Actually, they've actually come up with a different approach to this.
Okay,
and
thank you. All right, given those changes, do I have a motion to adopt? No, go ahead. Second. Moved by trustee Erickson, seconded by trustee Ortega. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now, we're going to move on to item 7A, renaming of El Medina High School Nature Center. Let's see here. We're going to have a video right now, and then trustee Erickson will speak to the item after the video. Can we have the video, please?
We're so excited to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the El Medina Nature Center. It's been a wonderful resource for the students and the district. I feel extremely lucky to have this available to us, and I know it's not just me, but the other teachers as well. I'm using it for all my classes.
I remember walking here when I was a student at La Vida Elementary. The high school students showed us around and we did a science lesson with them. I really appreciate it. It's really peaceful and it's really unique to have it here on campus.
This place is fully built because of Jeannie. She's completely responsible for it.
Jean Carter literally planted the seed for the El Medina Nature Center.
Little kids love having older kids teach them. They're so used to always having adults teach them in groups. And here we pair up high school kids with elementary kids on a 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 basis.
She would meet us at the gate, excited for these little students, these little scholars to be paired up.
So I figure at 2,000 little ones, roughly a year, times 50, we've been able to teach and have a lot of little kids enjoy this place.
She and many, many people have built an incredible garden, and her level of commitment has to be acknowledged. She retired as a teacher and has not yet retired as a volunteer because she cares passionately about this garden.
space served us very nicely for many, many years, but this expansion is much needed. I'm extremely excited about getting this building. It's something I dreamed of for many, many years. This is a wonderful office, museum, and everything building. I would hope that the school district and the county see the value in both teaching little kids about nature and especially having high school kids teach the little kids about nature. That's very special.
It's one of a kind. There's nothing like this anywhere else.
I think it's wonderful.
Sorry, I went the wrong way. All right, well, Mrs. Carter, I feel weird calling you Jean. You've been around for so long. Go ahead and come up here. I think if there's one thing that could bring the community together, it would be that we all agree, every single person in this room, that you deserve this honor today.
Wow.
And that you deserve our incredible thanks for everything that you've done. Everything you've done.
Thank you.
So thank you. Okay. All right. I'll start talking. In 1972, the El Medina...
Excuse me, Ms.
Oh, I'm
Erickson,
sorry.
I apologize. Just, if anybody wants to take pictures, please feel free to come in front here and get a good shot of Mrs. Carter, okay? Thank you.
Here you go. Do you want to hold those? So you have pretty
Go ahead there. Thank you.
Okay, in 1972, the El Medina High School Nature Center was established by El Medina High School chemistry teacher Jean Carter, and she has been its driving force since its inception. The Nature Center is dedicated to the teaching of water conservation and ecological principles to all students and to community members. The Nature Center occupies approximately 1 acre with a large pond, a 200-foot stream with wetland areas, and over 100 different native California plants. The Nature Center has served and educated over 50,000 students through high school student-led tours developed by Mrs. Carter, who continues today to build strong partnerships with community organizations such as the Orange Rotary Club, Love Orange, Circle K Kiwanis from Cal State University Fullerton, and the Boy Scouts to support the flourishings of the Nature Center. Today, the Nature Center continues to provide a significant hands-on learning science environment for students and community members. On June 2nd, 2022, the Board of Education issued a proclamation for the El Medina High School Nature Center's 50th anniversary, acknowledging Ms. Carter and the significant role she has played in developing and maintaining the Nature Center. Her active participation still continues, even though she has been retired for 20 years. Board Policy 7310 lists a specific protocol for naming of schools, but indicates that at the discretion of the board, building rooms, property, playing fields, and equipment of the Orange Unified School District may be assigned names that designate certain geographical locations or areas, commemorate historical events, or those which have special significance for the community, or commemorate an individual or group of individuals who have made civic, educational, or cultural contributions, or who have brought special recognition to the school system through service, prominence, or heroism. In accordance with the proclamation of the board for the significant role played by Jean Carter in establishing and maintaining the El Medina High School Nature Center these past 50 years, and consistent with board policy and district practice, it is recommended that the Board of Education name the El Medina High School Nature Center in honor of Jean Carter and establish a date for the naming ceremony of the Nature Center. If we can have El Medina Principal Sandra Preciado here to introduce a few vanguards. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ledesma, fellow trustees, and executive cabinet members. We're here this evening to honor the El Medina Nature Center. The El Medina Nature Center has been part of the El Medina community since 1975, and it began with a $40,000 grant and a teacher that was passionate about the environment, our El Medina community, and education. That teacher is Miss Jeannie Carter, and here to speak on behalf of the El Medina Nature Center, Miss Carter are a few vanguards, Mr. Carpow, Miss Gillen, and Miss Greenlee. Please welcome to the podium Mr. Carpow, our science teacher.
I met Jeannie a decade ago, and it took half that time to get her to share one of the two keys that opened the gates to the Nature Center. And I understand, it's her baby, it's her pride, her purpose, it's been her passion. So naturally, she was skeptical of opening the gates to the new science teacher. I'm glad that she finally relented because I share her beliefs and enthusiasm for this special resource, this unique tool, the Jeannie Carter Nature Center. You deserve it. She's a pioneer in environmental studies. She's part of the first class from Cal State Fullerton. Yeah. She had the vision to transform an acre of weedy, flat grassland in the middle 1970s and into a beautifully complex island of biodiversity that's thriving with life. Where a parking lot would likely be today, instead there are countless pollinators, mammals, birds, reptiles, fish, and rare native plants found in a few other places in our suburban environment. She created an oasis for these organisms. The benefits of green space are many. The Nature Center enhances local biodiversity, reduces noise traffic, improves air quality, offers a cooler space for classes such as horticulture, ceramics, AVID, theater, AP Environmental Science, biology, special needs classes are taken out there, art, and it's an outdoor classroom, sometimes giving them a venue to collaborate on activities together. Studies have shown green space can improve mental health, improve cognitive functioning, improve social cohesion. There's been 49 Eagle Scout projects.
Yes, 50. We hit our 50th.
We've chatted and I took notes secretly for the last year or so, Jeannie, so I hope I get these things right.
Yes.
She's used it for the Rotary Club, which was mentioned, thousands of grade school visitors. It's used for spiritual purposes in church groups, pastors, and it's got aesthetic significance. It's a beautiful space. Without it, where else would I find pond water where I could use to have my biology students place on glass slides, learn to focus microscopes, and have their first moment seeing the microorganisms alive, living, moving out of range, and then having to refocus. What better example locally to take them to see the complexities of a suburban food web? No photo of pond water has the smell any student will remember. That pond. Jeannie made experiences possible through grit and long hours and a love for that acre. Her pet project has touched many people, including our next guest. Please welcome to the podium Mrs. Deborah Gillen, El Medina teacher, alumni, and art department chair.
Thank you very much. As Sean has mentioned, I graduated from El Medina in 1971, so I just missed being a part of that. However, my brother was one of the students in that first class who helped build that. Tonight, I would simply like to say thank you to Jean Carter. Thanks for the vision of a garden of California natives long before any of us realized the need to conserve water, and showing that this garden and this kind of gardening could be beautiful and peaceful. Thanks for engaging your students in creating a project that has lasted 50 years. Thanks for persevering in finding the support and funding to sustain this hidden gem on the El Medina campus, forging ties with, I imagine, almost every community group in the city of Orange. Thanks for inviting the children of our elementary schools to learn about science and social studies and nature in a memorable and fun way. I have students today in my high school classes who remember coming to the Nature Center as kindergartners. Thanks for giving El Medina students, science students, DMC students, AVID students, and so many others the opportunity to demonstrate leadership and to experience the joys of working with little kids. Thanks for providing a quiet place of peace in the midst of high school stress and anxiety. Thanks for creating a unique space for El Medina students. The Nature Center has been used by art and photo students, science students, forensic science, so that they could explore and expand their knowledge. Our visual and performing arts students celebrate the arts in our fall and spring into the arts festivals every year that we present to the El Medina student body. In short, thank you for your dedication and the legacy of the El Medina Nature Center that will continue to benefit and bless the students and the community for years to come. Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite Alexis Greenlee, our DMC teacher, who will share more of her experience with Mrs. Carter and the center.
A little taller. For the past 10 years, I have had the honor of working with Ms. Carter in the Nature Center, providing tours for local elementary school teachers and their students. You've heard others this evening speak of Jeannie's tireless efforts to build and maintain the Nature Center, how she ran it as though it were her life's mission, heeding the call, if you build it, they will come. And students did come to the center. Jeannie reached out to local elementary schools to offer an immersive learning experience, and teachers signed up in droves looking to provide a unique hands-on science lesson. But who would give all of these tours? Jeannie had a plan for that too. Each year, she would train El Medina High School students from programs such as AVID, Careers in Education, and DMC to give the tours. It has been a beautiful partnership and will be for years to come. I wish I could share with you all of the countless snapshots in my memory of the looks of wonder and excitement as students walk into the Nature Center for the first time, or the nervous looks of high school students being entrusted with the sacred duty of teaching a young mind. As I look back now, my time working with Jeannie is a series of snapshots, memories that I cherish and hold dear. A smile on that tough football player's face as he takes a knee beside a pair of kindergartners to point out a lizard basking in the sun. A shy student who never speaks in class, intelligently explaining the water cycle to an equally shy first grader as they sit together by the pond. The cool kid in class, humbly guiding a student with special needs through the rock garden. Jeannie made all of these snapshots, all of these moments of true learning possible. It is impossible, to know just how many young minds were touched by this remarkable woman, whether in her classroom or in the Nature Center. But I like to think that there are many people in this community who were changed by an afternoon in the Nature Center with Ms. Carter. In 2018, after Jeannie had trained a class of my students in preparation for their very first tour, I asked my class to raise their hand if they had taken one of these tours in elementary school themselves. Almost every hand went up. When a person leaves an indelible mark upon a community the way you have, we must thank them. We are all so thrilled to thank you tonight.
Thank you.
Mrs. Carter, would you like to say a few words? Maybe we can hand you the mic. Whichever way you want to do it.
All I can say is this is way more than I ever expected. And so, thank yous. I couldn't say enough thank yous. I'm actually very overwhelmed. And I never expected this, and I thank you very much. One of my former students. Lifetime park ranger at Mono Lake.
Everybody gets to hug you. I get to hug you. You have been so important to me. Since
you. 1966. You have to understand, I started teaching when I was 2 years old. So, I want to thank all the people who have supported the Nature Center over the years, all the high school and elementary teachers, the district, and principals. I want to thank the students who had the idea to begin with. In my conservation environment class, I taught chemistry, chem honors, and environmental science. And there was students in there who said, we should do more than just talk about environment. We need to do something. And there was that acre of grass they found next to the parking lot. And that's how it all started. I want to thank all the students who have led tours of elementary kids on a one-to-one basis. This is what is unique about the program, all right, compared to other programs in Orange County. I also want to thank the community who have contributed so much to making it successful. Individuals, Orange Rotary, Orange Kiwanis, Beacon Church, and many, many others. What I love is the new building will really increase the learning into the future, and I'm really into learning, all right? And I thank you very, very much for all your support. Thanks.
Revealed.
If we can get all of the Almadena alum to come on up for a picture.
That could be a lot.
I knew I was going to lose it.
Step forward to her line where she's at. Everyone come forward.
Don't you go? You should go.
Everyone right here real quick.
Right now? Okay, we have want me to announce it? A vote? Oh, excuse me, yes. We need to, this is an action item, so we need to vote. So let me read the, let's see, the recommendation. Recommendation of action for the, excuse me here. Here we go. For the significant role played by Gene Carter in establishing and maintaining the Almadena High School Nature Center over the past 50 years, which has served over 50,000 students on field trips, it is recommended that the Board of Education name the Almadena High School Nature Center in honor of Gene Carter and establish a date for the naming ceremony at the Nature Center. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it. I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Yamasaki, seconded by Trustee Minor. Any discussion? All's in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. There's the logo.
Oh, well, there it is. Yeah.
Miss Carter? There's the logo for the new center.
Just take a minute here. Got a few seats up here. Okay. We're going to move on to item 4A, Superintendent's Report. But before we go to Superintendent's Report, we have some blue cards on Superintendent's Report. We will take those blue cards now, so speakers who filled out a blue card for 4A.
Gabe Bahia. And on deck is Beth Cypress.
Hello, good evening. So today I'm here to speak on the behalf of my community, the Almadena community. And it pains me to be here again because I'm not feeling represented. I'm extremely disappointed with what I am seeing. And I'm not sure if I can reason with any of you. Edward, I read your profile. I know you went through a lot of the same difficulties I probably went through. And I am here because of the education that I received. Again, I will reiterate this, from all of the school teachers. Miss Carter, there's an absolutely special place in my heart for her. So I want to conclude by saying, if there is reason with any of you guys in the panel, decision makers, I urge you to listen to the public, to collaborate, and to bring forth decisions that benefit our community, your community. Thank you.
On deck is Melanie Pollock.
Hello, my name is Beth Cypress, and I'm a Villa Park graduate, proud mom of 3 OUSD graduates, a taxpayer, and I'm the library media technician at Esplanade Elementary School in OUSD. It's in that capacity that I'd like to speak to you tonight. I'd like to start with the book that's at the center of the current SORA controversy. I think that we can all agree this title should have never been available to young students, and I'd like to clear up some misconceptions about how this happened. All books are labeled and coded by the publisher. This title was supposed to be labeled young adult. However, it was mistakenly labeled juvenile, young adult, and adult. This was an error made at the publisher level, not OUSD and not SORA. Knowing that, this book most likely would have been available no matter which digital library was used. When this issue was identified, it was immediately remedied. In 9 years that I've been in this job, I have never seen something like this happen. SORA is widely used and well-respected app in the K-12 school systems. Suspending this app is not the answer. We don't shut down the library when a book is misshelved. This move hurts all students, but none more than the most impoverished in our district, my students. Many of our disadvantaged students do not have access to public libraries or the ability to buy books on Amazon or Barnes & Noble. Some members of the board majority ran on the back to basics literacy, so why are we eliminating the one most popular way our students read? Cutting off access to this valuable resource takes away the platform that levels the playing field, giving my students and all Title I students the same access to educational and popular titles as their peers in more affluent areas. As a district, books have been checked out using SORA more than 28,000 times since the start of this school year. Even small schools like Esplanade have over 4,000 checkouts this year. This sudden suspension with less than 24 hours notice disrupts student learning and teacher planning. Mid-assignment, students have been cut off from their books. As a librarian, I know that there are many classes in the middle of novel studies using class sets of books on SORA. I'm sure those teachers have lesson plans with discussions and writing assignments planned for the duration of those novel studies. Students are also currently reading books needed to complete biography reports and other assignments. Now let's talk about the money. $30,000 per year since 2014 to purchase titles that are metered. In this case, metered means when we purchase a title, we have either 24 checkouts on that title or 24 months unlimited checkouts on that title. These are prepaid, so last year's $30,000 is still in play this year, and this year's $30,000 will be in play next year. And for that matter, some of the money from 2014 could still be in use. By suspending and possibly ending the use of SORA, the district will be throwing away tens of thousands of dollars. I will repeat, this book never was appropriate for young children. When it came to our attention, it was fixed. There are processes in place to challenge books. Any committee formed in response must include librarians and educators. Finally, I encourage parents to sit with their kids and read with them. After all, isn't that the best form of parental control? Thank you.
On deck is David Lieberman.
Hello, my name is Melanie Pollock, and I'm a proud OUSD mom. My daughter Rachel went to Crescent Elementary, El Rancho, and then she graduated from Canyon High with honors. She was accepted to 20 different colleges and universities across the country. She's now a freshman at UCSD, and she's still an honors student. My daughter Shayna went to Crescent and is now at El Rancho. And it's just a coincidence that this trimester she chose a physical book rather than a book that she usually would read on SORA, which that's what she usually does. Each trimester, students in middle school are asked to read a book, annotate it, and do a dialectical journal. They do this all trimester. They spend the entire trimester highlighting this book, really digging into it. And at the end of the trimester, they turn in this big dialectical journal project. End of the trimester is 20 days away. Well, the students who've been reading those books in SORA suddenly found their access cut off, and therefore their work is wiped out. I can't even imagine what that would have been like had it been my daughter. I can tell you she would have just been freaking out. She told me that her friends, in her words, were absolutely freaking out. I can't even imagine what it was like for the teachers to all of a sudden have to pivot their curriculum, have to pivot their grading, have to pivot their lesson plans. How do you even plan for something like that? This is just unacceptable as a parent to just suddenly remove a vital teaching tool. And, you know, this is something that you probably would have known had you been in the district and had talked to teachers in your district. If a book is misshelved, you know, you put it back in its proper place. You don't shut down the whole library. And the damage that you've done to students and to your own teachers, it's just really disgusting. And as a parent, as a very involved parent who, by the way, has spent a lot of time fundraising for the schools and for this district, I find it very unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And that's all I have to say about that.
On deck is John Kulishik.
Good evening. My name is David Lieberman. I am the father of a child at Villa Park High School. I'm here today because I don't find age level to be a particularly useful metric for judging access to knowledge. When my daughter was in first grade at Levita Elementary School, her teacher read Where the Wild Things Are to the class, and she had read that herself when she was 3. She read at the 6th grade level in first grade. She read 1984 at age 10, she read Persepolis at age 11, and she read Mouse at age 13. This was something that we, her parents, allowed her to do, and she asked a lot of uncomfortable questions, and our job as the parents was to answer them and guide her, not to tell her not to read things. So I understand being upset that there are what you consider age-inappropriate books in a digital library. We've just heard from the librarian that that was a mistake on the publisher's part. So I'm wondering, do you have statistics about how many times these things were checked out of the SORA digital library? Publish that information so that we, the parents, can make informed decisions. But the point of my speech here is I have 2 questions about your plans or lack of them. Number 1, is the new online library going to allow parents to override school board district guidelines? And second of all, will it allow us, if we so choose, to give full and unrestricted access to all of the content, regardless of the age level filter? If the answer to either of those questions is no, then you are simply censoring books that you personally find to be objectionable and imposing your decision on all OUSD parents while mumbling the words parents' choice in hopes that we won't notice what you're doing. You are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And since you have taken the entire library offline without a firm plan for reinstating it, you are, despite Mr. Velasquez's assurances to the contrary, imposing a de facto book ban. Thank you.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I believe you are speaking about the Villa Park pool.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
we'll.
I was just going to let you know that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Velasquez, Superintendent report.
Thank you, President Ledesma. As many are aware, the SORA Digital Library app was suspended district-wide starting Monday, January the 30th. This was done while staff investigated concerns regarding the accessibility of grade-level inappropriate content on student device. The intent was to pause the availability of the app to our students to protect them from content not appropriate for their age group while determining what caused such content to be available. Upon review, staff found a few different issues that have since been addressed. The first issue was that 4 books, as the speaker said, were improperly classified by SORA. including the music of what happens. These books have been reassigned to the correct grade levels. No books and no book categories have been removed from the app. The second issue was a glitch with the data synchronization between student devices and the Sora app. While Sora has been in place since 2014, the district did not have one-on-one devices for students until the pandemic hit. Throughout the time, changes to account and data synchronization features caused account inaccuracies. These issues have been addressed. Finally, a default setting in the app allowed for the uncategorized accounts to have access to all levels of content. This has since changed to a default to the lowest level of the content as a safeguard. With these adjustments, we feel that our students are protected from content beyond their respective grade levels or age appropriateness. It is my recommendation that this app be reinstated as of tomorrow, Friday the 3rd. It's a good thing, people. Thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to end with this. Virtual libraries are critical resources for our students. And I appreciate the staff that has worked quickly and diligently to allow us to provide digital access to grade level appropriateness and reading materials to our students once again. As an educator, it is our job to provide the skills and resources necessary to facilitate future career and college options. We are committed to providing access to grade level appropriate content and respect that the different families have different values and priorities. At the end of the day, it is my hope that parents are aware of and speak to their children about the type of media they are consuming at school, at home, and to discuss and align with the parental expectations. And in closing, as the gentleman said, I was one of those kids. And I wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't have the support and the teachers who believed in me, guided me, and provided me that education. Try to do the best we can for our kids. Hopefully you can see through that. And I just want to thank everybody here for bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
President Ledesma, may I ask a quick question for that?
Sure.
I do think that it's important that a lot of people have asked how many complaints have been lodged, and I believe my fellow board members asked that question, and that was answered in our Friday letter. So I would like the public to be able to know that answer. And there were some questions about how many times a particular book was checked out. And I do think that that is public information. Obviously, not talking about specific people by name, but just by number. I think that that's important, and I think the public wants to know that.
Mr. President, would you like me to answer that question? I was just informed.
Oh, yes, of course.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So I've been informed that there were 10 high school students that had checked out the book in the past and 1 elementary.
There was four checkouts, but from the same school, and it looks like the same account.
Did everyone hear that?
No.
Okay.
I can yell it.
Go ahead and yell it.
There were 10 upper grade students that had checked out the book. Let her know. My apologies. So for those that don't know me, my name is David Lane. I'm the Assistant Director of Client Services and IT. And obviously we spent a lot of time working with Cabinet and team on this. It was found, and I'm hopefully getting this right and working with Randy, he is our coordinator at EdTech, that we had 10 checkouts of this book at the middle and high school level. And then at, I believe, 1 elementary school, it was checked out multiple times, but we believe it was 1 account. So that is what we know so far, and we will continue to research if there's any other questions.
And the book is labeled for middle and high school?
Yes.
So those 10 were at the
It
appropriate?
is.
Okay. And then the other question I had asked is, I mean, and you can just confirm, there were only 2 complaints total since 2014 regarding Sora, and that was in October 2022 and January 2023?
To my knowledge, yes. And those were the 2 situations that he addressed that should be resolved at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. President Ledesma, may I, one more thing?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, just for everyone's information, we are putting the book back on the shelf. So if a parent wants the child to do it, they have that right. So it will be back as of tomorrow as well.
Mr. Velasquez, but there are some controls, right?
Yes, the
For-
controls are there. If a parent doesn't want the child to have it, they can do that.
Hey,
Yes.
can I just say something? I believe that this was not an agendized item. He said it as a report of a superintendent. And, because it's not an agendized item, I don't believe that we could be asking questions back and forth like this. And so can I suggest that we agendize this and ask for a report at our next meeting? Yeah.
I think that
Then we
was,
can ask questions back and forth and.
Mr. Velasquez, I think that was something that we had already discussed, right? Because you're doing a complete investigation of not only Sora, but the other apps on our iPad.
Yeah, the other apps we have not looked into the other apps as of yet.
Right.
So,
And then that would be, I'm hoping, a full report back to the board in March.
You got it, sir.
And
Okay.
I do think, though, that in terms of shutting down an app, that was never voted on by us. And so I think we need to set the guidelines on whether or not staff can just shut it down without a vote.
Upon review of everything is when we begin to start establishing guidelines. Mr. Velasquez has some suggestions for us for future. I think that entails committees and all kinds of different levels of approval in terms of apps and books. So
But that's all going to be done in open session transparently so people know exactly what we're guiding.
it's going to go through the process of information item and then action item. It's going to go through all those.
Mr. Ledesma?
Yes.
Thank you.
I agree with trustee Yamasaki that these are reports to be given, and these are talking points to agenda items. And so we're really crossing over.
Right.
These are all new precedent is being set.
Right.
So again, I agree with Ms. Yamasaki on, we're not asking a Q&A on a superintendent's report, a board president's report, or any of that.
Okay.
We will do that on agendized items.
Right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So to my colleagues, for future, let's hold our questions and, requests after the meeting. Believe me, there's not going to be anything that board members bring to requests of agenda items that won't be recognized and acted on, okay? As president, I know I'm part of the preparing of the agenda along with the superintendent. I will not do that, even if I have any differences with the item. I think it's important that, because I know I've been a board member where my agenda items were not taken and they weren't processed in a timely manner. And so that's not what I plan to do. They will be, most requests will be agendas in timely manner in case, but allow for some flexibility there. Okay? All right. Board President's report. I'm getting the sense that tonight, I know for some of you, it works tonight to politicize this event, the political agenda to talk about banning books. Let me share with you what started all this. This was a parent who was worried about her 7-year-old having access to this book. And as you listen to this, again, it's going to be access to middle schoolers and high schoolers, this same. Yes? This is a student book. This is a student book. Educators have said it's okay to listen to this. Small children?
There are small children in the room. I wonder why it's in the library then.
I would appreciate it if we escort the small children outside. I think this is important. I think it's important. I think it's important. I know you don't want to hear this, but this is the reason why this happened. Please escort the small children for a moment. This is a minute. This is a minute. This is what a 7-year-old could have heard. So I am urging the parents with small children to escort your child outside.
Mr. Ledesma, I believe you're politicizing it right now.
What's that?
Mr. Ledesma, I believe that you're politicizing it right now. The parents heard it at the last meeting. It's available for the public to look at, to watch it online if they wish to. And I don't think it's necessary for you to do this.
You're penetrated, you're no longer male. That's fucked up. I flashed back to the big one free in my first wet dream. It's scary and sexy. I want to be inside him, and I think we are finally going to do that. I think I was raped. Did he penetrate you? He nods. Go, now, you fucking rapist piece of shit. I could go on with more quotes from this book. It was 9 hours that I read, and it was awful. And more, this is not an isolated incident. There are more on Zora. I think it is shameful.
I think this is highly inappropriate.
That the previous administrator and district staff knowingly kept this app on thousands of kinder through 2nd grade iPads, exposing them to sexually explicit material, even though they were aware of issues. I want to stay in this district.
Let's see here. So, how outraged are you? But yet we're still saying that this is acceptable. So, this isn't about book banning, okay? This is nowhere near about book banning. What this has been about is giving parents a say. Giving them a say before you hijack the innocence of their child. Just to advance a political agenda. So what's important here is we are going to have parent controls. So it's never been, so anytime you hear book banning, you think, no, it's about do not hijack my child's innocence. That's what that parent was talking about. Not about book banning. Keep that in mind, because that's what's going to be heard all night long. Book banning, not about a child's innocence. Okay. Moving forward here. We have many issues to address. Here are just a few of them. Review of all apps and their content. Set up parent controls. Approval committee. Academic audit. Special education. Highly important here. Test scores pre and post-pandemic. Let me move on to something else here. I want to share an educational services update. Professional development contractor Orinda will not continue with the district by their request. This was their idea, cutting our cost by over $4 million over the next couple of years. We are looking forward to potentially continuing this professional development with our teachers and administrators to keep cost control and better service our students. With that said, we may need to look into teacher and administrator stipends for the professional development in-house. If there are any questions, please direct them to Mr. Abercrombie, Craig Abercrombie. Give him a little time to get started, though, please. Now, if you allow me a moment here to say a few words in Spanish for our Spanish-speaking community. Tengo un comentario para los madres y padres latinos. Hemos tenido muchos cambios administrativos en el distrito. Estos cambios son para mejorar la educación del distrito para todos sus hijas y hijos. Todos aquí en la mesa directiva de educación para el distrito de Orange estamos dedicados a mejorar la educación en este distrito para todos sus hijos. I will translate. A comment to the parents, mothers and fathers, Latino mothers and fathers. We have had many changes, administrative changes at the district. These changes are for the betterment of the education of the district for your daughters and sons. Everyone from the dais, every one of the board members here for the District of Orange are dedicated to the betterment of educational services to all the children. Thank you. Now we'll move on. Item 4C, board recognition of students, staff, and community.
I'll go ahead and go. Thank you so much for not politicizing that. That is great. I really, really, really am proud of you for not politicizing that. What is at stake? You talk about parent choice, and what you did was just read a mashup of the worst parts of one book to a bunch of people that may or may not have wanted to hear it. The point is, parents get to choose for themselves, and you just chose for them. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand that you just chose for every single person in here by doing that stunt that you just
everyone
did?
In that mother's shoes, having their child access to that
You just
book.
pulled a political stunt that exposed anybody who may not have wanted to be exposed to that just by doing that. This is the truth. This is the truth.
We all are pulling political stunts. Everyone in here is. Everyone is. Just sit here and act
So
like we're not.
the point is, there's been 2 complaints since 2014 about Sora, and the book has been checked out at the age-appropriate level, except for by one person at the elementary level, and it was the same person who checked it out 4 times.
It's too bad we didn't
Could
take
it
care
be
of
the
this a
person
year
that
ago.
read that? I don't know. The point is, this is, well, never mind. This is politics at its best, and I'm just sad for this district. But I'm going to move on to happier things, and that is I visited Santiago Middle School last week, and Santana's spirit was alive and well. It was absolutely so much fun. They had band, they had cheer, they had musical theater presenting a song from Elf, and they gave away student academic awards. It was just a really heartwarming and just fun event, and the kids just totally enjoyed it. One of the things that was the most touching about it all was that one of the Santanas, one of their students, just found out, just had a devastating cancer diagnosis. And the students' love, support, and caring for that student in all of their actions was absolutely amazing. They are such an empathetic crowd, of students, just such lovely students that really care about their fellow students. They had cupcake sales to raise money for the family. They did separate fundraisers. They each wrote out individual cards. They did a whole poster to send this student love who is at home getting better from chemotherapy. So it was a really, really heartwarming and beautiful day. I visited Imperial Elementary School today, and both the 5th and 6th grade presidents, young women, young girls, showed us around, and they were absolutely fantastic. They were able to explain everything that was going on in the library and explain the art programs, and I asked them if they could have anything they wanted in the school, what would they want? And they said they would like to have a musical theater program there at the elementary level. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow night celebrating the Lunar New Year at Chapman University with Fletcher Elementary, and that will actually be my first time I'll be able to see that at Chapman. And luckily it's back for the first time in how many years? 3 years? So it's going to be really exciting. And that's it.
Anyone else? Ms. Yamasaki?
Thank you. So last night I went to Villa Park High School. They held their showcase, the first of 4 for OUSD. And ASB, cheerleaders, band, all welcome parents, students, and their families. They had the opportunity to tour the classrooms, the new science building, and a multitude of Villa Park High School programs such as athletics, graphic design, esports, AP classes, music, dance, Mandarin program, and more. I'd like to give a special shout out to Mr. Larios for showing me their wonderful graphic design room. Sitting here watching Mrs. Jean Carter, I kind of feel like Mr. Larios could be that Jean Carter in about 20 years, because he really took a lot of time in really creating a safe space for the students to connect with each other, and it's really an amazing, unique program. And it will also offer kids the opportunity to go straight into a career or college or whatever they decide. But I spoke to many of the kids and they love it there. So I wanted to give a shout out to him because he obviously loves what he's doing. I also wanted to say OUSD feeder schools were there, Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation, Santiago Canyon College, and the Villa Park PFSO. They were all there to showcase their programs. So I encourage you all to mark your calendar for the next showcase, and I think that's going to be at El Medina or Orange? Yeah, El Medina, next Wednesday. So I'm sorry that I'm going to miss the Lunar New Year celebration tomorrow. I'll be out of town. But I want to thank Principal Pelly for allowing me to visit today. I got to see the dress rehearsal. I've been to this program so many times, and for many of you who may not know, I'm actually Chinese, and so we celebrated Lunar New Year since I was a kid, and I loved it. It was one of the most special times of the year. So thank you, Principal Pelly, for doing that. And I encourage anyone to go if you have an opportunity, because they're so, so cute. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki. Anyone else?
I'd like to share.
Trustee Minor?
So I have 4 young kids, 3rd grade and under, and unlike Miss Erickson, I am horrified about this book being available to that age of children. 1 kid is too many. 1 kid checking that book out is too many. Having been on site visits, I'm thankful that more kids did not check out this book or other books, the other 3 books it looks like that were recategorized, because the kids are on devices often. I've been to over 50 classrooms in the last couple of weeks, and seeing them on devices, being able to have access. Our teachers are wonderful, and I'm so grateful seeing our teachers in action. But they're not everywhere. And so these kids, even in the classrooms, I've heard a lot of people saying, well, it should have been better monitored at home. But even these kids in the classrooms can use these apps, and they have headphones on, and the teacher has to be really vigilant walking around to see them checking out these books. And so I am in favor, or I was in favor, now it's not happening any longer as of tomorrow, of the pause on this app, or on this Sora app, but I am very glad that it's coming back because I know it's caused a lot of distress for some students. So thank you for your swift vigilance in getting that taken care of. I mean, we've known this for a year. She came a year ago. She complained. I don't know why that's not logged because she has proof of it being a year ago that she complained about no parental controls for her children. And the result of that was the app getting erased from her child's iPad, as she said last time she was speaking. However, the app showed back up, which I have app updates constantly, and they show back up. And so we didn't deal with the actual issue, and that's kind of frustrating to me. As a board member, I think that that's important that we make sure that we're protecting our kids. Movie theaters have age requirements for us to be able to see them. I'm much older than the age requirement now, so that doesn't matter to me. But for my children, I don't want them to have access to movies that are out of their rating. So that's all about that. I also have been to a lot of schools this last 2 weeks. Experienced amazing schools. We have some great schools in this district. Sycamore Elementary, the staff was warm and inviting. I loved the classrooms. I loved seeing Principal, I'm going to chop her name up. It was hard to pronounce. Urquhart, I believe is how you say it. Her teachers were amazing. They were having their students ask or answer the big questions, the why behind their learning. And I thought that was amazing to see the students collaborating and answering those questions with their teacher. West Orange Elementary, I got a tour by the cutest kids. They're on the student council, and they walked me around. They showed me all the cool art and all the things on the walls. It was really neat. It was great seeing Dr. Murray give her students confidence by giving them the ability to give tours to a stranger, an adult. And the classrooms were wonderful. The STEM lab was really cool. They had first graders in there at the time, so it was a little less hands-on. They were learning a little bit more, but from more of a lecture. But it was really cool to see this STEM lab in action. And then over at Portola Middle School, it was kind of a quick tour. A lot of the teachers happened to be on break when I was there, unfortunately. But Mr. Morgan gave me a great tour. The thing that I really took out of it is the students love that principal. And they came over and fist bumped him, gave him a hug. They were just really excited to see him on campus. And I look forward to when their Verizon lab is complete. I asked them to let us, the board, know, which I'm sure they were going to do anyway, so that we can go see it. I went to Imperial Elementary. I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk fast. Imperial Elementary, again, I had two amazing students give me a tour of the campus. They showed me this first grade classroom, and I will never forget this classroom. The teacher was giving this connection to this student. She sang, because he was trying to fill out his form and figure out which of the objects was clay, and he couldn't figure it out, and so she actually sang a dreidel song that they had learned during Hanukkah and was able to find the clay because of her singing that dreidel song, so the connection was awesome. Canyon Hills, I didn't want to leave. Dr. Eric gave me a wonderful tour of the campus, and the medically fragile and mod severe population was just amazing. They were hands-on. They had one-on-one assistants in every classroom. They had these giant bikes that the kids could ride around in the gym or outside. And I've already kind of shared it with the grounds. They just need a little bit of help with their playground so they can have access to it again. And then Canyon High School, the school's beautiful. Mr. McKee gave me a great tour. The electives were amazing: aviation, photography, anatomy. And so that was really neat. I can't wait to go back, because an hour and a half is not enough time. Olive Elementary, I got to go there this morning. And the exterior and interior of all the classrooms were just incredible. You could tell those teachers owned that campus and loved it. And the students, they were just so excited to be there. So that was really neat. Oh, and I had learned in kindergarten that winter is extended 6 more weeks. In case you didn't know, the groundhog saw his shadow. Is that what it is? Okay, saw his shadow. Sorry, I'm still learning. I did not do that when I was little. At Fletcher Elementary, after that, I got to see the Mandarin Immersion program. They were doing an art lesson, and the other class in first grade, they were doing a business class in Mandarin. It was amazing. And I saw some experiments with the older kids on metabolism and rainfall. And Mr. Roselli, I got to meet his wife over at Panorama, but he's over there teaching math, and he was giving them great critical thinking moments to come to conclusions. I then traveled to the Villa Park Wellness Center. I sleep sometimes. And it was amazing to see that firsthand. I was assured by the staff and the parents that were generous enough to give me a tour that the parents are fully aware and included in their services with their students, which I really appreciate. And their instructional time is minimally impacted by them going into the wellness center to unwind or do whatever they need to do to get back into their classrooms. A couple of us were able to go to Yorba Middle School, and we look forward to the results for the schools to watch. That should be coming out, I believe it's in March. Do you remember, Mr. Yamasaki? I think it's in March. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Trustee Minor. Anyone else? Trustee Page?
All right. So last week, San Diego Charter Middle School had a RAD assembly. It's Respect, Accountability, and Determination. And one of their newest teachers, Miss Adams, organized the whole event with the support of leadership and their teachers. And so one of the things that stood out to me the most during the assembly was the sense of school culture that was created by this campus with the support of their leadership and teachers. It's like everyone took a role in how to create a high school level type of assembly, and everyone was super motivated and encouraging. And I also asked to be one of the guest speakers, so I was able to share my story as a student growing up in this district and potential outcomes. And I also visited Canyon Hill School. I was able to see Dr. Arrett again, and it was great to see not just all the students that are being served there, but also the 2 new assessment centers that have been created in order to support any student that comes recommended from the regional center to our district to be seen for an assessment for potential eligible services. And then from there, went to Imperial Elementary and really noticed the open concept of their school. So if you've never been to Imperial before, you enter and you automatically walk into their amazing library while they're showcasing their art, and then you can kind of see through from the primary and upper grade sections of the open classroom concept between all the different grade levels. I asked the students if it was a bit distracting, and it's something that they grew up with, so it's something that they're used to, but I absolutely loved seeing TKers all the way up to 6th graders, and it sounds like everyone really enjoyed being together because you can see upper graders seeing the littles at lunch, and then they just run up for hugs. And then I'm super excited about tomorrow's Lunar New Year at Chapman University. Not only is my child performing, but it's great to see young students learning a different language and being able to perform all of that all the way. Our MIP program goes up to high school now, and I believe our first cohort is in 11th grade. So I believe they will be concluding with their biliteracy tassels soon. So we've come full circle, and that's super, super exciting. So I've been studying Mandarin, so that I can support my daughter with her homework. And she taught me how to say Happy New Year. So I just wanted to share this for all of our students in the MIP program. Gongxi Fak Hai, Xin Nguyen Kui La. So hopefully I did it okay. But like I said, I'm still learning. I'm an adult, and I will continue to learn since my 2 young children are going through the Mandarin immersion program. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Page. Trustee Rumsey?
Good evening. I want to talk a little bit about the books in the Sora app. I want students to have access to all books with parental controls and filters that are 100% effective. Parents should have and should exercise the right to tell their child what they can and cannot read. This is my position. Kids and children need access to books, and I know I teach language arts. I know that reading is super valuable. It is the most important homework assignment a kid can do. Schools in the district office are tasked with the responsibility to ensure that books are categorized appropriately and with a good filtering system in place. And I certainly hope that that is the case moving forward. Speaking of moving forward, it is time to move forward. New leadership brings new opportunities and new systems. I know how much teachers care about their students. They start their school year with a new class and they watch them grow and change for a year. They are part of their lives. They feel disappointed when they struggle or fail, and they rejoice when they turn corners and understand. Teachers share hope and dreams with their students. They are professionals. They've been trained to check for understanding. They have been trained to make decisions based on a simple observation of when they walk into the classroom. Veteran teachers know their craft and act as mentors to new teachers. They greet their students and can immediately assess whether or not the kid is hungry or tired or maybe got into an argument with their parent on the way to school. Good teachers take into account if a child looks sick or tired. Good teachers know that the brain receives and processes information when it is happy, rested, and well-fed. Teachers deliver curriculum and gather materials to enhance that curriculum. They shop at Michael's, Home Depot, and teacher pay teachers. They do all this so that their students not only succeed, but feel successful. Teachers know that failure after failure after failure hinders a child's ability to feel smart or even valued. So teachers feel personally responsible when their students don't do well on standardized tests. And they feel frustrated when I feel frustrated when even a few of my students don't do well on assessments, and I want to jump into action right away. A test does not measure a child's worth. Our teachers on the front lines are not only trying to get their students to read at grade level, they are trying to get their students to love to read. They are not only trying to teach their students the facts of history, they're trying to convey empathy for where we have been in our history and how we can learn from mistakes, but also highlight heroes who were brave and courageous and died for our freedoms. I strongly believe that education is vital to an empathetic and functioning society. Any child who goes to a school in this district deserves a systematic and aligned education. Our parents trust our schools to prepare them for college and career and to deliver a curriculum that is comprehensive and rigorous. If you were to say, I have an agenda, it would be to put the best curriculum in the hands of teachers and administration, and it would be to empower parents to make decisions surrounding their child's faith and social issues. Those are decisions for parents. My hope is that we can move forward and come together and put in place processes and programs that will further our goal of providing a first-class education for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rumsey.
Real quick, Mr. Ledesma?
Yes.
I mean, I can't topple that. That was awesome. I just want to bring, the more positive news in that, as well as that with the construction that is starting at Villa Park High School. I see the orange high colors, and just talking to Diego as well, as you see the portables being put up on the corner of Schaefer and Walnut. The construction is going to start beginning there and is already at Villa Park. So these are promising things for newness on the campuses for all the kids that are going to be going forward to these respected high schools, matriculating there. So that's really, really good to see. And as well as it was good to see that Orenda provide a letter to the district ending their contractual services. Therefore, that's a cost savings to the district of over $4 million. So with that $4 million of savings, we can then add that, or not say add it, we can provide that as a stipend or whatever is set up through our staff for our teachers and staff to provide that to who knows best about their students and what their needs are. And it's best for you to disaggregate that information, not us or someone else. You know them, we don't. And from what I've understood is an overwhelming majority, and correct me if I'm wrong, teachers didn't want Orinda around any longer. So that is something that is very positive that we can agree in this room together with, is you best serve the students. We'll provide that money and guidance. I'm not giving authority on that, but I'm just saying that's where I would support that, to have that, and you provide that stipend to the teacher, staff, aides, what have you. And then again, you disaggregate that information and best serve the student in that manner. So I believe that's a good positive for all of us in this room. And I see Mr. Goodlander, we actually agree on something, which is nice and positive. So again, with this, I think it's already been said many times, or many this evening with the app, is that it was a pause. We are not, let me speak for me. I am not opposed to books. I'm not banning books. That's so far from my vocabulary. All it was a simple pause. It's back, being placed back up. The books are being placed there. And someone mentioned it about parents' choice. If you're a parent and want to read this book to your kids, then that's on you. You're the parent. So again, all we did is put safeguards in place so that that parent has the ability to then say, I don't want that book, and take it off the app. But again, we didn't know any of this until we put a pause, because we didn't know what was going on in this app. So it took us just a few days to look through it. Our wonderful staff working pretty in an expedient manner to get that going and rectified. So now we're moving forward with those parental controls in place. So now parents have said, okay, gentleman spoke earlier, if I want my child to read the book, by all means, you're the parent. Let them read the book. But again, it's for the parents who said, nope, I don't want that. Fine, that's your choice. And that's all we were saying. So no one's banning books. No one's doing any of that. We completely understand. I have 2 kids in high school as well. And so, yes, there is some challenges that took place. I don't disagree with that. But now we're back up and running again. And now with more controls in place. And as mentioned, what this committee may look like, I don't know. Library tech, no brainer, right? Get the teachers, ask the teachers union, who do you select? A few individuals, a few parents. We want parents involved. And we want parents who agree and disagree. That makes for a balanced committee. Maybe a few board members on there. So again, make this well-rounded and inclusive of everybody. And it's best served is, I always like to hear from the other side. Whether I agree or disagree, and we've had many discussions over the years, and I disagree with them, but we can still walk away and still smile at each other. That's the difference. And so when it's said that I'm against any type of speech, that's not true. I've been the first person on this dais to publicly speak for many years that you have that opportunity to come and speak to us at this ground level. So I just want to say that for the record, but I think we have some really good positives out of this now. Between the app going back online, our kids are going to have access to it. The parents are going to have controls. We're having the savings from Orinda. The teaching staff is going to have that to utilize. So again, I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ortega. Trustee Yamasaki?
Yes, I'd like to get some clarification or a point of order, because I feel like every trustee, during this time, it's called announcements and acknowledgement. We typically give reports on things that we've done, share positive things in the district, but I find that everybody almost used it to their advantage to say their side on a subject that was not agendized. And I feel like I didn't have an opportunity to talk about SORA, and other people did, and I just don't feel like this is the appropriate place because it was not agendized.
Trustee Yamasaki, I think you're right, and I think Ms. Erickson falls under that
I'm
umbrella as
not
well.
pointing out one or the
So-
other. I'm just talking about it in general.
So I
That
think,
I think as president, you should
I think-
have said to everybody that we shouldn't be talking about this.
you just did. So let's, our colleagues, let's work with Ms. Yamasaki's suggestions here. Okay? So, thank you, Ms. Yamasaki. Going forward, you've been told.
I've been told what?
No, I'm saying the board's been told. So, as Ms. Yamasaki said, let's try to rein in our comments. So,
Yeah, but the
thank you.
cat is already out the bag, so you guys all talked about it. I didn't have the top opportunity to deliberate.
Well,
Neither did Ms. Page.
moving forward, hopefully we'll do a better job.
But it was your job to do it in the first
Yeah,
place.
I'm sorry, Ms. Yamasaki.
You're sorry about it?
Helping me out here. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so moving on.
Mr. Ledesma?
Yes.
Would you mind asking our student board members if they want to say anything? Typically, they share reports about their school, and
That's fine.
different things. I don't know if we have anyone
any
who would like
comments?
to say anything.
Hi, sorry, pulling it up right now. So I just wanted to share a couple positive things going on at El Medina recently. We had our mini club rush on January 26th and 27th, a way to kind of reinvigorate our students into all of their clubs, remind them about clubs that they may have forgotten about or clubs that didn't get a chance to start having meetings within the first semester. So that was super exciting, and we got a lot of new students joining clubs that they weren't a part of previously, and it was a great way for students to interact with each other. Overall, just a really, really fun time. We have our showcase next week. So we are super, super excited to see all of our elementary schools and middle schools there, and hopefully some administration there as well. We also have a cheer showcase this weekend where our cheer team, pom team, local studios, as well as our dance team are able to perform and share what they're doing for competition. And it's a really great way for our local studios to connect with our high schools for some future dancers and cheerleaders. So we are super hyped for that. Boys basketball has a game right now. Technically, I don't do sports, so if I get this wrong, I'm sorry, but technically they have already won the title, or their league title, but if they win this game right now against Esperanza, then they don't have to share the title, which is the first time that we would have won league in 30 years, I was told. So that's super exciting, yeah. So we wish them the best of luck. Boys and girls wrestling both went to CIF, which is super, super exciting. We're looking forward to seeing how they do. We also had our Lunar New Year Festival recently for 2 days on campus. This is the first time that we've had like a real celebration on campus in a while that I know of. And it was a great way for students to share culture and celebrate what's really important to them and their heritage. We also recently started a new coffee shop on Wednesday mornings called AS Brew. And we're super excited to, provide our zero-period students with the opportunity for coffee, donuts, as well as fundraising opportunities that we're going to be using for club grants so that we can give different clubs money to start up their program or to just, support whatever they're doing in the events that they have. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Madison. I'm from Canadian High School. We had our pep rally last week, and it was a really big success. It's one of my favorite things that ASB puts on for the school, and it's a really great way for all students to get together and also for winter sports to hype them up, and it's really fun. We have our blood drive next week, and a lot of students actually participate, which is really surprising. So it's a really good way to save lives for the students. And we also have Kindness Week coming up for Valentine's Day. And one of my favorite things that we do is that ASB makes hearts for every single one of the students at the school and writes really kind things and unique things about each of the students, like, oh, I like your fashion and stuff like that. And it's a really great way to make every single student feel welcome. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Go ahead.
Apologies about that. Good evening, everybody. My name is Alexander Tran. I am currently serving as a temporary student board member. In the case of our current board member, Hope Camara, is in his absence. First of all, we'd like to discuss about the showcase we had yesterday, as Mrs. Yamasaki here just discussed. At the showcase yesterday, many of our athletic teams from A to Z were present. We also had our many local community colleges and National Guard there as well, such as San Diego Community College. We also gave tours with ASB along at our brand new science building. At the science building, we not only discussed and showed Villa Park academics, but also our new science department from classes A to Z and many our APs and honor classes as well. We also have our dance team. Last Sunday, they hosted an event with little kids ranging from K to 8th to have little dance practices, per se. And at the dance practices, they actually had the opportunity to play at our halftime show against our basketball game between Foothill High School and Villa Park at our school on last Tuesday, I believe. It was a very close game. We went to overtime last second, and we lost, unfortunately. We also wanted to talk about our Villa Park athletics, my apologies. All of our sports made it to CIF this year, which is of great honor. Thank you very much. We also have our prom from May 13th. I do not believe a place is officiated yet or a venue, and that'll be released very soon. We also wanted to just discuss about the rivalry game tonight against Canyon High School. I know you guys defeated us last time, but I don't know about now. We'll see about that. It's happening concurrently as we speak. So there's will be large attendance. As I last heard, over 100 students bought tickets. So the student section will be very, very packed. And for our school, we have been recognized several times by the Orange County student section, both in football and basketball. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can I just say a quick thing? I want to say thank you for being here today because I know missing those games is kind of hard.
Well, it's a lot of fun, but I enjoy being here as well.
You'll have to report to see which one is funner.
I'll let you know.
Okay. Move on to item D, 4D, State of the School Report, Diego Paz, Orange High School.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Ledesma, distinguished board members, Mr. Velasquez and Cabinet. My name is Eddie Angel, and I'm the Executive Director for Student and Community Services. To promote the great things happening in our high schools, our student board members have been providing us with the State of the School Board reports. Please help me welcome Diego Paz, who will provide us with a State of the School report for Orange High School.
Good evening, Board President Ledesma, Superintendent Velasquez, distinguished members of the board, and Orange Unified Cabinet members. I am incredibly honored to have the privilege of representing Orange High School tonight. As the oldest high school in the district, Orange High School has had a rich history filled with tradition and pride. Since its founding in 1903, it has undeniably been a long journey for the Panthers as the crown jewel of our community. One special characteristic of Orange High is the sheer number of alumni that continue to return to campus despite having graduated long ago. In fact, not only is our beloved Principal Glass an alumni, but many other staff are as well, hearkening back from many different generations. It was amazing to see so many emotional Panthers at our final tour of the vintage administration building. Observing this phenomenon, I wanted to ask a question. What is it about Orange High that brings so many people back for more? Is it perhaps the engaging programs, maybe the welcoming environment, the competitive sports, the countless clubs, or maybe just the people themselves? Well, it seems that the answer is, of course, all of those things. The collective makeup of Orange High transcends the idea of what a high school should be. Instead, it prides itself on going beyond what is expected, bringing together so many different groups of people that are proud to call themselves Panthers. Of course, 119 years of service in one community can make for a significant change to occur over time. Some might ask if these changes have eroded its spirit, a notion that previous student leaders have worked to disprove. However, I have documented my findings in a little video I would like to share. Featuring students from many different backgrounds, the video reflects the diversity that we celebrate on campus. To ensure accessibility, we have included computer-generated closed captioning to ensure an equal experience for everyone. The video was a collective effort between current and former Orange High School students joining together to show that nothing has changed. Orange High School is still a place to be. On behalf of Orange High School, I present Spreading the Orange Name. Is this thing on? Oh, hi! Welcome to Orange High School, a beloved staple of the local Orange community. Since 1903, Orange High has been hard at work, supporting the success of countless generations of students. Our populations have only grown more diverse over time, generating an inclusive atmosphere that celebrates everyone in the community. To this day, our learning environment continues to foster innovation, alongside deep-rooted traditions that always bring students back. The thing is, as you can tell, Orange High has been through many changes over the years. However, rest assured that in the midst of all the change, our sense of heart has only grown. My name is Diego, and I will be taking you on a journey to explore the hearts of past and future Orange High graduates, demonstrating the passion of the Orange name.
How's it going? My name is Chris Abraham, and I am a senior at Orange High School. I have played varsity basketball for all 4 years, as well as being the captain for those 4 years. December 19th, I officially broke a 40-year-old record held by Mr. Dave Roth. That record was the all-time scoring record. His was 12.88, and it is now officially 12.89 and counting. Sorry, David, records were meant to be broken.
I'm Jack Schroeder. I am a 1958 graduate of Orange High School. I had the privilege of going to the school with wonderful people. I was very active in athletics, being an all-league tennis player, an all-league and all-CIF basketball player, and the privilege of playing with Terry Herman, our CIF Player of the Year, my senior year when we won 27 games in a row to finish 30-3 and be generally considered not only CIF champions, but the best team in the county.
Come on! Hi, I'm Andrea Luna, and right now we're outside of 803, which is our choir room. And I've been in choir for 4 years, and to me, choir isn't just singing. Like, personally, I have learned so much inside and out of the classroom, and our choir director, Mr. Short, he truly, like, I don't know how to put it to words, but he really, like, he's made choir feel more like a family than like a class, and I really respect that. And it's made me the person who I had wanted to be, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
Hi, I'm Patty Williams. I was a student at Orange High School. I was very involved in drama, music, and agriculture. I loved my time being at Orange because everybody was so nice. I loved my teachers. I loved my friends. I loved being in agriculture and raising sheep and cattle.
It's a program where we get to learn about livestock, how to manage a farm, how to manage livestock, budgeting for a farm. Just all in all, we get to learn about livestock, but we also get to learn about different leadership skills.
We attend different conferences that allow us to meet other members in FFA. We also hold speaking competitions in which we spend time practicing either reciting speeches, extemp, or a job interview.
My favorite thing about FFA is we have the opportunity to raise our own market animals.
Hello, I am Marmor Castellanos.
I'm part of MCJRTC, which stands for Marine Corps Junior Officer Training Corps. I've been in the program for 4 years already. I'm an which is an E4 in the program, what they call it, for a year. The program's amazing. I learned so many life lessons, mostly the lessons, that were preparing for, life and everything. Teamwork, team building, friendship, companions, and all of that, and like how to work as a team. I already mentioned that. We do a lot, It's amazing, and I love it so much, very much. And I don't know how I'm gonna feel after I leave. They taught me a lot, and I learned so much from it.
I like who do I like in OHS? I like the school psychologists, my teachers, my friends, and my staff aides, the one who's guiding me. Especially when we go out in the community, we stay in the group and not to get left behind.
Hi, welcome back. That was quite a lot to take in, wasn't it? I hope the words of these exemplary alumni and students demonstrate the passion for the Orange name that our school hopes to spread for generations to come. Unfortunately, it looks like my time is running out, though. Despite the change, let it be known that Orange High is as strong and community-focused as ever. For now, it is our duty to look into the future, and that future begins with us. A few words, sorry. To begin, I would like to thank every collaborator that helped to contribute into this massive display of Orange High pride. In particular, I would like to thank our ASB team's editor-in-chief, Christopher Pineda, for his exemplary work as a leader during the editing process. If you want to. Okay, thank you. For one last hurrah, I would also like to thank the school board for allowing me to continue my opportunity to represent my school in the best way possible. I can assure you that I will continue spreading the Orange name both on and off campus. As Orange High's ASB ambassador, I will keep aiming to better our community in any way fit, whether it be through voicing student concerns here, sharing successes with the City of Orange Council, or simply being a Panther of character. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, move on to approval of minutes. Minutes from January 5th meeting and minutes from the January 19th meeting, A and B. I would like to take both of these to approve. Can I have a motion to approve both?
I'll move.
Moved by Trustee Ortega.
Second.
Second by Trustee Minor. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Just real quick, Mr. President, we see the staff over here from Orange High School. I was just going to say, we just want to recognize the principal as well.
No, you guys are amazing.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Okay, item 6, public comment. Trustee Rumsey?
I have a stack of cards that don't really have an agenda item, and so this is the time for non-agenda items.
Right. Can you read the guidelines, please?
Yes. Members of the audience may address the Board of Education on agenda items during consideration of that item and non-agenda items that are within the board's subject matter and jurisdiction. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. Non-agenda items may neither be acted upon nor discussed by the board, but will be responded to either by telephone, mail, or at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, hold on here. Just logistics. So I think you've already kind of seen, Trustee Rumsey will call out a name who comes to the podium, and then she'll call a second name, which is basically on deck, so it's either one side of the podium or the other. This kind of expedite things because we have a lot of cards.
President Ledesma,
Yes.
do you think it would be appropriate to just hear all of them at once, since these are all information and not action items?
Oh, well, she's got a stack here. See, some of these other ones are agenda items.
Right,
So
but they're information items that, well, I just thought maybe if we had them all together, that way people didn't have to wait until the information item, but.
Well, we have to go through the non-agenda items first.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Rochelle C. And on deck is Deborah Pauly.
Non-agenda is item 17A. Non-agenda comment.
Excuse me.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rochelle C., and I'm mother to 2 children in this school district. And I wanted to highlight an important thing that I think that many of us parents who can't be here at every meeting need to address. Many of us work, and there is a high need for instructional assistance at schools that are Title I. And I think one way to solve this problem would be to do an audit for schools to provide equitable services to all students, including minorities. Thank you.
After Ms. Pauly is Patty Kabata.
Hi, my name is Deborah Pauly. I'm a resident of Orange and a former city councilwoman in the city of Villa Park. And not too far in the distant past, I actually chaired the legislative coalition of Orange Unified School District, so I'm well aware of some of the systemic problems that have occurred in the school district and some of the efforts that have been made to address those problems and the pushback that has been really difficult for those who want to move the ball forward. One of the things I'd like to say is what a bright light these young people have been, these student representatives. Yes. Some of them act more adult-like than some of the adults in the room. The reason I am here is I showed up earlier for the closed session and wanted to speak to what I was concerned might be the dismissal of this interim superintendent that had been hired. I am just watching from the outskirts now. My children are all grown and they're adults. But I do care very much what happens because it reflects on our community and the future of our community. And I've seen a lot of, well, it can only be described as deranged overreaction to the firing of the superintendent. And when I saw some of the misinformation that was being put out in the public about whether or not the board was acting ultra vires completely outside of their authority, that they were not conducting themselves properly, I was concerned that you were succumbing, that this board might succumb to some of the public pressure. And I want you to be aware of the fact that there are many people, many, in this community who are very well aware of what's truly happening here and how appropriate it was for you to rip that Band-Aid off exactly as you did it. The superintendent serves at the pleasure of the board majority, and the board majority needs to be assured that they have a senior executive who will carry out their public policy as they direct and will not be working in the background to subvert the efforts to make improvements that need to be made. And they need to do it with actual will to do it. I am very thankful that you have the political will, this board has the political will and the strength of character to do just what you have been doing. It is not going to be easy for you to continue making those changes. You are doing it with great grace and dignity. I want you to stay strong. I believe they are. And all of this with the flag waving and all of this lack of decorum and orchestrated and threatening and gang-like behavior, it could influence people. Don't let it influence you, because outside of these walls are actual citizens and voters who put you in office to do exactly as you are doing. And I look forward to watching you do it.
Patty Kabata. Next is Tamara Rivera.
Mi nombre es Patricia Cavada y yo vine aquí porque iba a hablar de otra cosa, pero yo estuve parada allá y estuve bien ofendida cuando oí a los maestros y maestras y la gente de la Unión burlándose de usted cuando se puso a hablar en español, porque sabe que hay muchos padres que no saben lo que está pasando en las escuelas y usted tomó la oportunidad de hablar en español. And ma'am, I'm so sorry, but you are such a disgrace to that board. How dare you tell this man that he is politicizing him using Spanish? Do you know how many Spanish speaking? He didn't politicize speaking Spanish, ma'am. As a brown-skinned, first-generation American, my parents are from Mexico. Do you know how hard it is for people like myself to... I'm so sorry. But I am so offended listening to you speak Spanish and having these union members, these teachers, laugh at you. It is insulting to me. It is insulting to any person that speaks Spanish or that doesn't have an English-speaking parent to help them doing their homework. And you better believe it, ma'am, I will make sure that the Latino community knows exactly what kind of a woman you are. So you can sit there, you can grin, and you can continue to bash this man. And the same goes with you union people. Don't think that you're just going to sit there and ridicule this man when he speaks Spanish, because that's not right. It is not right. Do you see? People are tired of the white liberals telling them what to do. There are a lot of Latino parents and citizens that believe in God, that we do not like the LGBTQ stuff being shoved down the throats of the kids. We are tired of being ridiculed, but the fact that this man spoke Spanish and anybody had a problem with it, it is offensive. You're white. I'm not. Look at your white skin and look at my brown skin. It is offensive.
Ma'am, please address the board, please.
I'm so sorry, but
I understand. Just please make sure.
it's racist.
Thank you.
It's racist. And you don't deserve it, and neither do any of you that are not white on the board. None of you deserve it.
Thank you.
Tamara Rivera, and then Ernie or Aaron Meja.
Wow, I'm a little nervous now. Okay, my name's Tamara. I'm a mother of two in OUSD, and I actually just wanted to speak on civility. This is a word I've heard a lot of lately, and I just thought I might look it up online and check a definition and learn more about what that should be. I found a good statement that I want to read that I found from the University of Maryland in Baltimore. It says, Webster's dictionary defines civility as formal politeness and courtesy in behavior or speech. The University of Maryland Baltimore core values describe civility as professional, ethical, respectful, and courteous interactions. These definitions leave a lot of room for interpretation. Let's look at the opposite end of the behavioral spectrum and see if we can find civility by looking at regulations regarding what not to do in terms of bullying or abusive conduct. According to the state of California, the legal definition of abusive conduct is conduct of an employer or employee with malice that a reasonable person would find hostile, offensive, and unrelated to an employer's legit business interests. The definition includes the following examples: the use of derogatory remarks or insults, verbal or physical conduct that a reasonable person would find threatening, intimidating, or humiliating, and gratuitous undermining of a person's work performance. Maryland's anti-bullying statute says bullying, harassment, or intimidation means intentional conduct, including verbal, physical, or written conduct. Other definitions include targeted behavior that demeans someone in public, isolates them from others, keeps them out of the information loop, and gives unrealistic projects or deadlines, calls them names, and assigns them unfavorable projects, just to name a few. And I also wanted to mention that I felt that the most civil and respectful person in this room during the past board meeting is a teenager from El Medina High School. And I want to just remind all of you on the board that you voted and approved on a civility clause, and I just ask you to use it and to enforce it. The civility problem is true up here and out here and from here. It's everywhere. And it takes up a lot of time, and I know no one wants to be here till midnight. So again, it's a little subjective at times, I understand, but the clause is there. Please, please use it. Thank you.
On deck is Scott Resnick.
Hi, my name is Erin Mejia, and I've lived in Orange for the past 22 years. My entire family have all been public educators and have dedicated their studies and their lives to children, your children, in fact. My mother began at OUSD 20 years into her special education teaching career and served the final 20 years in OUSD before she retired with stage 4 cancer. She, to this day, continues to volunteer at schools because that is the passion that drives her, and I can see it in her eyes. That passion has now transferred generations, and now I fight for what is right for an entire community of children, not just the parents' rights of some. I am very disheartened at the extremist political rhetoric of some, the minority, in fact, based in the margin of which the win of some of these candidates was. I'm very disheartened with the villainizing and weaponizing the teachers that serve your children with passion. OUSD teachers live where they teach. The extremist rhetoric heard louder than the moderate voices of the many is hyperbole and just that, extreme. I find it hard to believe that a kindergarten teacher in OUSD would teach about sex outside of defined curriculum. If that is happening, we need transparency. I'm concerned with the lack of transparency that has transpired in the last 30 days, and with the lack of transparency, I am only left to wonder what other disruption to children this board can cause behind closed doors in the next 30 days. This lack of transparency on an academic audit, I am left to looking at social media of board members and what they are following and posting to understand what this might be about and what might happen to programs like AVID. A target I had gathered that this extreme rhetoric that seems to align with the board majority. What I define as success as an AVID student who was inspired through the program to aspire to attend UCLA, and then she went on to graduate from UCLA and now works at Chalk. That is success to me. Education is a basic human right for all children, all parents, not some parents' choice. Children are the lifeblood of the community and the future. This is about all children, not just yours. The decisions of this board are satisfying parents' choice for some, not choice for all parents and all children. I'm concerned about the lack of transparency of why Villa Park now needs to replace their 30-foot pole with a 50-foot pole using my tax dollars to do so. I want to know how and why my mother herself was spending her own money on computers and supplies in elementary schools with malfunctioning sinks. This seems like a misprioritization of funds at the surface as a taxpayer, and I would like transparency of why the sudden prioritization of this pool ahead of other works. In short, I would like to see the villainization of teachers to serve a narrative. Please stop. They dedicate their lives to your students. And as a taxpayer and concerned citizen for all children in my community, I would like to see the transparency and ethics from this board in decisions that are made. Thank you.
On board is Michelle Bohan.
Good evening, board. I'm having deja vu. I graduated from El Medina around the time another corrupt board was dismantling our public schools. Fortunately, I had already received 12 years of excellent education from some of these here teachers, and I thank them for showing their support today to my son, who's a student in OUSD. But now I'm back. I'm back this time as an OUSD parent, as a homeowner, I'm back as a taxpayer, I'm back as a voter, and I'm angry. The four of you, Ledesma, Ortega, Minor, and Rumsey, are doing today what a corrupt board tried to do 20 years ago, break public education. And just like we did then, we're gonna stop you now. I had a whole speech written about book banning. I guess we're not banning books tonight, and Mr. Velazquez, thank you. Thank you for putting SORA back in the hands of our children. Thank you for putting the stopgaps in place so kids can read the appropriate books and parents can choose what books that their kids can read. But I am getting wind. It still sounds like there's some of you up here who want to maybe continue banning books. And that sounds like it might be something that is on the agenda in the future. Mr. Velasquez, again, thank you. I know your time is up here in a couple of weeks, and I'm sure, and I know you've learned a lot. You sent the email on Sunday morning. There was a lot of backlash, and in those 24 hours, a lot of words were said. You probably learned a ton. There was no transparency in the process of turning SORA off. If there were transparency, it probably would have made it into that Sunday morning email, and it didn't. Here we are backpedaling, trying to figure out why it happened, why nobody knew what was going on. But we're kind of writing a playbook now for your replacement, who is then going to go in and attempt to ban books. Maybe? I don't know. Let's hope not, right? We don't want to ban books. I want to go back to a few other things that I heard up on the dais. Mr. Ledesma, thank you for speaking Spanish to our non-English speaking parents and students in the district. That was awesome. I hope to see it in the future. And my son is at Jordan Academy and he's learning to speak Spanish. So it's a great influence to see you attempting, sorry, I don't know if it was an attempt. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know if there's an accent or anything behind it. I appreciate you speaking Spanish today. But for you to not give me the choice at the next thing you did when you pulled your phone out and played that recording that we had all heard, we've all been through it, we heard those words, that is not choice. And we're talking about the books and parental choice, and you're sitting here not giving me the choice to hear those words again. That wasn't fair. And in the last 2 hours, I'm gonna in my last 10 seconds, I'm gonna turn to Mr. Ortega. This goes to the First Amendment. I suggest you learn the definition of slander. As someone who espouses the importance of the Constitution, you either have an ignorance of or a disdain for the First Amendment, and it sounds like in the last 2 hours, the board exposed itself to some significant political and legal liability with respect to single-handedly or unilaterally terminating the meeting in favor of silence.
Please summarize. Thank you.
Michelle Bowen. Eddie Kim. And on deck is Elisa Kim.
Hello, trustees. I'm kind of surprised that all these parents and teachers want all these books available to our kids in the guise of freedom and anti-book banning. But then they say it's inappropriate to say it out loud in front of adults. I just don't get that. They act like they're going to fall apart, and they allow our kids to read that stuff. I just don't get it. I want to apologize for my poor choice of words at the last meeting when the unruly crowd was booing me and shouting me down. Maybe Trustee Erickson can give me words that would best describe people who shout down trustees as they walk to their car and then follow trustees home to their house in the middle of the night, shouting and waking up their family and neighbors in the middle of the night. If that is acceptable behavior for anyone in the room, please let me know. So I double down on my last statement that I said. I suggest that OUSD employees seen doing this should be investigated, suspended, or fired. I was really surprised at the last meeting to see OUSD staff making excuses for poor test scores. I assumed that teachers and staff would try to partner with parents and improve education for our kids. Instead, they were making excuses about how test scores are not important. Interesting how college admissions is based on grades and test scores. And as a parent, test scores aren't everything, of course, but they are a good indicator of where we stand as a district. Thank you, board majority, for making an immediate change with the superintendent and showing the community that this matter is urgent and needs change. During the fire evacuation last meeting, I was told by an OUSD staffer in the parking lot that teachers and OUSD employees who act unruly at board meetings do not behave that way in the classroom and can be trusted with our children. Sorry, OUSD employees, that is not how it works. We don't blindly trust any teacher who thinks that they have the right to shout down parents and trust that they won't do the same to our kids. Those acting emotionally unruly in here are the exact teachers we know we shouldn't be teaching our kids. Many in this room have acted in a way that doesn't make us trust some of you. You are no longer teachers, but political activists. According to the OUSD website, there are 57.8% Hispanics enrolled and 10% Asians enrolled at OUSD. People of color are now the majority, and a small group of radicals are trying to derail the goals of this board majority. I'm going to remind you that people of color in this district want good education, which leads to good opportunities in the future. We don't want science deniers teaching our kids that men can get pregnant. Trustees, please restore great education, which leads to opportunities for our kids. That's what the majority of the parents want, not what these fringe radicals are pushing.
On deck is Frank Rodriguez.
Don't worship other gods. Don't make idols. Don't misuse God's name. Observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. Honor your father and mother. Do not murder. Do not commit adultery. Do not lie. Do not steal. Do not covet. These are the 10 commandments and the values that my family adheres by. Some of you may find this offensive, but these tried and true commandments have been very beneficial, especially in raising our children who desire to be virtuous for the sake of virtue because they believe in God and the laws that He created. I find it very concerning that those who would find the 10 commandments offensive are not offended by the inappropriate content on the Sora app. When Mom read the disgusting excerpts of the book, The Music of What Happens, none of the vocal educators and union members in the meeting last session said anything. And now many on the Facebook group OUSD Buzz are defending the app in the name of free speech. If that is the case, can I read the 10 commandments to your children? I want to ask the parents here, what would you want your children to be exposed to? No one here is against free speech. This is about age-appropriate content. Also about parents having the right to teach their children about sex and sexuality at an appropriate age. If you don't see why parents are up in arms about the Sora app and the inappropriate content, you seriously have lost touch with what most parents want for their kids in Orange. I wanted to applaud the interim superintendent for the way he handled the situation by immediately suspending the Sora app until further investigation. I'm so thankful to the board majority and the new superintendent that listen to parent concerns and take immediate action to protect our children. Thank you.
On deck is Kate.
Good evening. Good evening. With great power comes great responsibility. I've had the great pleasure of speaking to some of the board members here this evening, but I had the greatest honor of talking to the opposition outside these doors. The best decision we made this night for myself was closing the meeting right before I was about to speak. I walked outside and I spoke to opposition. This is how I know it's not their fault. I know it's not their fault because I don't agree with them, but we still had a discussion. I was able to speak with them, have a dialogue, and kind of almost reach common ground. How scary is that? How scary is it that the people in this room hate opposition so much, and then someone can come in that thinks differently, says things differently, moves differently, and sees the world differently, to just create a little bit of common ground. The people in this room express the same things that I hear across hundreds of board meetings. Our board members attend 2 to 4 a month. I attend anywhere from 15 to 20. I speak to hundreds of board members and thousands of parents on both sides of this issue. I can assure you, neither one side is wrong. Every single side wants to be heard. These parents, regardless of what side you're on, don't feel heard. I feel that when I talk to them. I see it in their face. It hurts. It hurts me so much that I'm going to disclose something that puts my life in imminent danger right now. My name is Frank Rodriguez. I'm the executive operations, the director of, I'm so scared. I'm the executive operations for Gays Against Groomers. I'm a citizen of this city. I've been asked by hundreds of parents to come here for over months, and I haven't, because I live right down the street. I've received 156 death threats since my journey of advocating for parents. And today, I'm disgusted what happens in this room. I've spoken with Chris. We don't see eye to eye. She took my card and is willing to meet with me, common ground. I'm going to challenge every single one of you to something I've never done before. I'm opening up a table for all of the directors of this district, whom I've had the pleasure of interviewing. Some have been working in this district for over 30 years. I'm inviting you all to a table to break bread. Let's find out the real cause of the issues in this district, get these parents heard regardless of what side you're on, and make change not only for OUSD, but for entire California. Many parents want to do what they did here. Let's show them that OUSD can do that by having a dinner and finding out the problems. I will open and I will start that. If you guys will humbly accept that invitation, I will work for every single one of you. I don't care what you think, I just care that you feel heard. Thank you.
Kate. And on deck is Kim Vanderhoek.
Good evening, trustees, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to acknowledge Superintendent Velasquez as well as Mrs. Arceo, principal at VPE, for their actions regarding digital libraries. Thank you. I'd first like to share that I do not have any ambition to tear down public education. I am a proud product of OUSD. I sat in those SACB seats as a sophomore. I'm not pushing religious agenda, and my intention is not to create fear, but to educate parents and to highlight what I believe is negligence by the previous board and superintendent. After the mistakes with the Sora app, I share with other parents a growing lack of trust. If this fell through the cracks, what else is out there? Can we trust our educators to know what our kids have access to? For example, I know OUSD does not have sex education curriculum in elementary schools. Thank you to anyone who was involved in choosing and approving the current sex curriculum for all grade levels. I'm not here to remove sex education. I have no problem with it. However, there are sexual reproduction education videos on kindergarten iPads tonight, including this clip about how babies are made.
Cells in their ovaries. Ovaries are part of the female reproductive system. These eggs are released about once a month, usually a couple of weeks before a woman has her period. Sperm cells are released from the penis during sexual intercourse. The penis and testicles are the male reproductive organs.
There are videos on this app called Brain Pop about reproductive system, pregnancy, sex determination, and more. I humbly respect that this can be okay for families. Maybe their kindergartners know about sexual intercourse before mine do. That's fine. But this app available to elementary school students to watch whenever they want, is not okay for my family. And I do supervise my children on their devices. Not everyone can. There could be third grade boys whose grandparents are watching them while his parents work double jobs and think he's innocently reading on his school iPad when curiosity gets the best of him and he stumbles upon a video about puberty. A fourth grader could come across a sex video and start to spread it to everyone in the school, causing what could be trauma, embarrassment, maybe a few laughs, but maybe a little shame too. And I'm here tonight to advocate for my daughter, who, if she would have learned about menstruation from a school iPad instead of from me, her own mother, I would be so sad. But that hasn't happened because I'm an involved parent who pays attention to what's on their iPads, and I know not everyone else can do that. For anyone who might think elementary kids aren't on iPads for hours and they're not unsupervised or they would never be able to find those videos at the risk of being rude, and I have to apologize, I have to say you would be hugely out of touch. They know exactly how to find these videos and to tell other kids about it. This isn't a push against sex education, it's a call for accountability. This seems to be another instance of negligence at the district level, and parents deserve to know. How did this happen? Why are there videos on our iPads that parents don't know about? What is the district going to do? And what else could be available to our students that isn't being labeled as curriculum?
On deck is Kathy Moffett.
Good evenings, board members. My name is Kim Vanderhoek, longtime OUSD parent. Both my kids have been in OUSD since kindergarten, and my oldest is a senior. My comments tonight are directed at the student representatives from our high schools. I'd like to acknowledge your contributions to the positive culture in our schools. You are amazing and inspiring. Fantastic video presentation, Diego. Thank you for that. Each of you gives up hours of your free time in order to be here. You sit for hours on end respectfully listening to adults make decisions that affect you, decisions that you don't have any say in. You've had to patiently listen as grown adults come up to this podium and make derogatory comments about the quality of your education. One adult in the last meeting even called into question the content of the character of all public school graduates, many of which we are. You have sat quietly listening while school board trustees that share the dais with you in some cases have also made negative comments about the education that you're receiving and that you're products of. Let's see, sorry, lost my place. They've also questioned what you're learning, what you're being taught in the classroom, but not once have they turned to you and asked what you're being taught or what your experience is. You're right here, you're right here, you're right here for a reason. I just want to say you deserve better, all of you do. You deserve more respect from the adults in this room. And lastly, Hope is not here tonight, but please pass this along to him. Hope, your video highlighting the wonderful culture and programs at Villa Park was excellent. It was one of the few highlights from that meeting last month, and it was sad to see it get overshadowed because of the absurd actions by the board majority in their firing of Dr. Hansen. Your efforts and your video deserved so much better. Thank each of you for your time and your hard work. You all are wonderful. Thank you.
On deck is Courtney.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Moffett. All my children went to Orange Unified School District, and I spent quite a few years on the board. I'm not a board member now, but I will always be supportive of this district and pay attention and wish only the best for our students and our school district. There has been some confusion lately regarding awards and recognitions of performance earned by our school district. I'd like to set the record straight on some recent history. In December of 2019, the California Department of Education's California School Dashboard, which uses data from the previous school year to report on the performance of local schools and districts on a set of state and local measures to assist in identifying strengths, challenges, and areas in need of improvement. And that system revealed that OUSD showed district-wide growth in all areas of performance. And those areas of performance are academic performance, both in language arts and math, graduation rate, which ranked the highest possible level, college and career indicators, suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, and English language progress. I emphasize that the dashboard is a measurement of growth, not an individual spotlight of an individual score, but it's how the district is doing, how they're building on what exists and making it better. We showed district-wide growth in every area of performance. In 2020, everything changed. Statewide assessments were suspended, as was the dashboard. Also, the federal government ceased requiring certain annual testing. As a result, there were no California distinguished schools in the 2020-21 school year. Instead, a new award was instituted by the California Department of Education. It's called the California Pivotal Practices Award, or the CAP Award, designed to recognize the best practices of schools and districts to combat the ill effects of the pandemic. For that school year, 2020-21, our whole district won a CAP award. Our whole district. In addition, 7 of our schools won individually. They were Anaheim Hills Elementary, California Inspire Academy, Fairhaven Elementary, Fletcher Elementary, Knoll Canyon Elementary, Santiago Charter Middle, and West Orange Elementary. And I think it just ought to be known how well we are doing and have been doing for the sake of our students.
On deck is Amanda Kay.
I would like to thank the current board, especially Mr. Ledesma, Mr. Ortega, Ms. Miner, Ms. Rumsey, and Superintendent Velasquez for suspending the SORA app until proper parental controls could be implemented. It is imperative that a school board take responsibility for what they put in the hands of their students. I commend the board for realizing SORA created a very real risk of exposing children to material that is not age appropriate and sexually explicit content. Just to clarify, since there have been untrue aspects of the story read, the music of what happens read at the last board meeting was sexually explicit. Although there is a tremendous shock in the fact that a 7-year-old would be able to access this content, it does raise the question, what age is this appropriate for in a school setting? I am not advocating for the censorship of books in society, but I do question in what context this should be allowed at school. Content like this, if discussed in the workplace, would warrant a sexual harassment claim. Yet Ms. Erickson, Ms. Yamasaki, and Ms. Page think it would be censorship to not let all sorts of students access this at school. I'm not sure how instances described in this book help anyone feel included. This is a sexualization of children and is completely inappropriate in school. Conversations about such topics should be led by parents at home or at most with a licensed school counselor. As Ms. Erickson said the night it was read, that was hideous, that was horrible. Anybody who thinks a kindergartner through 2nd grader would think that was appropriate is insane. Those were her words at 11:30 at night, 4 hours and 44 minutes into the January 19th meeting. You could imagine how few people were still in the boardroom when the story was read and her comment was made. Ms. Erickson, I think it is completely hypocritical that you stated at 11:30 how awful the content was, and then for the next 2 weeks on every social media site and newspaper, you state how extreme parents are pushing this agenda. It seems to me if your progressive agenda were made public, the narrative on what is extreme would be switched. By sitting on this board, you have an obligation to hear the opinions of your constituents, whether you disagree with them or not. Your constant bad-mouthing of parents who disagree with this sexualization and parental removal needs to be called out for what it is. If you are for full acceptance and inclusion of all people, where is your acceptance of people who think they can parent their own children better than you? I may agree or disagree with things other parents allow their child to access, but I'm not passing judgment on their decisions. I'm simply telling you I have my own opinions of what is appropriate for my children as you had the opportunity to do for your family. SORA should be allowed when the district can provide parental controls, period. This goes for any app the district has placed on those devices. But all school-issued devices would need to come home every night so parents could actually use those parental controls. I think as a board member, you should consider the culture you're creating in the school district to allow children to access such mature material. This will open the district up to lawsuits when rape occurs because the district did nothing and pushed acceptance of literature that desensitized students to the real emotions and consequences of rape. I'm sure no one would want to allow the access of a how-to book on guns because some things just aren't appropriate at school, like oral sex and rape.
On deck is Ran Penrod.
Good evening. My name is Amanda, and I have 3 elementary-age children, and one of them has special needs. My son is currently in a TK Kinder special day class, and we have experienced the following. My son's hours at school have been restricted to less than 3 hours a day of learning because the school has determined they cannot handle him longer than that. Some days, my son's bus pulls up early because the school just decides they can't even handle him for the limited 3 hours. Who made this decision, and why are they the person deciding how many hours of school a day my son deserves? Why is my son being denied an equitable education which his special ed peers receive, simply because the school cannot provide him with the appropriate services? My son has an IEP. The purpose of the IEP is for my son to be able to access the curriculum to the best of his ability. How can a child access curriculum if they attend school 2 or 3 hours a day? Who decided that a school can simply say, oh, this special ed kid is too hard for us to handle, so let's send him home and we are obligated to teach him today? If the school cannot accommodate a child with autism in a special day class for children with autism, why would the child be sent home early? This is not the child's problem to solve or my problem to solve. This is a district's issue to solve. The school is failing at meeting my kid's needs in a classroom, specifically designed for my child's disability. The fact that you cannot handle him is a failure on special education and Sue Sink's part, not on my child's part. According to staff, my son does great one-on-one, but we are told there are no aides available. However, in talking to other parents, they've been offered one-on-one aides when they don't want or need one. The chaotic management of special ed must end. We need leadership in special ed that will allow for all kids to receive a truly equitable education, not just pretend like it's an equitable education. All aides distributed to schools based on need of how many special ed kids there are attending. How is this decision made about aid deployment? Why is my son not being provided a one-on-one aid but other kids are? If you're saying you cannot even handle my child's behavior, wouldn't an aid benefit everyone? Other people in this district get given expensive aids from third-party ABA agencies. Why can't my kid have that? Who makes a decision about what child can receive what? And can they come and explain why it's so unfair across the district? Where is Sue Singh to answer for what is going on in special education? When was the last time someone did a special ed aid audit? Fairhaven has approximately 150 special ed students. Special ed says we don't have enough aides, so they pay a third party for wraparound services so my son can at least have a mentor. This mentor is still only 2 hours a week, which is way less support than he needs. This third party is a personal friend of our head of special education. Has anyone looked into that relationship and how special ed money we funnel to TTC for success each year? The less hours that my son spends at school, the worse his behaviors are becoming. My son is a human being with autism. He deserves to attend school and be welcomed by the staff as much as everyone else's child. Behaviors he has are not his fault, and he should not be punished by being sent home, as though he's intentionally acting out. He has a disability. It is called autism. It's scary that the staff hired to handle children.
Please summarize.
Basically, I am not happy with my son being sent home every day because they cannot provide the support that he needs in school. And that is not fair for my kid to have to suffer. And how is he going to function later on in the world if they are not teaching him when he is 5 years old? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rand Pendraud. Susan Simpson. On deck is Britt.
During the January 19th board meeting, Trustee Erickson shared a concern stating Trustee Page had been upset by Mr. Velasquez repeatedly referring to her as Mija during their business meeting. Rather than postponing the motion to approve a contract, Mr. Ledesma replied, quote, "What a twisted mind. Heh, Mija. I know very well what Mija means," end quote. I now turn to Google, Mr. Ledesma's recommended research tool. The word mija is a friendly and informal term used by Spanish speakers as a colloquial term of endearment for friends and romantic partners. It can also be used by an older person to address someone younger than them, including female pets and children. This word is considered a term of affection, but it is used by male peers to refer to their female colleagues. Some may find it belittling. In that context, it would be the English equivalent of calling a coworker little miss or missy. Words like honey, babe, sweetie, sweetheart, and darling should never be heard in a work situation. Terms of endearment like these, when used in a work situation, become condescending or patronizing, and in some cases may seem as harassment. Terms of endearment, such as calling a coworker honey, dear, sweetheart, or some similar expression, like mija, may constitute sexual harassment. The effect is the primary issue, rather than the intent. Terms of endearment should not be used in the workplace, and here's why. It is sexual harassment, plain and simple, and any such expressions are inappropriate. Those types of words make people feel uncomfortable and disrespected. The idea that a professional woman might be taken aback by being called an infantilizing or feminizing diminutive is not a newsflash. When it comes to business, the rule of thumb is this: do not call women by any type of diminutive name that you wouldn't use on a man. The fact that Mr. Velasquez referred to Trustee Page as mija in a business setting after being named in a sexual harassment lawsuit is a major concern. That Mr. Ledesma didn't see the red flag and instead criticized his female colleague is a bigger problem. Are we interested in a future harassment lawsuit against OUSD? Mr. Ledesma's chauvinistic attempt to intimidate members Erickson and Yamasaki are evident in his mocking exchanges with them, and I quote, "Ms. Erickson, do you understand what call for the question means? Do you understand what the call for the question means? We vote on whether or not we vote. Please understand that. Did you take the board governance classes or something like that? Isn't that what you took? You're like a board governance guru now, right? But you don't know what call for the question means?" And to Ms. Yamasaki, do you understand what call for the question means? Do we need an explanation for call to the question means? End quote. I suggest the League of Women Voters put all their collective muscle behind the recall effort.
Brittany, Stephanie T, Esther Yoon, Becky, Frank, Athena Otero, Rosa Otero, on deck is Florida Sheldon.
Oh, I think I left my speech director. Hi, I'm back because at our last board meeting, there was a couple things that were mentioned. One of the things that the person previous mentioned, mija. So I am fluent, born and raised in Mexico and an immigrant here. I know my culture. I go back every month, to Mexico because this is my culture. I'm around many Hispanics, whether they're Mexican, Venezuelan, Costa Rican, I understand Latin culture. So when I address mija, first of all, I'm quite surprised that Paige, she would be offended because this is part of our culture. When I go to Mexico every month, recently I went, a couple of weeks ago, the pharmacist, aquí está mija. That's the way we talk. This is not a derogatory, it's not a sexual talk. It is our culture to be friendly to people. And that's all Mr. Velasquez was doing, is just being friendly. So Erickson, you mentioned something which you advocated or lawyered for her. I don't know why she doesn't have a voice where she can, speak herself, but it's not something offensive that we in our culture, we speak to each other in this term. So the fact that you don't recognize that this is part of our culture means you don't represent us. It means you don't understand our culture and you're not around us because this is something very normal. This is something that I've never met the pharmacist. I started laughing that I just remembered that you were offended. So as part of Google is not a cultural. All it is basically an English person trying to translate. But Mr. Ledesma was right when he said that this is nothing to be offensive about because this is our culture. We are friendly towards one another, and when we see another who we think is Hispanic, we try to befriend them. That is something that is part of our culture, and on behalf of Mr. Velasquez, I would like to welcome him. I'm very happy that we have someone representing us because we have 60 to 65%, and we're going to make sure that our voices are heard because we are the majority. We are the Latin majority, and you guys have been ignoring us. As well, my daughter went to Jordan Elementary and Panorama.
Why is it that from Jordan Elementary, she was actually taught everything from Panorama? And that was a year before, TK. So it's unacceptable that you guys have been ignoring what's happening to the Latin schools, dumbing them down by Cocomelon, by putting cartoons on, coloring. When in an English school, within 5 miles, she's being taught to read, math, she's being taught in science. I don't think that's okay. I think that if Erickson spoke so much about equitable, that we should all be equal and this is your thing, then you should be focusing on the ones that are not being treated equally. What about the resources for Tier 1? Isn't the Latin schools, which we have the majority of, don't they get more funding? What are you doing with that? I would like to have in the audit, which I'm going to make an appointment with Mr. Velasquez, I would like this to be addressed. Why aren't we getting the same resources that Anaheim Hills, Panorama, all these white schools? We're equitable, right? We're all the same, we're all equal, we're all one district, so treat us all the same because the Latinos as well are smart.
On deck is Douglas Westfall.
Hello, my name is Florida Sheldon, and I actually am a mother of 2 children, attended El Medina High School. It is a good school. My eldest had graduated about 4 years ago, and my youngest is currently a junior. I just want to just thank the board, especially with the new leadership of President Ledesma and Superintendent Velasquez, to make the effort to take a pause in regards to this app that had inappropriate information on it. So I think as a parent, I am a single parent, and both my kids had special needs. One was a learning disability. The other one had alopecia areata, which, of those who is universalis. For those of you who know, it's socially disabling, even though it may not be health threatening. So there's a lot of time, just like with other parents who even don't have those challenges, to go ahead and make sure that they are aware of all the information that is presented to their children. So I think this is a great move, because this is why I have attempted to go ahead and be involved as much as I could to ensure that the appropriate information has been provided to my children. And I feel that over the last 5 years, there's been a push for agendas to suffocate the basic learned skills of math, reading, and writing, and most of all, critical thinking, in order to more easily push ideologies that could be weakened by those very skills. And I'll give you a couple of examples. It's really a matter of maybe not necessarily what we know is actually within the within the curriculum. I mean, it's just a lot of the environment. So here's an example. In 2018, my eldest daughter, was part of the GSA club, which is supported by the schools. For some reason, out of the blue, she said she had asked me if she could attend this Planned Parenthood event outside of the school. I thought that was odd. So but I trusted her, and after several years, I learned that what was taught as part of those Planned Parenthood, unfortunately, she wasn't at school, it was not age appropriate. In 2019, the summer, I was part of evaluating the new updated sex education. In it, in addition to its expansion beyond just being biological in nature, it was one-sided in that in regards to pregnancy, right? It only supported abortion and did not equally support the pregnancy centers that were now available at that time. One last thing I wanted to note, in 2021, I was part of the student and the SSC committee, which is, I guess, the Student School and Community Committee in El Medina, where they had as a last-minute point, they had funded the social emotional learning program. As just an aside, we are going to fund that. And at that time, I was inquiring why they were doing that, and with the understanding that it is part of CRT. So I have not received any kind of response to that. Again, that was 2021. I believe it's still there.
please
So
summarize.
I just want to say thank you. I think you're doing a great job. Please continue auditing for my children's sake and the sake of the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Douglas Westfall. On deck is Becky.
Sorry, phone was dying. Hi, I'm Douglas Westfall, national historian, formerly an international educator. I came here tonight to talk about a couple of items, but since the time is nigh, I will go quickly. This is a photograph of Killefer School. They did an RFP on this back in, I think it was 2016. As the RFP ran out, I came to the superintendent to talk about purchasing the school. I've acquired $5 million from the state of California as a grant to perform the school and education system that I want to set up. I've taught it before to teachers. Basically, it's teaching them how to recognize a student that's been abused, how to teach a Spanish-speaking child the sounds they cannot hear in English. I actually had my first Spanish lesson class when I was 10 years old. I grew up in the oldest barrio in California. I mean, who has a 10-foot or 6-foot tall kid in a barrio, you know, white kid. But regardless, Chapman was the lowest bidder of all the bidders. They were the last one. When the time ran out, I put forth my $5 million. Chapman had only 3 point something, and for some reason I was avoided, and it was given to Chapman University. They were given 2 extensions. They bought it in the beginning of 2020, and they still haven't touched it. So I just need to know what happened, and if we could reverse that, and I could get you $5 million for Killefer School. Secondly, because I know I'm going to run out of time, my granddaughter lives with me and attended Orange High, did famously. She has an IEP, and did famously in her first year. They told us for the second year that she was not going to be able to go online, which she had been doing. This is a chart of COVID, which I have copies for everybody here. And you'll notice that the highest COVID in Orange County happened to be during the first semester of the year that she was prevented from going to online at Orange High because she has an IEP. And so to me, the superintendent at the time had a policy that was over strict. I don't understand why the change. I know all of you. I've met with all of you. Some of you I've known 20 years. I applaud what you do. I really believe in what you've done. And I support you 100%. I have more to talk about, but I can see I'm going to run out. So help me here. I want to get my granddaughter back online in school. They won't let her because she's lost credits, because we went to 3 different online schools after we were removed from online here, and all 3 of them ignored her IEP. That's why we bounced around. Now I understand you have an online program. I want to get her back in it. They won't allow her because of some policy, because we're missing credits, because we were kicked out of here in her sophomore year. So if you can, help me with that. And then help me buy Killefer from you, please. I don't even know if Chapman ever paid you. Thank you.
Is Becky?
I'll be back.
Julie G. On deck is Melanie S.
Hi, good evening. It's starting to get a little redundant, some of these items, so I'll try to speed it up. I'd like to begin by acknowledging how important diversity and inclusion are. I think most people understand it can be difficult to be part of a minority, and to that end, I am coming out tonight right here in this room. I'm conservative. But 2 things can be true at the same time. I can hold conservative values and have love and respect for those with whom I disagree. I teach my children that tolerance is crucial in a country as large as ours. Sitting in this room as a clear minority, I question if many in here don't teach tolerance to their children for those with differing opinions. For example, I can't believe that it has become controversial to not want pornography provided to my children through the school. Excuse me. I am old enough to remember the good old days when porn wasn't just served to students, back when you had to put a little work in and dig for it. Unless anyone try to paint this as anti-gay or trans, I'm also against straight porn being made available. It seems as if being against pornography in schools is being confused with being anti-gay or trans, which is simply not the case and is a dishonest argument. Children are being hypersexualized in so many parts of our culture, and I would prefer that school not be one of them. I don't have a great deal of info on how SORA works in regards to the publisher. I am just a lowly parent, but I do understand why many parents have lost trust in the educational system. I've heard people in this room scoff at this by saying it's not happening here. But I would point out some recent examples of indoctrination in different California school districts. For example, a teacher at San Juan High School who has a library with explicit content including information on BDSM, kink, and orgies. One book provides explicit how-to guide with such content as never run out of lube, especially if you're doing anything with your arse. And we all want to have relations with loads of people, and there's nothing wrong with that. It even has a section titled, How to Meet Up with an Adult Secretly and Keep It from Your Parents. Or a Sacramento government teacher caught on camera saying he has 180 days to turn students into revolutionaries, and uses the classic tactic to get students to forward his agenda in which he said, I scare the shiz out of them. Or a San Diego high school teacher who defined the word fascist as whites, heterosexuals, Christians, and the Republican Party. No wonder there is mistrust. The above examples did not happen in our district, but I didn't used to know about some inappropriate things being offered to my kids either. It makes me wonder what else I don't know about. And there was nothing wrong with parents being concerned about this. And regarding civility, during our last meeting, the word Nazi was used by someone in the audience. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm about 99% sure that is a hateful and incendiary thing to call someone, even if you disagree with them. And calling a board member MAGA Barbie might be tempting to elicit a laugh, but calling those who you disagree with MAGA extremist only hurts your cause in the long run. It is painting with a far too broad brush. It is petty name calling. It is attempting to create shame in those parents who disagree with your agenda so that they are afraid to speak up, and it's unacceptable.
Melanie S. And on deck is Chris J.
Hello. I know Cheryl left, but she's obviously clearly leading a wonderful team over there. OHS grad, myself, my husband, and my grandma. Anywho, it's hard to come up here and speak because, well, nerves. But as a parent, I think that we're all passionate about our children, what they're learning, what they're being exposed to, and like Madison brought out earlier, there's a lot of things that we can't control. So I truly think that there should be a more cohesive effort here. Parents being involved is the #1 priority. And it's something that, as a parent with my younger children, we were always asked to be a part of that. So for some parents feeling that they're being called names and pushed away, it's pretty absurd. Anyhow, let me calm down a bit. The division in this room is clear and evident, and I think it's a really sad state where we should be actually working together, unified. We already went through 2020. We had plenty of hiccups where we had to pivot at that time. So coming down to little items where we've said, hey, we're going into a realm of internet world, this different space. Our children have different access to reading, visual aids, and whatnot. We can't control all of it. And so the fact that you did move so quickly to address the item, I applaud you. It should be done in that manner. And then it was made available again for those teachers that felt it was quite a hiccup in their teaching. And I can appreciate that side as well. I think everybody should have fair services provided to them, an equal education, and that goes for all those that I'm hearing their story about their IEPs, those that are of different languages. And I think that as a board, I'm happy to see or as a member of this community, I'm happy to see the changes with the board. And I hope that all of it goes and continues in the right direction with clarity, I can't think of the word right now, transparency, thank you. And with all of us parents involved in helping with these decisions, because not only are we invested with our children, but we are part of the community, and we should together work on these things as a community.
On deck is Mia M.
Good evening, Board President Ledesma and trustees. I am Chris Jackson. My two brothers and I, as well as my three children, are all graduates from OUSD. Being a longtime resident of this great community, I felt the need to thank our board majority. Their courage and desire to be morally and ethically above board is appreciated, especially in knowing some would completely lose their minds and become downright nasty. For instance, a personal attack was made on Mr. Abercrombie's child and his spouse. She also insulted special board members with childish comments. As a board majority, you four stepped up to be the voice of your constituents and the protectors of our children. This once proud and desired district prior to the leadership of Dr. Hansen has at best been stagnant, if not declining under her. Comparatively speaking, we are performing worse and ranking lower than our neighboring districts, which has led many in our community to choose to send their kids to other districts or even private schools. Since her employment, we have seen great leaders leave and have had a difficult time getting quality candidates, mostly due to the poor state of the current culture. Mrs. Erickson, you are wrong more than you are right. You are wrong about the COVID science and not wanting our kids to get back to school and athletics. You are wrong about the smaller pool at El Medina. You are wrong thinking that a current member of the cabinet would be a good replacement in the interim. You are wrong for allowing Dr. Hansen to force schools to adopt a multi-million-dollar program against their will. Sadly, while we needed to heal from your poor COVID decisions, Dr. Hansen decided to shove Orenda, also known as Horrenda, by site admin staff down the throats of schools. This all leading us to desperate need for an outside eye to do an unbiased evaluation to set us in the right direction. Let's be clear on the Brown Act talking point. You're saying that Ortega, Ledesma, Minor, and Rumsey all colluded the firing of Dr. Hansen and Corella. If that is the case, please present your evidence. By claiming this silly notion, you are at best gaslighting the situation. I find it ironic that the three most sought-after schools in our district are the two charter middle schools and McPherson. Funny how they are all limited to no district control. It is disheartening when a district office and school sites begin to play politics. Our kids deserve better. Mrs. Erickson, when the community calls on you, please listen, not just to the people that think like you, but everyone. If your circus ring even pretended to care about our legitimate concerns, I guarantee you Madison would not have even ran. Instead, you and others wrote her and all concerned parents off as the crazy ones. One parent even quoted that the new board majority are part of a national extremist right-wing campaign. Seriously? We, the parents and our newly elected board, were concerned, not just about your personal agenda that proves no advancement for our kids, but your disdain for unity. Please go back to reading, writing, arithmetic, and inspiring our kids to want to learn and become independent thinkers. I am optimistic that our best days are ahead and we can move forward to deliver a quality educational experience to all students that truly prepares them for a wonderful future. May God bless you and guide you all in doing what is best for our kids in the community. And please, leave high school theatrics home.
Mia M.
Good evening, board. I want to thank all of you for your service. I also want to thank the ones who I voted for and support, and I am in support of the audit, both financial and curricular. Initially, I came here to speak on another topic, but after hearing earlier speakers, I felt compelled to change what I spend less than 3 minutes on. As I was looking around earlier and seeing the coordinated team efforts of all the teachers' union supporters and members in attendance in the audience raising red and green papers, I haven't been to very many of these, so I didn't know that was a thing. It makes me sad that all the issues surrounding the decision to temporarily shut down the SORA app our arguments to how difficult it is on the teachers and how disruptive it is to the curriculum. Aren't you supposed to be on the kids' team? What about the students and not how you feel about it? Isn't your passion as a teacher and your obligation to put the children's needs before yours? And to consider the parents as it relates to our households. The classroom shouldn't be the sole source for raising our children. Although we heavily entrust and rely on you and greatly appreciate you for all the efforts and energies you devote to our children on the daily, they are still our children. As a parent, that's what I would hope for. That I know when my child is with educators all day, that they have my child's best interest at heart and on top of mind. But as I stand here, it makes me wonder, what about the oversight and the fact that this book triggered a pause in an app that has no parental controls? Isn't public education a collaboration to align the efforts and path for youth education between parents and teachers for their educational development with regards to core subjects in academics? This topic became an issue about censorship and banning of books instead of protecting and safely, age-appropriately educating our children. The role of filtering and monitoring and regulating what our children read or even have access to is that of a parent, not the teachers or the unions or even the school board. That is our right as parents. We entrust the teachers to educate within the confines of core subjects and academics for the child's optimal academic development. Stop adhering to the already lowered state standards for core subjects and focus efforts on having our children excel at them instead of social emotional areas that are for the home to mold and direct as we see fit as their parents. In such a way that religious private schools attendance is by choice of the family, similarly should these new facets of curriculum that have been mentioned here tonight that cross over the line of traditional public taxpayer-funded core subject academic education. As a parent with two olders that went through OUSD, one with special needs, and also a current younger, I am here on behalf of my younger parent self that was ignorant, uninformed, and too uneducated to know I could participate in OUSD board meetings and have a voice. My daughters are mixed race minorities. When my husband and I were young, we both worked and struggled to do what many of the speakers here discussed they have abilities to do. I hear many affluent parents speaking from VP and Canyon stating their PTA involvement, and a lot of us don't have that. I'm here to ensure parental rights and safeguard educational rights of the children with my support for this board and their audit, and for those who can't be here and voted for the new direction to be their way as they help provide a better life for their children in the next generation. Thank you.
I believe that's all of the comment cards that were non-agenda.
Are those comment cards?
Okay, so I have
Hold on, please.
comment cards for 8B and 8C and 17.
These are comment cards on agenda items. We will take those cards on the agenda items. We just had.
My comment card was non-agenda item. So was mine.
Okay, so you wrote 17, and so I was not going to call you until 17 came up.
17 is at the end of the agenda. What's that?
Okay, so I'll do these 4 non-agendas. Okay. Alex Brubaugh, Brusaw.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Alex Brusaw. I was here on the 5th when the meeting happened and there was a whole lot of public comment that it didn't seem that anybody took into account. You'll probably recall that I told you guys that I have a 7-year-old in McPherson. Told you a little bit about our issues raising her right now. She's pushing boundaries. She's testing discipline. You know, I see Mr. Ledesma acting a lot like her. And I have had to, over the past 4 weeks, figure out how to impose consequences on Mr. Ledesma. So what we have is we have a Brown Act suit. A demand letter was served upon you today. So I'm going to educate you a little bit about the Brown Act. I'm going to give you an opportunity to actually know what this letter says and what this is based on. The Brown Act is designed to facilitate public participation in all phases of local government decision making and to curb misuse of the democratic process by secret legislation by public bodies. That's Cohen v. City of Thousand Oaks. Figured I'd give you a little legal education since your counsel doesn't seem to be here. It is the intent of the law that the actions of local public agencies be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. That's Government Code Section 54950. The California Constitution expands this right by declaring that the people have the right of access to information concerning the conduct of the people's business, and therefore the meetings of public bodies and writings of public officials and agencies shall be open to public scrutiny. To ensure compliance with the Brown Act, all meetings shall be open and public. Now, what does that mean? It's not just that the four of you, Ledesma, Minor, and the other two, sat in a room and decided to do this. Serial communications is a concept that you guys need to be aware of. Serial communications is when you have a coordinated message given to you and you put forth that message. You probably see the clip online with the Sinclair Broadcasting, all of the newscasters saying the same intro because they've all been fed the same intro. That's a Brown Act violation. If you guys did that, that's a Brown Act violation. Now, this Brown Act lawsuit is going to happen. It will be filed in court, and I do have evidence to support this. I have communications, and you will face depositions. You will be under oath, and you will be compelled to respond to questions. It's going to be your decision whether you want to commit fraud and lie, or if you want to fess up and actually tell the truth that you coordinated ahead of the meeting on January 5th. This is evidenced by the January 4th offer by Mr. Ledesma to a candidate for a job that was not even open yet. So I ask you now, were you breaching your fiduciary duty to this board by offering a position that didn't exist and opening this board up to liability by somebody who may not have been offered the job because the opening wasn't open? Or were you violating the Brown Act? One of those two things is true. We will see.
Jenny Sloan, and on deck is Karen Tadros.
Hi, my name is Jenny Sloan. I have a daughter at La Veda. I have a son at Santiago, and so I'm glad that the SORA app's been reinstated so that students can get back to their work. I am also unhappy with young children seeing porno. I'm pretty sure we pretty much agree on that, and I'm glad that that was fixed. That doesn't mean that this is the way to fix it, but yeah, every time you guys like to say, we like porno for kids, it's hilarious. It's ridiculous. Anyway. Okay, so I was at the earlier part of the meeting that started at 5:30. I don't know if you guys were all there. So as the board president, Rick Ledesma has responsibilities to run the meetings, to figure out what's going on and who should speak and what rules are being broken. And so I understand this is the job. But it's very, very clear that Ledesma selectively enforces these rules. And if you weren't here at 5:30, I really feel like you should come early because, man, it was crazy. Like, the agenda is incredibly vague, and it said, you know, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. And so some people thought that we could discuss the former superintendent. And when people came up to talk about that, Mr. Ledesma said, no, that's not what this is about. And well, we said, well, this is very general and very vague, and we don't understand. And so instead of saying, oh, well, there was a misunderstanding, maybe we should let everybody speak because you saw the agenda ahead of time, and that's what you thought it was about. No. He said, no, we're going to stick to the thing that I knew this was, and nobody else knew what it was. And so then he proceeded to berate anyone who wasn't agreeing with him when they went off topic. There were whole speeches given by people who like Rick Ledesma and he never interrupted them, and they talked about everything. And it was crazy. It was so crazy because it was like 1 for 1. Like, you don't like him, you get interrupted. You do like him, you get to talk. I mean, incredible. And then, finally, he had had enough, and when someone really had a good speech to give about how he didn't like how things were being run, he shut down the whole meeting. He just said, get out. It happened. I was here. I couldn't believe it. They just decide we can't talk anymore because he didn't like how it went. I don't care what side you're on, guys. I really don't. Like, seriously, think about it. This man is not doing a good service to this community. I don't even care about anything else. Run this board like the way you're supposed to run it, which is open, transparent, and clear for everyone. Thank you.
Karen Tadros, and then JJ Mice.
So, like very many parents before me, I also had a speech about SORA, but I'm going to go a little off of it now. I'll kind of go on it, but I'm not going to. I'm Karen Tadros. My son is a student at OUSD school. He's been in their school since kinder. And additionally, I'm an educator. I'm not an educator with an orange, so the skin in my game is that my son goes here and has always gone here. And as an educator, I have complete trust in our schools and what they are presenting to my son. But I'm here to talk about the debacle that's occurred in the last couple months and the subsequent decisions that have been made by the majority, the moral majority on our current school board. What has taken place in this district is at the helm of the newly elected board, it's textbook plans of every playbook of every ultra-conservative backed school board majority. They start with a PAC that funds them. They gladly take their money. They take over the board. They replace sound management with their own that'll push their political and religious agendas. They blur the lines between the separation of church and state. And like clockwork, the first thing they do is they fire leadership that doesn't go along with their dismantling of public schools. And then they attack the libraries, AKA SORA. This is what's happening. And I find it ironic that these complaints weren't brought up long ago when SORA was instituted and voted by 6 of the 7 of you board members. Furthermore, if you have a concern about the content of SORA, you absolutely can look at your student's app. If you have a concern that your teachers can't see what's on SORA or on their devices, there's a thing called Go Guardian. Look it up. Additionally, we need to look at the true union of parents that needs to happen at this school. We look at parents who send their students to the local schools, unlike the board majority, invest their time and resources at the betterment of the entire population of students, not trying to take dollars from public education to funnel into schools that meet their own religious and political affiliations. True unions of parents don't try to eliminate online libraries that all students can access, especially of those who don't have access to regular public libraries. They don't try to siphon money off public schools. They don't deplete school districts of millions of dollars and wasted resources as the firing of our superintendent and in the investigation of SORA. They sit on their site councils, they attend PTA meetings, and they get actively involved in how their local schools work and work collaboratively with administration staff on how to earmark funds in the betterment of the entire school. Public school was not meant for political and religious affiliations. It was meant to level the playing field that all children had access to a solid education.
I'm going to eat into my 3 minutes a little bit to first say, Mrs. Rumsey, I really appreciated what you said earlier about teachers and teaching. It's really spot on. Have a lot of respect for teachers, so appreciated that. I have a couple of points about temperature, tone, and divisive language that I wanted to touch on tonight. There's a woman in the community, I don't know if she's a stakeholder in OUSD, a parent of OUSD students, if she even lives in the district, doesn't matter, it's immaterial, I don't really care about that. But she's been organizing what she refers to as prayer vigils that have been taking place in front of the flagpole here on district property on a weekly basis. I know you're all aware of it. Some of you have attended, may even know her. I have no problem with prayer in the public sphere as long as strict attention is made to maintaining the constitutionally mandated separation of church and state. People are free to express their beliefs as long as those beliefs are not imposed on others. That's what we have the First Amendment for. The right to pray isn't what I'm here to talk about, however. It's the language that's being used to advertise these gatherings. These flyers leave no doubt of their meaning and intent, that they believe they are engaged in a holy war, a battle against evil, and are there to pray for parents and board members who are under attack by enemies and fighting evil in our schools. And I have to say that this is some scary language for me. In public discourse, this is not the tone that anyone should be taking. But I have to say, I'm not anyone's enemy. I'm not evil. None of these people here are evil. None of these teachers are evil. These people are teachers, for Pete's sake. They came to this career path as a calling to teach people and help them succeed. All these parents that show up, they're not evil. It's because, and Mr. Ortega, you pointed this out before, they're passionate about good schools and they understand that a good public school education is good for our communities and foundational to our democracy. They're not evil. They just have opinions that may not necessarily agree with the board majorities. They're not, as one speaker put last month, animals. So pray all you want to outside of a school, but I object to this language. It's dangerous and extreme. This leads down a dangerous path, and this should not be tolerated. My second point in regard to these advertised prayer meetings is this. If you on the board want to attend these prayer meetings, that's fine. You should have an understanding of what the perception is, but that's fine. But when one of you uses social media to post or forward or like on what has ostensibly become your official social media pages to advertise these meetings, whether you agree with the verbiage or not, that language becomes yours and you own it. You're public officials now, so what I want to know is, do you believe that you're at a battle with the forces of evil? Do you look at your position as a school board trustee as some type of holy war that you're waging? Am I your enemy, or am I a constituent that you serve? Do you feel that your faith gives you the right to dominion over society? Or are you here out of civic obligation as you should be? This is dangerous language, and I appreciate you letting me finish, because if you look at me or any of these passionate people here as evil, that steps down the path towards dehumanizing families and students and teachers in this district. And once you start dehumanizing people, they just don't matter to you as much. How does that impact how you treat students in the district and administer to their needs? I hope that you take a moment to some time, during some free time, to think about what you put out in the world as public officials, because this is inappropriate, it's extreme, and dangerous. Thanks for the extra moment.
So I have cards now that say 8C or curriculum audit.
Need your names. Just let me have your name, please. Okay. Yep. So Weisenberg and.
Okay, Louise Nord, you wrote 8C.
Okay, so you didn't write down 8C
The
for academic audit?
non-agenda?
Non-agenda. Okay, that's fine. Right.
Okay.
Okay, and then we need.
You wrote curriculum audit also, so. Okay.
Right, that's what we want to tell you. When we come up with a curriculum audit, you can speak then. Is that okay? Yep.
8C.
Because that's an agenda item. Michelle Weisenberg.
Okay. There we go. Yes, Michelle Weisenberg, you also wrote 8C.
No, I wrote 17, whatever, public comment.
Says 8C over here.
It says 8C.
Okay, okay, that's fine. Do you want to speak now? Okay, let her speak now. Okay.
As usual, I've scribbled all over my speech that I meant to make, so it's going to be different again. My name is Michelle Weisenberg, and although my 3 children have graduated out of OUSD, I still hold a vested interest as a voter, a property owner, a taxpayer, and a person who cares about the education of children, all children, no matter their income level, language ability, religion, or educational level of their parents. There's so much chaos happening in our district right now that I couldn't even decide which point that I should focus on tonight. But I'm sure that's the point. Tomorrow you'll throw a new fire at us and we can all try to put that out along with the current ones. This is just Mr. Ortega and Mr. Ledesma using distractions to cover for all of the unethical and possibly illegal things that they have been doing and will continue to do if left unchecked. Tonight we saw some jaw-dropping grandstanding and pandering from Mr. Ledesma, including I'm sorry. Our board meetings are translated in Spanish as they happen. We have 2 translators that work, and they have been translated in Spanish for a while now. I've never heard Mr. Ledesma utter a word of Spanish during a meeting until tonight. I appreciate that he is talking to the Spanish community, but why wasn't he doing it for the last 20 years? Why all of a sudden tonight? Why the sudden urge to pander? You know, you should be doing that all the time. We have a majority of Spanish-speaking parents. I was a teacher in a Spanish-speaking school, and they are lovely, and you should have been talking to them and visiting their schools all along. So I'm going to start with sex ed. Madison Minor continues to post lies about our sex ed curriculum on social media. I invited her twice. Oh, she said that we have sex ed in kindergarten. She said it again. She posted it. We don't. I invited her twice to review the sex ed curriculum with me, and I got no response from her. I guess she doesn't have any interest in what our true curriculum is, as it doesn't serve the narrative that our children need to be saved from pornography and grooming by her and her ilk. So I will clarify here. Mrs. Minor, OUSD, does not have any sex ed in TK through 6th grade. 0. None. You have visited elementary schools. You've talked about the elementary schools you've visited since you've been here. You have not seen any sex ed in any of these schools. We don't have it. Stop posting about it. Stop spreading the lies. Stop doing it. Along the same lines, we have some other new social media sites that have popped up that Mrs. Minor keeps sharing, including a new one called Somos los Padres OUSD, which claims to be teaching our Spanish-speaking community about what we are teaching here in the schools. They use the cover of this America Through the Lens book, and then they proceed to play the NWA song, F the Police, and say that we are teaching our kids a lesson based upon that song. They show a clip of a lesson plan that I cannot find where that's from at all, and then they show clips from the state of California's model curriculum guide that is from the for ethnic studies. That's just an online suggestion port that OUSD doesn't even use. I also have the teacher's guide for the same history book here, and I've looked over all of the sections that the person from that site told me. They gave me page numbers and everything, and there is nothing in here that they are talking about. They are trying to scare our Spanish-speaking community, and it is not okay. I hope we can get the correct information out to our Spanish-speaking community. I hope Mrs. Minor can stop spreading and reposting these lies. I hope that Mr. Velasquez can take steps to ensure that our board members are not spreading lies to our community to incite fear and get them to think that we are trying to hurt the children of our community. Nobody is doing that.
Excuse me. I would like to change my comment to an agenda item, possible? Because my comment was under SORA, and SORA is not in the agenda anymore.
So you have a non-agenda item comment.
Oh, okay.
Is that what I'm asking you?
No, I want to change it to non-agenda item.
Non-agenda.
Because it wasn't SORA, and SORA is not an agenda.
Okay, hold on. And now, we gotta be careful with this now. Understand, those of you that are filling out these blue cards, if you put in an agenda item, we wait until we take that agenda item before you can speak. If you don't put anything down, it's non-agenda items, then this is the time that you speak. We have a lot of people that have put in cards for item 8B and 8C. So,
may I ask your name?
Karina Tamayo.
what did you speak on? The academic audit?
No, I just put it on my.
Originally, what did you put it down for?
SORA.
SORA.
What I put, no, I didn't put that one.
Okay, hold on. Let us find your name. What was the name again?
Is it card number 52?
52.
I'm gonna look through there.
Just give us
May I
a
ask
minute
a
here.
question real quick?
Yes.
What actual agenda item are we on? Because non-agenda items are, I believe it's, if I go all the way, 17A.
We're on 6.
So we're on 6. So I was just wondering if we were taking non-agenda items now in place of item 17, or whether these were items that were related to the agenda items following item 6.
We're on public comment.
Well, there's a public comment in item 6 and a public comment in item 17.
Right, at the end of the meeting.
At the end of the meeting, right? And the 17 item is non-agenda items, and we've been taking non-agenda items now. So
Public
are we
comment,
doing?
we also take non-agenda items on public comment. Board of
Yeah.
Education
So
on agenda items during consideration of that item, and non-agenda items are within the, so that's part of public comment. We have public comment 2 spots, 17 and 6.
yeah, so that's what I was concerned about, is that there's we're taking non-agenda items that are normally taken in item 17 in item 6, right?
We
right now.
set aside those that were in 17 to wait till we get to 17.
Okay. So, Ms. Tamayo, so it says on closed agenda items, that's why I set it aside.
Okay, so she was on close, okay, so it would be.
So would we like to
It would
switch
be now, because we told everyone that we'd have to wait until the 7 PM meeting. So we'll have
Okay.
her speak now.
So
Please.
you're up.
So hi, my name is Karina Tamayo, and I'm a parent in USD School District. First, I would like I have 2 messages tonight. The first one is to Dr. Hansen and all of the people in the school district that made it possible for me to have school options. I have 3 kids under the age of 12. My oldest child attended our fantastic homeschool, Panorama Elementary, from 1st grade to 3rd grade. And because of his love of math, he wanted to attend McPherson Magnet. So we registered him and transferred. He's in his 2nd year now, thriving and exceeding the standards in math. My middle child started 4 years ago with a dual immersion program at Jordan Academy. Today, she is in 3rd grade, fluent in English and Spanish, with a lexile of a 5th grader. This year, she will be taking the COGA test, and if identified as a GATE student, she will have the option to attain the GATE program at La Vida. My youngest is thriving in 1st grade at Jordan and trying to decide which after-school program he likes the most, coding club, art club, or ballet folklorico. Thank you to the school district who made it possible for me to have school options that match my kids' strengths and that are accessible to all of us that live in this fantastic community. My next message is to our Hispanic community, of which I am proud member. Mi mensaje siguiente a los padres de la comunidad latina, a los abuelos, los tíos, las tías, a ustedes les quiero decir que hay mucha información falsa siendo distribuida a nuestra gente. A ustedes le pido que no deje que lo engañen. Las personas detrás de esta información falsa quieren asustarlos y usarlos para destruir nuestras escuelas públicas y enriquecer a sus bolsillos, diciendo que se está enseñando cosas inapropiadas en nuestras escuelas. Esta semana tomaron el primer paso y nos quitaron nuestra biblioteca de Sora, que lo usamos bastante. Ustedes pueden averiguar que lo que realmente pasa en tus escuelas. Vaya con su PTA, tu director, los maestros, vaya a las juntas de ILAC y pregunte, pide que les enseñen los libros que se utilizan. Pero ojo, estén enterados y tomen precaución, que algunos apoyantes de la campaña de la señora Miner nos han llamado hispanos ignorantes. Mi amiga sufrió esta falta de respeto en la puerta de su casa cuando la persona de la campaña vio que no compartía sus ideas sobre la cubrebocas y las vacunas. Comunidad, no permite que nos llames ignorantes porque no lo somos. El verdadero propósito de ellos es quitarnos todos los apoyos que nos benefician. Las clases de disciplina positiva de Tony Orozco, los premios a nuestros hijos por tener buena asistencia a las escuelas. Estas son las cosas que están en riesgo y nos pueden quitar. No permitan que les quiten a quienes hacemos uso de ellas. Nosotros también tenemos derecho a ser escuchados.
Okay, I have a pile of 8B and 8C now. We listened to all of our 17s. Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay, we're going to move forward now.
Mr. Ledesma, I have
Yes.
a question.
Yes.
That was the first time we heard we've heard Spanish speakers tonight. What's protocol or process with that?
We'd have to get the translating, get somebody to translate that.
They're here.
Okay.
Señora, buenas noches. ¿Me permite su papel? Voy a traducirlo. May I just make a quick suggestion? We could, if you have a comment that you'll need an interpretation for, we maybe can start marking them, and that will alert us to come out.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Translating for the lady, my name is Inés Morales. This week, they took the first step to take out our library, our virtual Sora. This virtual library is of great importance for the students, the children that are negating our resources and opportunities for the families that cannot, cannot go to the library regularly. You need to investigate the real things that are happening in school. Go to your principal, teacher, go to the PTA meetings, ELAC, and ask. Go out there and, because to see what the reality is, because they're lying to us. But be careful. Please make sure that you take precaution, because some of the members in the campaign, like Ms. Miner, they called us ignorant Hispanics. My friend suffered this disrespect at her house, in front of her house, when one of the people of the campaign saw that she didn't have a mask or immunizations, or saw that didn't have a mask or immunizations. How she came about that, I don't know. But the community, do not allow that you are being less of the real.
That's not what I said in English. That's not what I said. That's not what I said, and I'm not going to let anybody twist my words.
It says.
I can translate by myself if you want to, because I'm not going to let anybody twist my words. I'm not going to let that.
Well, I was.
Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry. I need to translate if you want to translate.
Go ahead.
The next message was to the Hispanic community. I am asking you to please be careful because there is a lot of misinformation out there. Just go to your school, talk to your principal, talk to your teacher, and ask them. Go to the ELAC meetings, talk to your PTA, and ask them questions. Ask them questions because there is a lot of misinformation over there. But be careful because there's one thing that happened to my friend. When the campaign people from Miss Minor knocked on her door, and my friend didn't agree with the same views about the face masking, some of the people call her ignorant Hispanic. And this is so disrespectful that someone comes to your house, and because you don't have the same point of view, they call you that. We're not ignorant. We just have different points of view. So I'm telling you, community, that what really they wanted to take us from us is disciplina positiva that has helped a lot of our parents to be better parents. Please, they want to take away our perfect assistance from our kids, or our tickets, or our stores. Please don't allow that to happen. Don't be misinformed. Just go to your school and ask questions. Go to your school, go to your places. That's what I said.
All right. Item 8A, Governor's 2023-24 proposed state budget. Mr. Velasquez or Mr. Rivera then?
We got Mr. Rivera to make a presentation from President Ledesma.
President Ledesma, distinguished board members, Mr. Velasquez, and my colleagues in cabinet, and the Orange community that's here tonight. I'm here to review with you the changes that are proposed by Governor Newsom in the budget that was announced in January. So we're going to review the changes and the impact to the district. So with what's been going on with the pandemic and where we find ourselves economically, there's a $29 billion shortfall in revenue compared to the earlier projections. And with that, there's a funding discrepancy of almost $22.5 million. So what is being proposed in the governor's budget is for us to maintain our base funding, which is our local control funding formula, and adjusting our, providing adjustments that keep up with inflation. There is a proposal by the governor to make mid-year cuts on one-time funds that we are receiving this year to help fund funding for next year. And across the state, districts are experiencing declining enrollment. So it's not just an experience here in Southern California, it's now prominent throughout the state. So when we were developing our budget for the first interim, which is the report that you received in December, we were using a 5.38% COLA factor. That is no longer the case. The projections that is provided by the governor is 8.13 at a cost of $4.7 billion to the state. With that, there's a reduction that is being proposed of monies that we're receiving this year to adjust, to be adjusted in pulling about 1/3 of those funds. That's the $1.4 billion that is shown up on the slide. There's an adjustment that is being proposed for districts that have high concentration grants, from anywhere from 85 to 90% free and reduced meal or free meals of receiving an additional augmentation. That does not apply to our district. So in short, the first line that is depicted here shows you our current level of funding. And yes, we receive different levels of funding by grade spans. You can see the adjustment for the COLA, and then the adjustment for the TK add-on. So our funding for the TK program will go from 9166 to 13,984. And you can see across the board what our new proposed funding would be. The challenge with that is that for going back, if we maintain all our students, you will see the difference in the funding, which is basically the COLA. If we lose a student, then what you're looking at is the bottom number, because that's how much we're going to be reduced in funding. So you can see that a declining enrollment, we lose a significant amount of funding compared to additional funding for COLA. And what the state is reporting during the pandemic in 2020-21, the state lost about 150,000 students. In 21-22, that number was about 150,000. You can see that in the out years that the state is projecting to continue to lose students. So at one time, we had somewhere around 6.2 million students, and they're projecting that number to be about 5.6, 5.7 million, over 500,000 decline of students. So the art music instructional block grant, we were entitled to $14.78 million. This is the grant that the governor is proposing to reduce, even though we receive a portion of the funds, that they're proposing to reduce that by about a third. So for us, we would lose close to $5 million in funding. As you can see, that we are on a time frame, that these funds have to be spent by 2026. So they're not required to be spent at once, but we have a time to plan to spend for that. But that's going to be impacted if they do reduce that funding by 1/3. So in summary, when we look at what does this mean when the governor changes the COLA funding? So the first column is what we reported to you in December. The 5.38% COLA, the total funding of $282 million. That's for our local control funding formula, our ADA funding. Now, under the governor's proposal, using the same data set, that number is going to about $290 million, a difference of $7.38 million, about a 2.5% increase in funding. It's not as simple as you take this number, subtract that, and that's the difference. It's impacted because of declining enrollment and how the state funds it. So we have to take the total number and divide it by what our beginning point was. What we're also seeing is that our COLA projections for the out years are changing. They're being reduced. So you can see over the next 3 years what the original projections were here, and now they're reduced projections. What does that mean? In the future, we're going to receive less funding, additional funding for students. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Anyone with questions?
I have a question.
Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. How does this impact our community block grants? The newest budget.
Well, are you making reference to the block grant that because there was 2 block grants that we received in 22-23? So are you making reference to the other block grant?
The discretionary block grant?
Yes.
Okay.
So between the 2, we were going to receive $40 million.
Mm-hmm.
The $14.78 million was for the art block grant. The other was the discretionary block grant. We're not being told at this time that that's going to change.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's not subject to change. We will know more when the May revised report will be published by the governor, which is about mid-May. But at this point, we're not hearing any changes to that.
Thank you.
Real quick, you and I had spoken earlier about specifically the arts and music block grant, the 14.7. And so in reference to that, it's saying the reduction is going to take place because then the proposition then is going to take over the following year. Is that correct?
So that's a good question. The voters approved the passage of a music block grant. And that's going to be funded in 23-24. I believe the level of funding is $1 billion spread out through all the districts. So I think the mindset of the governor is, since we're going to be receiving that funding next year, to make some adjustments here so that way he could provide funding for the COLA without having to make some reductions. But yes, I believe the funding that we're going to get next year had something to do with this reduction.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Question.
Paige.
Back to the slide where you talk about the LCFF funds and an increase specifically with our TK students. Are there any restrictions on that funding, or is that just purely for ADA?
So this is purely, that's a good question. This is purely an ADA tabulation. So if we had one student in each grade configuration, we would take the bottom number and multiply it by that ADA. And that would generate what our total funding level would be under the LCFF calculator. So this is just how we run our programs, our classroom instruction. This is the funding, this is the basis of our funding that we determine how to support the classroom, hire teachers, hire custodians, all our operating costs of the district. This is what we rely on to run our district.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is item 8B, Facilities, Villa Park High School Pool Update.
Okay, so.
Can we have some cards? Mr. Rivera, we're going to take the cards first. Thank you. We have some speakers.
John Kulishik? He knows, he's coming.
Yeah.
John Karsich is on deck.
I wish I would have stayed up here when you called me up earlier. That's right. Hey, at least you're starting with the old guy first, so you know, but then all the kids can go. But I've been at Villa Park water polo coach 48 years with the boys, 26 for the girls, and this coming spring will be my 49th year with the swim team. So I sure enjoy it. It's been a great run. We've had 4 Olympic water polo players out of Villa Park High School, which is the most of any in Orange County, and only Long Beach Wilson's ever had any other high school in the country more Olympic water polo players. When the pool was built in 1973, it was a nice pool. It's not a nice pool anymore. You know, 50 years of wear and tear on it has taken its toll on that, and I'm sure glad it's a subject here to get a new 50-meter pool. And I've talked to some people that it'll be on a different part of the campus. There's room on another part of the campus, so it could actually start to be built while we still have this pool as long as it lasts. You know, I've been playing the lottery for several years, and if I ever hit that $100 million, I said I'd have brought a check down here and funded a new pool out of my pocket, but that hasn't happened yet. So I'm thankful for you bringing this up to the board. We certainly need it. We had a real strong program, top 10 in the county for many years. We've fallen off a little bit, lost some kids to other schools, other private schools, but the district can certainly use a new camp, a new pool. A lot of other districts have had it, so I'm just here to support you, and I would sure like to be the first person in that new pool when it's open in a few years, because I still swim. You can tell the kids here, I still swim out there with them, so thank you.
On deck is Darshan Smolodin.
Go ahead.
Hi.
I'm John Karsich. Let's start with this. I'm a product of Serrano Elementary, Saravilla Junior High School, back when it was a 3-year junior high school, and Villa Park High School, class of '86. I went to Loyola Marymount University, came back and started coaching at Villa Park in '94. And this will be my, I think, 28th year as a coach and teacher at Villa Park High School. Having said that, I have 3 kids in the community. I live in Villa Park. I have 2 that go to the high school, Villa Park High School specifically, and 1 at in the grade school, Knoll Canyon, up on the hill there. It's been, for me, an honor, really, to be able to come back and coach at the school that I went to, and I feel like I kind of owe a lot to the place. I've thought about it. I spent, well over half my life now giving back to the community and coaching at the high school, and it's nice to see my kids going through the same program. As Coach Kulisic said, he's probably the only person here with more knowledge of the program than myself. We've had, I would say, over 1,000 kids go through the program, hundreds go through universities out of our program, over 90 Division I athletes come out of the program into colleges and compete at that level. As he said, 4 Olympians and 13 athletes attend the United States military academies to compete at that level. So that's pretty unique, I think, in itself. Having said that, I'm here really as a coach to speak on behalf of the pool, because the pool has no tongue. A little Lorax there for you. The pool is pretty much done, and as Coach Kulisic said, it's 50 years old. As I look down, they've been cutting up the pool. There's scars all over the pool deck right now, and the pool guys at the district have been working really hard to keep it going, but it is on its last days, and I'm watching it daily. They fixed it, and then another thing it got exposed. They fixed it, another thing got exposed. And just like El Medina, because we've kind of predicted, and many of you know what occurred at El Medina, the same exact thing is happening to Villa Park. And as of this week, I believe there's a breach, on some of the return pipes in a bad spot at the pool where they can't get to. And once that occurs, I know there's no repairing the pool. So at this point, I'm going to say it's close to unrepairable. And to discuss whether we need a new pool or not is kind of a moot point because it's about done. It's 50 years old. I know it's an expensive endeavor, but it's big in the community, both with high school kids and little kids, at the club level. So I'd really, I'm hoping that it's not a politicized event, and it's more of a necessity at this point, the number of people that it serves. Thank you.
On deck is Kristen Lambert.
No title this week. Good evening, board. I'm a proud parent of a current OUSD student, as well as a, interestingly enough, 2017 Villa Park graduate and a 22 El Medina graduate. So yes, rivalry week is every week in our house. I want to start by saying that sports are important in our home. My 22 graduate is currently a college athlete. He has his first game tomorrow. I've sat on booster clubs, I've sold fireworks, I've worked snack bars and car washes, so many car wash tickets. Sports are an integral part of every single one of my children's high school experience and mine. And with that said, I have to bring light to the backroom deals that are impacting items on the agenda tonight. Further evidence of corruption and lack of respect for our students and our taxpayers. So I would like to read a portion of an email that was sent to 1,100 parents during election season last fall. Orca is not a political forum, but I did want to give a plug for some candidates who are running for OUSD board that will impact not only Orca, but our children. The candidates below are for better schools, better curriculum, and better athletic facilities for the district. With our home pool VPHS in poor condition, the issue of a new pool will be up for discussion and a vote in the near future. If we want a state-of-the-art facility to replace the existing VPHS pool, these candidates, as well as John Ortega, an existing OUSD board member and Orca parent, are our best bet.
I encourage you to vote and to vote for a board that will best serve our youth and their development. And then it shared a campaign material graphic and then Madison's direct campaign information. So let's be clear. John, with Orca's help, bought votes in exchange for a promised new 50-meter pool. Madison, that email may very well have been that 221 votes that you won by. I also think I should point out the irony of this email. Chris Erickson and Andrea Yamasaki literally founded the movement that led to the bond and upgraded the high school facilities. If anyone cares about facilities, hey, for our students, it's them. But the corruption runs deeper than that. John Ortega, according to the latest taxes filed with the state of California, is on the board of Orca. As a nonprofit, Orca cannot participate in any kind of political activity. Emails like this are not only unethical, they are illegal, and John knows that. This isn't about VPHS Aquatics or even Orca. John, this is about you. This is about you trading away my tax dollars via backroom deals for questionable pet projects. We have, I'm for the pool, but we have limited funds and we have crumbling elementary schools. Do I want a big, beautiful facility for all of our students and all of our athletes? Of course I do. But they don't get to jump the line. John Ortega should not be allowed to vote on any action taken tonight in regards to the VPHS pool, or any pool for that matter, and he shouldn't be even on the dais during this discussion.
And the last one on deck for 8B is Erica Williams.
I'm not sure how to top that. The amazing speeches from my coaches who really, truly care about this program. So, hi, my name is Kristen Lambert. I attend Villa Park High School as a sophomore and a dual student athlete in aquatics. I have nothing but nice things to say about all that this program has done for me in a short 2.5 years. I'm a starting varsity water polo player. I've been involved in aquatics for almost a decade. My parents have been on boards upon boards for clubs and high school teams for both my brother and I. In that, I have seen firsthand the effects of what happens when a high school pool goes down. And I understand that Villa Park High School getting a new pool is on the agenda tonight. I'm here to advocate for better aquatics facilities for my school, myself, my team, and the district in general. Some things that need to be fixed at our facility, but are not limited to, are the pool itself. It's outdated, constantly breaking down. We're never 100% sure if, where, or when we will have practice. To be more specific, in the last 2 months, we've had to relocate or cancel our practices 14 times. Most of our parents work, and for the teammates who can't drive themselves, they're having to find last-minute rides or just can't come to practice because they can't get there. Transportation is not being provided by the district when these last-minute changes are made. However, I will say, our coach has done a beautiful job of making it work for us athletes to the best of his abilities. Currently, our aquatics facility doesn't have restrooms or locker rooms on the deck, which leaves athletes running across campus when the restroom needs to be used or when they need to change. This isn't safe or fair for us. And frankly, our facilities are inadequate for the 21st century. Foothill, Tustin, Yorba Linda, and Sunny Hills High School all have a 50-meter pool. Currently, our swim team is having to practice in 2 different groups, 2 different times, because we don't have the space, like the schools with the 50-meter pools do. If we do get a new pool, it is absolutely 100% vital that it is 50 meters. It would allow us to host things like league finals and CIF, which are huge moneymakers for us and for you guys, the district. It would allow our team to practice safely at the same time without overcrowded lanes that are not safe to swim in. It would also allow for off-season polo and swim practice, which would benefit all athletes and the program. If we were to build a 50-meter pool, when another pool in the district inevitably goes down, like Canyon or Orange, we will have the space to accommodate them without having to move our team. We understand that a new pool is a lot to ask, but we have no idea how long this repair is gonna last. And by no means am I a pool expert. I'm 15. But I have been at or in a competition pool most weekends of my life for over a decade. And we all saw the pipes of the pool. It was open for everybody to see. They were rotted away. That's not okay. Just please hear the people in support of this, as it is vital that a new pool is built before ours takes its last kick and ruins not only my, but my team's experience for aquatics. Thank you.
Good evening, board. Thank you again for hearing everyone tonight, myself included. My name is Erica Williams. I am a Canyon parent. I'm also the president of the aquatics booster at Canyon High School. And our swimming community is a very tight-knit and close community. And we all know each other and we all root for huge, amazing facilities. I was actually the PTA president at Crescent Elementary School when the El Modena pool broke. And I was in the meetings that were discussing what we will do with El Modena. I was the one fighting for the 50-meter pool at Elmo. There were conversations being had about that not being possible at that time. There were conversations about the utilities expense of a 50-meter pool, which was part of the reason why they didn't get one. We all agree that the pools are crumbling, so is Canyons. We have a request in for just new starting blocks that have been basically denied, even though they're being like welded back together in a really not good way, actually. I would say unsafe, maybe. So, you know, we're dealing with our problems too. We got a refurbishment that we are extremely grateful for, new tiling. I mean, it was a new tile. We do not want Villa Park's pool to break, for sure. I just want to make sure that if that's the decision, if the Villa Park 50-meter pool is the decision that is going to be made, I'd really like to make sure that it's, you know, not in place of things we needed at our elementary schools. Arts facilities that also need to be made. This seems like something that is coming up kind of quick and maybe with bad motives. And Canyon High School, like we'd like some pool updates too. And so, yeah, like I just make sure when we're talking about the vote on it, like we all do want these facilities. We want great facilities for our kids. I'm fully in support of Villa Park having everything they deserve for their aquatics program. I hope it's being decided in what's considered a fair, not bought for. I mean, we have a competitive swim team at our school that did not send out any emails, and perhaps that would have made a difference. I don't know, but they don't engage in that. We have actually water polo program that also practices, and we have, you know, partnerships with the city of Anaheim that we could use new facilities for as well. So we all have good reasons for it. I just like, please make sure you're deciding very with integrity. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for the cards. Mr. Velasquez or Ms. Rivera will have a presentation.
Good evening. Mr. Harvey and I are going to be doing this presentation. The request was to provide an analysis of what a pool cost, what the replacement of a pool would be. So we've provided you some footnotes and some comments about what those costs are based off what we've experienced with the Elmo pool and estimates that we received if it was a 51-meter pool. So this is the basic information that we have as a footprint. You can see that Villa Park is an old pool. What we also experience, and Mr. Velasquez, you have the, so this is a picture of a pipe, a copper pipe that was replaced. There's actually 3 pipes that were replaced. Our maintenance staff was able to do it internally. The cost of the replacement was less than $5,000. But you can see this is a copper pipe that there was quite a bit of corrosion to the pipe. And this was done in December. In terms of the cost of a pool, if we dissect what the district paid for the El Medina pool, and I'm going to put it in context of what we paid for and what it would be worth in present dollars. So the pool was constructed in 2021. So that's when we went out to bid. That's when the work started. Remember, when we bid projects, it's the cost at the time that you bid, not the cost at the time that you start the planning. The pool failed at El Medina in May of 2018. So by the time that we had hired the professionals, went through the entire process, went through DSA, and then came out with approved construction documents, and then be able to bid the project, we were in the January of 21 timeline. You can see all the costs that were associated with building the pool, from the professionals that we had to pay, architect fees, the construction of the new buildings that were required by the health department. So you're looking at $7.9 million. So that was on a building on an existing footprint. And that was building a pool that was 25 meters, increasing it to 30. So I just wanted to provide you that background so that way you understand when we're looking at this what the assumptions were. Based off what we're seeing in the construction market right now, we're seeing anywhere between a 10 to 15% inflation. So let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say tonight you give us direction that you want to construct a pool. By the time it takes us to hire the professionals, and I have a checkoff list that I'll refer later, to go through the process, to meet with the board, to make sure that this is the pool that you want, that you're probably looking at 18 to 24 months before we start construction. So if you take that 10% and times it by 18 or 24 months, you're going to see that there's going to be an increase of that pool of $8 million pool. You're probably looking at closer to $9.5 million. So there's going to be, so even though we take this, and if you were to say this is what we want to build because that was the standard, because of inflation, the cost would be higher today than it was when we built the Elmo pool. So we sought some input from our pool experts for a 51-meter pool. And this is the breakdown of what we received back. So I use a January 1, 2023 date of $16.3 million. That would be assuming perfect conditions, right? Again, if we start today, if it takes us 18 to 24 months to start to go through the process, then add the inflation factor on top of that. So you're probably, assuming that there's no major changes and there's no other considerations, you're probably looking at costs between $18 to $19 million for a pool. Now, what are the factors that are going to change the cost? I heard earlier today about, well, if we move the pool to a different area, that's going to increase the cost because there's the infrastructure and there's added cost to doing that. You have a main electrical transformer on that site. You have the fire lane. We have in phase 2 a 30-inch drain that's being installed that Mr. Harvey can give you some details about that. If we're going to do something different that's going to impact that, we have to stop construction on that. And then how is it going to impact parking, depending on where the pool is placed? And then the impact to the solar panels. Because the solar panels, we have solar panels in the parking lot. So those are important considerations. We cannot answer your questions as what the impact's going to be until we know the details of what the board is thinking, and we can bring back some information. Is there anything that that I didn't cover, Mr. Harvey, that you'd like to add?
No, just to clarify, when we talk about the 30-inch storm drain, what we had heard was that the pool could potentially move to where the tennis courts are. So that's what we're talking about. What would be the impact if that pool moved into that side of the campus? And since we're putting in a 30-inch storm drain as part of Measure S Phase 2, we would have to move that because right now the tennis court width is 125 feet. The deck of El Medina's pool that we just built is 147 feet. So we would we would have to go into the parking lot, and we can't go down further south because that's where the field is. So we can't take out that field or move it, obviously. We've done that twice, right? But we'd have to go into the parking lot, we would have to move that pipe, and we would have to take out a whole row of parking, about 60 spaces or so, to make that. So those are just some things to think about if that's the side of the campus that we decide to build on. Those are costs that are going to be considered.
Can I ask a quick question? You said that you were told it was going to be in the parking lot. You guys are the facilities people. Who told you? I'm sorry, who's come up with this plan that it's going to be in the parking lot?
The tennis court area.
Or tennis court area? I'm sorry, who's telling you where it's going to go?
It was basically the master plan that originally came out in 2014 for Measure K that had the placement of the pool in that area. So some people had rumored that it would be in that area, and we had heard that from some locals that had mentioned that.
So, I'm sorry, so not where it currently sits, but over near the tennis courts, where the tennis courts are currently?
Correct, because there were some master plan drawings that showed it in that location, and that's what we suspected that people had mentioned.
And those were Measure K master plan, right? Okay. All right, thank you.
At least a version of it.
I'd just like to add that we have already bidded in a reward and awarded Phase 2 for Villa Park. So if we were to reduce the scope of the work for that 30-inch drain, we would get a credit back on that construction. You don't receive dollar for dollar credit. So let's say for hypothetically, that's $1 million scope of work. We would have to negotiate with the contractor, but I can guarantee you we're not going to have $1 million reduction. So we would have to bid that project at a later time, and we would inherit some additional cost. So that would be additional cost to this project if we had to do anything with the drain because of where placement of the pool might be. So here's a checkoff list that I like to use on projects as to, as we make decisions. Making sure there's a meeting of the mind of what the board is interested in, gathering facts, bringing back reports, bringing back cost estimates, identifying all the features of the pool and what that may be, meeting with the pool professionals who design the pools, because that's a special art. Architects, getting the professionals hired so that way they could be giving us the information and that we could be able to respond to your questions with those facts. Come up with an estimated timeline of what the construction would be, identify any funding sources, and offset those costs with any potential revenue sources, like if there was a grant or if there was, the pool was going to be rented out and that would generate revenue for the district. We would also share with you what we would think the incremental cost would be of that pool, because from utilities, 51-meter pool is significantly has higher cost than a 25-meter pool, which exists today. I just want to skip to this page. So I was asked to provide information of what funds do we have available that are facilities related. So we have, because we've sold Killer for Site, we still have $891,000 available of that from those proceeds. Our redevelopment agency fund, we have $4.9 million, but those funds would not be available until 24-25. The reason why is that we have prior issuance of debt. That is, we have 2 more payments for this year and for next year. So after that debt is retired, then there's nothing that's assigned to the RDA funds. So, but that would be 2 years out. We have state matching funds. So we have, I'm happy to report that we receive our state matching funds for Kelly Stadium. When the state, when we file applications, it's for a campus where kids reside. So the reason that Fred Kelly Stadium qualified was because it's on the El Medina property. So that goes against any eligibility for El Medina. The reason that we applied for the Kelly Stadium, Kelly Stadium funding is because we were much further down the process, and knowing how things work, that if you wait until, let's say, the STEM Center was built, that was going to cause probably a 2-year delay. So applying for these funds would expedite the process, and we actually did receive the funds just before Christmas. We have 2 pending applications that we're waiting, that have been paid. We're waiting for the county to deposit those funds in our account. That's for Orange High School for $6.5 million. That was for the first increment, which was the utilities. And then Fletcher for an air conditioning project of $562,000. So there are some work that we had to do at Orange High that I've talked to the board about that had to do with the little theater. So looking at those revenue sources to help offset those costs, because those costs couldn't be paid out of Measure S. So if you add everything up, you have $30.5 million, which is not excluding the little theater project. So if you take those $2 million off, you would have $28.5 million. Mr. Velasquez, I think you have a copy of that printout. If you could pass that along to the board so that we have a copy.
To be clear, when you say $28 million or the $30 million with more available, not all of it available right now, you're talking about that's our complete and total pot of money available for all facilities needs in our entire district right now.
Correct.
Mr. Rivera, I have a question. The historical pool costs for El Medina, you said project cost $7.9 million. Is that the final? Is that after?
Yes, I had our executive director, Ms. Balsara, pull that out because we actually had costs that we started in 1819. So it was funded over multiple years. So that is the complete cost of that project.
Thank you.
And that's a 30-meter pool, correct?
That was a 30-meter pool.
Okay.
And the building associated with that as well.
I have a comment, if you don't mind. Yes. Okay. Thank you for your report. I want to thank, first of all, the speakers who came up. Mr. Kulisich, is it? I'm sorry, I didn't write your name down. And Mr. Karsich and Kristen Lambert from Villa Park High School. My heart goes out to you. I understand the needs. We all want things for our schools, and I really appreciate your passion to get it out there. You've done wonderful things for our schools, and clearly you love the sport, and clearly you love the school, and I very much appreciate that. And there's no doubt that the Villa Park High School, would be great to have a pool. But there's no doubt in my mind, too, that there's a lot of, before I even talk about the pool, I am concerned about the transparency and the timing of this being put on the agenda. A speaker came up and talked about, some campaign things that had happened, and I'm concerned about that. The optics don't look good, the transparency, and really if this is a wise use of our public funds right now. Mr. Ortega, I have a question. Are you on the board of ORCA? Were you on the board of ORCA? Did you promise a pool if they voted for you and your team? Is ORCA a nonprofit? I'd like to have answers to those questions. Because that will determine to me whether you should recuse yourself from this vote.
I'll speak at the appropriate time after you.
Well, the one thing I wanted to bring up is, as you know, many community members, like myself, Ms. Erickson, a lot of you in the audience, we worked really hard during Measure K and Measure S. And this bond was passed for the high schools. And we went through the process, and the voters, and the community really wanted to focus on academics at that time. And we also told the community that with the monies that we would use at the high schools, we can divert other monies and put it into the elementary schools and the middle schools. I mean, we visit a lot of schools, and there's so many needs in our schools. And one of the parents here spoke about, the lack of things that they don't have at their schools. Have you been to West Orange? Have you been to Olive? Have you been to some of the schools on the west side of Orange? They need a lot of work on their facilities. I think Ms. Miner just talked about Canyon Hills today and how, their playground needs some work. And we put a lot of money already into the high schools, and I think it's only fair for us to put a little bit of money into, and it's not even a lot of money left that we have in our bucket. And I think it's only wise for us to really think about this project and put it in schools that we talked about. A lot of our speakers said that they wanted us to put monies into schools that serve the Latino community. And as much as I want a pull for Villa Park, and as much as I want a pull for Canyon and Orange High School, I just don't see how this fits into our priorities at the moment. We worked so hard on Measure S and Measure K, and we just can't do this to our voters who trusted us to use our monies wisely.
I have a couple questions. Where would the tennis courts get moved to? Because I know there's a couple, I don't remember how many, 6 or 8 courts right there?
That's a good question. So we would have to rearrange facilities on the campus to make room for that. The most obvious spot would be probably where the portables are now, since we're removing so many portables, to put them there. But it would require also moving the softball field, and I don't know if we'd have room for that specifically. So we'd have to retool the campus where the handball courts are, and several moves to make that work.
Sorry, so the softball field would also have to be moved if the pool was placed according to the
Yeah,
Measure K.
if all the tennis courts are moved on that side where they are kind of listed within the master plan, there is a relocation of the fields in order to make that happen. So that's a really big endeavor to redesign a lot of that area of campus.
So could the pool instead be placed where the portables are and not affect the tennis courts?
It's possible. Yeah, there's more room on that side where the handball courts are. If the handball courts were potentially removed, that's a good envelope of space, and it's right next to the existing pool, so you have the infrastructure there. Whereas if it's on the other side of campus, you have to move an entire infrastructure over. So the pool next to where the pool is makes sense in terms of costs at least.
So that would significantly drop the cost or not much?
Yes, because of all the incidental moving of facilities that you would have to do to relocate those tennis courts. The cost of a tennis court, 8 tennis courts, could be upwards of $2 million.
And then who are the experts that are estimating the pools? Are there?
So we have the Aquatics Design Group that did the estimating for our El Medina pool. They work with us and our stakeholders to design the pool as well.
Are the companies, I'm a daughter of a pool builder, not petitioning for this at all. However, I just know a lot of companies get solicited when we make bids or when my dad would get bids. And so are we doing our due diligence? I know we'll do that probably eventually if we get the okay to go for this.
Correct.
But will we get lots of bids from different companies, local?
We would hope to, yes. It's going to be a general contractor, and then there's usually a commercial pools contractor that is a sub for that contractor. But we can put
My dad is not a commercial pool builder, just so you know.
so we can put pre-qualification into place to make sure, and we did for the El Medina pool, to make sure that the company that's doing the pool portion has done a lot of DSA projects in other schools to build pools. So we make sure that those subs are vetted.
Okay, and then,
Because what this,
Yep,
this
sorry.
project falls under Public Works, so that means we have to go through the process with DSA. The contractors have to pay a prevailing wage. So we have to go through a process, and there have to be, the pool builders would have to be pre-approved, both financially in that they have experience in this area. So it's not something that we would typically, like you look at a pool builder for residential, that's a different market than
Oh, yeah,
what we see here.
yeah. Okay, and then I heard that you said 18 to 24 months until construction would begin. Potentially that could be sooner, because I know they're limping. I mean, that pool is limping along. So could construction begin sooner than that?
We don't believe so, because there's a process. First of all, we have to determine what the scope of the work is and work with our architects and pool designer. Then that goes to DSA. And right now, we're averaging 6 months to have projects approved by DSA.
Okay.
So it's to tell you that it's going to be expedited or can be expedited, I don't think that's realistic.
Okay. And then, I know this, but maybe some people don't, the idea of building a new pool versus using the existing blueprint, or footprint, sorry, the cost is going to be different as well. Is that something we could consider, remodeling the existing pool? I know Villa Park was very generous with El Medina when they were in construction, and I know it's difficult for athletes. As a former athlete, that would be hard to use someone else's facilities. But is that a potential that we use the existing footprint and potentially save a lot of money on reconstruction using that same space? And then I'm done.
So if we take well, if you're comparing it to a 51-meter pool, based off what we're estimating, and I refer to this as back of the envelope estimations, because we need to talk to the professionals, because we don't know about anything with the utilities, with the transformers, with soil conditions, things that are particular to a site. So what may be particular to El Medina may not be particular to Villa Park. So you can see that we're going to be in the $9.5, $10 million range with inflation. So yes, is that less than 16? Yes, but that means that you're going to be looking at a 30-meter pool using the estimates from El Medina and not a 51-meter pool.
Yeah, in terms of like renovation, if you wanted to try to renovate that pool, I think what you saw in that envelope will tell you it needs to be completely ripped out in order to be replaced. So what? Right, and what comes with that is you could potentially renovate some of your facilities, like your bathrooms in the locker room and things like that, that could save costs. But you're still, if you touch that building, we're doing some major renovation already, putting some new bleachers in there and things like that. So the building may already be adjusted for DSA standards like ADA, walkways, things like that. So that will help. But there will be a cost in renovation of the gym potentially in some of the restrooms. But we could do it concurrently with some of the other plans if we acted sooner. So does that make sense?
Okay. I just want a refresher from El Medina, because I remember we were on the board and I got all the quotes and, the estimates on how much it costs. And at that time, I remember that we approved a pool and it was like almost $4 million. And then the cost jumped up to now, almost $8 million when you add in all the DSA and everything. And so I want to make sure too, whatever costs we get or estimate, that it's going to include everything so that we are looking everything accurately. Because if you're going to be moving fields, if you're going to be redoing fields, if you're going to be moving pipes or whatever the case may be, those costs need to be added into it, not just, the actual pool itself. I put in a kitchen and you don't just pay for the cabinets, you pay for a lot of ancillary things that goes in with your kitchen. And so when you do these estimates, I need the entire estimate so we know what we are looking at too, so we can make a decision whether this pool is going to be something that we can spend money on if we even go there.
And we've tried to do exactly that with these estimates and meeting and talking to the consultants.
Yeah, but I kind of felt like with the DSA costs, it was underestimated, and I don't know. Maybe just a little bit, because sometimes you don't know what you're gonna do. I'm not saying that there was anything, not done correctly. It's just, I think sometimes maybe we're not looking at all the potential costs.
Well, and to clarify too, that $4 million cost for the pool was just for the pool.
Yeah.
We found out that we had to put in a building
Right,
but
but when
full
I
of the
was giving the
restrooms.
choice at the time, I just thought it was gonna be 4 million.
Right.
That was the restrooms, right?
The restrooms were added, and
Right.
we put a
So this is
small
why if we do
training
something
room.
this time, I want to make sure the costs are all complete. I don't want any surprises at the end of the day, like, oh, we had to do this and we had to do that, and it's going to cost you another $20 million, and so.
And I think engaging the professionals like Mr. Rivera is talking about is the best way to go. So if you approve just the concept of it, at least to get the plans done, then you have your costs can be a lot more accurate, because you'll have that blueprint, so to speak.
I just have one quick question, and that is that the pool can't stay the way it is, correct?
Well-
Something has to
Well,
be repaired
I
or
was with the
changed
district
or-
3 weeks before the El Medina pool failed, and it just failed. There was no severe warning signals. So you can't predict when the pools are going to fail. There may be some warning signals, but there may be a time that it just fails.
It seems like we've had some warning signals.
Well,
the
we
Villa
probably
Park
have had some small warning signals over the last 50 years. Now it's getting worse.
So we either don't have a pool at Villa Park, or we spend some money on a 30 meter or a 50 meter, correct?
Those are some of the options, yes.
It's a possibility to repipe a pool, but in its existing footprint, you can rip out all the concrete, use the existing footprint, try to pour around it, put new pipe in. But it's a pretty big endeavor with a pool that old. It's the cost that you would pay, it'd be a few $1 million just to do that. And then you're really not getting much difference than what you have now. And you still have older concrete in some places, and the deck might not be great, and the starter blocks and everything is subject to needing replacement.
Is the pool safe to swim in now?
From what our maintenance is saying, it's safe for now as far as functionality goes, meaning the chemicals are circulating, all of that, but the look of it isn't perfect. Obviously, you have some pipes that are very old. So, but from functionality, we were able to get it working after the latest break of the pipe that you saw. So it is functional.
Mr. Harvey, would you swim in that pool right now? I mean, would you engage in?
I'm not a swimmer.
Well, all right, just for pleasure then.
But
is that a pool that you would enjoy right now?
It's an old pool. If I was a competition coach, I would look, and I saw other pools throughout the other districts, I would have a hard time swimming in that pool, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Ledesma?
I just want to, so it sounds like this pool is on track to fail as well. Well, what do we do then?
It would be a patch, unless we had a plan to replace it, it'd be a patching situation. With El Medina, it was such a catastrophic failure underneath the return of the pool, big pipe on the very bottom of the pool that we just could not repair without ripping out a good big section of the pool. So it would depend on what happened, how it failed, right?
Well, yeah, let's say we had a catastrophic failure on the Villa Park pool. What would we do then?
We would close the pool and do the same thing with El Medina. We would do construction as soon as possible on a new pool, or do a modernization of the existing at the upwards of X amount of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I was going to say, we would do the same, because that's what we did basically with El Medina. We had a failure there.
Right.
And then, we worked diligently with pool experts and even the community, the aquatics community, to get a new pool. I think we had some of the aquatics parents on a committee, and you kind of walked the footprint. And we did different estimates. We did a 51-meter estimate. We did 30-meter. I think we did a 35-meter estimate as well. So that was after the failure. So it wasn't like we said aquatics at El Medina is no longer because we're not going to build another pool. We took action. This board took action, and luckily, we also in that action and in the construction of that pool, Villa Park came to help. They helped out our aquatics people at El Medina. They spent El Medina aquatics people spent a lot of time at Villa Park's pool, and things were, the good neighbor. So I'm just trying to get to the point here where this is another El Medina. Sounds like to me that's kind of what we're on track for. So if this pool at Villa Park just dies on us, this board has to take action. I mean, I just plain and simple.
I understand some of your concerns. To be able to answer some of your questions, we would need to get some professionals here to inspect the pool.
Right.
To be able to respond to some of your questions. Is it in the last legs? What is exactly the situation?
Right. That's Mr. Rivera. That's what my point in all this here is. I think we need to at least study this and prepare the same study, the same presentations as we did for El Medina, and then leave it to the board to discuss and make decisions. And again, it's getting the aquatics folks at Villa Park involved as well. Getting the expert. I think I don't know if the board was involved in picking the experts that were going to at El Medina. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I thought I remember we did. We had several presentations by I think different designers, and we ended up picking one. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be something we could work out as well.
So we went with a designer that was really well known. So it was one designer that we proposed to do the pool process. And then when we realized we needed a building, we brought in HED, who had done all the Measure S work as well to design that building. So it was a morphing project, but we started with the expert that we knew had done pools up and down California, had done local pools, really had a good idea of what we needed. And then we worked with them to develop the stakeholder input, and the reports came from that.
Okay. So I think that's my thoughts on this is we need to prepare as we prepared for the El Medina pool, and then go from there.
Now, I do have a question and a comment regarding our pool. One comment being is that we've come to a conclusion that our pool is totally unswimmable. That is a fact. Now, I do have a question when it comes to as to where the pool should be. And just for notes, it will be moved to the tennis courts. Is that correct?
No, that was just an idea that we heard that was going to be something that would be looked at. And it was thrown out at the time of the master plan in 2014 when they had a whole kind of vision to do the whole campus renovation, which included the pool. And when they did that, they moved that pool.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much.
So,
Ms.
have
Yamasaki?
another question?
What?
I wanted to also ask you, while you're doing this inspection of the pool to see the condition of it, can we do an inspection of the orange pool? Because I suspect that's the next one that's going to break down, the inspection of the canyon. Or just, excuse me? Well, I still would like to request an inspection. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I just want to see so that we can see what the conditions are, because maybe, down the line, we could consider doing a district aquatic center instead. And that would serve the entire district. We have an empty property, and we can consider doing something over there. And that way, the entire district can share in this great 50-meter pool. And you wouldn't have to be moving tennis courts or ball fields or whatever, but that is a consideration that we should look into because, in my opinion, we need to find something that's going to serve all of our schools if we're going to do something at that scale. I mean, unless you can afford a 50-meter pool at every school, and dang, we already approved a 30-meter pool at El Medina. What are you going to do? Go back and put a 50-meter pool in for them and say, sorry, we did a 30-meter pool, and I felt bad if we have to back up and go, oh, well, you didn't get a 50-meter pool, but we're going to give it to Villa Park? That just doesn't seem right to me.
What I would recommend is that if we're going to have professionals come out, have them look at the pools, have them give us an assessment. If possible, they can give us an order that this is the order that they would recommend replacing the pools given what they see. So that way the board has the total information of what you find, whether you choose to implement that or not. But I think if we're going to bring people in to look at the pools, that we know what our exposure is and what the problems are.
I think that's the discussion that we had when we were talking about the El Medina pool. But we just didn't act on it at the time.
Is there a way to
May I?
also add, I'm sorry, Mr. Ortega.
Go ahead.
To add several scenarios? So what would it cost just to change the piping all the way to the 50-meter pool?
Yep. Yeah, that's.
And so that way we can be informed, because if there's only $28.5 million left, are we just ignoring our facilities master plan too? I know that the board and stakeholders had prioritized 5 different things. So modernizing and reconfigure existing classrooms, looking at our toilets and, be energy efficient, the campus arrival, parking, drop off and entry, food service, all these different things. So I just want to make sure that because we voted on this and decided on this, that we're not going to completely ignore it when we're having this discussion. Because some of our elementary schools do need some things. So for example, at Fletcher, we're completely running out of space. I know last month we just approved on a new portable for their building because they're basically growing a whole classroom each time. But they have a gate program that doesn't have space to meet. So they're kind of bouncing around depending on an empty classroom, and Gate Academy is in their name. So it's just kind of weird. We've heard from the public on different things that there's one school that doesn't even have a functioning heater, that they're wearing jackets inside the classroom. So I just want to ensure that we are also thinking about all the other needs that we have before we just jump on this.
So some of this was supposed to be handled through set aside for deferred maintenance. We had a policy that, Mr. Ortega, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was every budget year we were supposed to set aside 6%, 4%? 4% for deferred maintenance. And that fund, it was supposed to be growing. And I don't know what, at some point, I think we stopped funding it. I don't know why.
Can we have that in the Friday packet, just an update on that?
Okay.
I would also, because some of the things that we've already been doing in September when we met, we shared with you a video and a project list that we've spent $130 million on improving our facilities that is not Measure S related.
Yeah.
So there's been a great deal of spending and combining with the ESSER funds on the projects that were higher than the original plans. So like the carpeting, painting, shade shelters, some of the AC units that we're working on. So I think if we can also share with you what's in the works, so that way you can see what has been done and because it varies by school. So I think it would be good to have that information.
That would be really helpful, thank you.
If there's a heater that doesn't work in a classroom, could we get that fixed? We've got to have the money for that, right?
Yeah. What school are you referring to?
Crescent.
Crescent Elementary.
One last concern, by the way. I wanted to know about the 2014 master plan that was concerned. Are there any key architecture details that were implemented that we should know about? And if this does move forward, will your proposition be similar to that of the 2014 master plan?
Can you be more specific as to what you're referring to?
So you proposed that the plan, right, that the tennis court, I'm sorry, that the pool be moved to the tennis courts in that plan. Is that correct?
That was just a master plan that was drawn up to basically give to the voters so they could know what was maybe going to be built out at the campus, but that didn't pass.
Yeah.
So Measure K did not pass. When they redid the bond initiative for Measure S in 2016, they retooled the master plan to just do the science centers, and then we had to basically, on the second phase of Measure S, which we're doing now, is to come up with other plans on the campus that were education-based, like doing the two-story buildings at Al Medina, for example, or over at Villa Park, doing some renovation on the 100-200 building. So those are things that came out of that planning. But that big master plan that we talked about was never put into any kind of tangible plan because Measure K did not pass. So that master plan was just a drawing, but no other architectural plans have been drawn up based on a tennis court moving anywhere or a pool being where the tennis courts are. None of that is, in motion. It was just something that was on a plan that was,
That was kind of like a dream plan, right?
It was a dream, yeah.
It was like
the wish list.
Yeah, wish list.
So none of that's in tangible planning right now for the campus. Just the Measure S items that I mentioned, the science building, the replacement of the 500 building, and 100-200 building at Villa Park. Those are the Measure S plans, and then other than that, on the campus, master plan wise, that's still to be determined.
Understood. Thank you.
What's some question? Yeah, it's getting close to midnight here, so why don't we move on? Any further? You want to go? When do you want to go now? Or okay.
Yeah. Just a few quick questions. Is that the information being provided by the public is false and incorrect? And therefore, do we belong to different organizations? Do we participate with our kids in different organizations? Absolutely. I'll stand tall to that and defend it all day. But to make accusations, again, which you've been speaking to all night about coming together and stop telling lies in your social media platforms and all of that stuff, stop telling the lie then. Take heed to your own advice before you want to start making comments like that. So, on the California State website. Would you please let me speak?
Please.
Again,
please.
Here we go. You and your civility, you don't understand it, do you? When I speak, I speak. You've had your opportunity. So with that said and we're looking at numbers here for the pool of $8 million at Al Medina. First of all, a lot of that was incorrect in the sense of it being built. That was a highly political pool at the time because of the politics that were occurring at that time, at that juncture. And for that reason, it was delayed. Those poor kids at El Medina were delayed for 4 years. A lot of those kids never got to swim in the pool at their own school. They had to use Orange High School and Villa Park to practice or play games or what have you until 4 years later. So again, we're talking here about politics. That was a political pool. We could have built 2 pools for the price of 1 today if we had done it right. But again, it was politicized, to the folks who are currently on this board and others. So let's be honest and take some introspect on a lot of these things, especially for you folks that weren't here during that time. And also with the way the pool was a 30 meter, we were all advocating for 50, even 51 at the time. But yet it got so political that it whittled down to 30. It's like, who builds a 30-meter pool? It doesn't make any sense. And just the way that pool was built is now you have players who play into the sun. Really? You don't build a pool like that. The starting blocks incorrectly positioned because of where the stands were positioned. You're putting public stands behind the swimmer starting blocks. You had to rectify that immediately. So again, It's my voice is what it is. And so, you know, we have to put things again in perspective in that manner. I would venture to say, who is our program manager for the bond? Coming. What are they known pretty much for best in the market?
Estimating.
Exactly. Are we going to estimate this pool with Cumming?
We can.
Since they're the number one estimator that other construction firms go to and utilize their services, is that correct?
They are one of the top estimating firms. There are others, but yes.
They're pretty much at the top, and they're our program manager, correct?
Correct.
And so we can utilize their services in this for an estimation.
Not under the Measure S bond. We would have
I
to
understand that, but
separate.
I'm just saying, we can ask them and whatever the cost may be.
Correct.
So with that said is, in looking at these costs, we can put inflationary costs in there and do all of that fun-loving stuff. I'm not going to get into the whole politics of the inflation and everything, but it's just, I would venture to say, and I'm going to go on a limb and make this statement, that the pool is going to it's going to cost less than what is being estimated here. And so, you can laugh all you want, that's fine. Again, being able to talk to people in the different industries and understanding the cost associated with, say, a 50-meter pool, and what does that look like. You know, some have suggested, you know, some challenges maybe with the tennis courts. It seems like that may be of a potential positive in the sense that it's not just building it for the school, but it's building it for the community. So the community would have access to it maybe during the day, a closer access to the parking lot was maybe some of the thoughts that you could utilize. Maybe we talked about just a few minutes ago, utilizing where it currently is coupled with the handball courts as well, and pushing that. I would venture to say, I would ask the school, are the handball courts really utilized on a daily basis? To utilize that space and maybe push it further out where those portables are, and then those are going to be removed. So again, now you can look at possible access where there's parking on the side to then allow the community to use it during the daytime if need be. So something of that point. But then also with the, and it's been referenced here that, you know, we have approximately about 30 million to utilize, or 28 and a half, you know, from what you stated. And as Mr. Ledesma stated, is we had passed a policy years ago that we'd raise it by 1% to a 4% deferred maintenance. And that maintenance fund was going to be providing the funding for all these ongoing projects that we had over each summer. So for a lot of you to go back in the records in probably May of each year for the last, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 years or so, we were doing about somewhere in the neighborhood of about $10, $11 million a summer projects, whether it was brand new restroom facilities, carpet, painting, lighting. We did a big energy conservation project many years ago that installed a lot of new air conditioners, a lot of new lighting, things like that. I understand that may be a potential idea coming up. That's really no cost to the district, but enhances and reduces our costs. We just installed a lot of solar panels on our high school, so that reduces costs as well, you know, to operate a lot of these pools. So again, looking at it, and you know, it's just really interesting here. We're supposed to be looking at for all interests of all these kids, and no one's saying that nobody from the other schools wouldn't have the opportunity to use the pool. That's what it's for, because it's unified school district. You know, but the thing is that when what's unfortunate that you didn't get to see tonight, and I wish you would have had put those photos up, is I was there one night just recently, and that's when I contacted you, Mr. Rivera, when the pipe burst in the mechanics room and it was flooding the complete area of the whole pool, from the side to the front, completely flooded. And you saw the water, and I have the video, the water was pumping out so fast out the vents. It was just amazing. And we called, the plumber showed up to shut off the water immediately. And then we go to fix the pool of recent. But there's still challenges with it because there's still dirt and sand left in the pool where it was supposed to have been fixed. And you made reference to it as well, that even our own folks are telling us, and I would lean to the gentleman in the back who see it every day, that there is now a potential leak that is occurring in the bottom of the pool on the, I guess it would be the northwest corner, somewhere in that area, that you have that now sand and debris starting to form as it did in El Medina. So these are serious concerns. And to suggest that a pool is not of academic value or anything is very concerning. And seeing that,
No one said that.
wow, it's so many people like to talk when I do. That's amazing. I give you dual respect, but you can't give it to me. Completely appreciate that. So what I'm saying is that looking at the magnitude of what we need to do and how we need to do it respectfully, the pool, I believe, needs to be done. And we need to do it right, not do it what Elmo did. That was a political bad process from the word go. And we need to do things right and do it above par, and so it can be long lasting. Because we need not go through the politicization that occurred at El Medina for that long to not have kids allowed to swim in their own pool at their own school. That was ridiculous. And now I'm voicing my opinion on that because it is ridiculous of what took place. And I didn't vote for that 30-meter pool because you don't build a 30-meter. You build a 50. Let's do state-of-the-art projects. You visit other schools and you see what has gone on in those districts. And here you would want the best for our district to attract those to our district. That includes the facilities we're doing, the upgrades, part of the pool, whatever it happens to be. These opening nights, last night was Villa Park. I heard rave reviews. Private schools coming in, potentially looking to bring their kids in. Other schools are looking as well. So again, we want top-notch facilities. And to suggest that, doing this and, oh, well, sure, we have needs everywhere. But our deferred maintenance should be taking care of a lot of that ongoing every single year, coupled with having this money to spend on a pool. So
Mr.
those are my
Ortega,
thoughts.
I have a question. How old is your youngest child?
14.
So a freshman?
Mhm.
So potentially wouldn't even be able to use this pool if it takes 2 years?
Potentially.
So, okay, that was my question.
Pipe in for 1 sec.
All done? Mr. Ortega?
Yes.
Okay, next, Trustee Erickson.
Yeah, and I'll try to be really quick, but I just want to say that there's been, in the last few years, so we were in the majority for 2 years. For the last 15 years, we weren't in the majority. And the way that things kind of went is somebody would bring a pet project and everybody would get excited about it and then it would get funded. And I use as an example the 3 tracks and fields, one at Orange High, one at Villa Park, and one at Canyon. While they're wonderful, they were somebody's pet projects. And when it came before the board, I wasn't even on the board then, the estimate was $9 million. They ended up costing $15 million. And the reason for that is because once you have to add all of the extras, the ADA, all of the things to bring it into compliance, that's what doubles the cost. And that's exactly what happened with El Medina. The cost basically doubled because we had so much extra work that we had to do. So we know going in that it's going to be more than what just the construction of the pool is. We know that because we can judge by history. I mean, history should teach us, and it's taught us, that every time you get an estimate, you have to take into account there's going to be more to it. So I worry a little bit about that when you're talking about maybe $18 million plus extra costs, and then you have to add on to that we might not even have enough to pay for the one pool. But I'm not even making a judgment about that quite yet. I think what I am concerned about is the process and the fact that obviously this seems to be a completely done deal. I'm completely surprised that this is on the agenda and everybody's just charging forward like it's a done deal. Okay, I guess that's the way we do business now. But one of the problems is that a couple of years ago in 2019, we decided we would try to do something different, and that would be to create a facilities master plan. And we brought in 1,600 stakeholders, and we spent 2 years, and we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to come up with the facilities master plan, the mission of which was to identify long-term demographic trends, assess current facility conditions, and envision educational program opportunities in order to develop strategies that address these needs and their impact to facilities. So they had 10 different meetings. We did it. I mean, there were tons more meetings, but official meetings with the board and with the committee. And they came up with needs for the entire district that are almost $1 billion. $1 billion worth of needs throughout the district. And that's what we came up with. And we unanimously adopted this facilities master plan. So I guess I just want to be really careful when we move forward that we're balancing needs and that we're not just doing pet projects. Everybody wants pools. But if we have $30 million in the bucket and we have $1 billion worth of needs, we have to be really careful about how we balance our spending. I'm not making a prejudgment, but I do think there should be some consideration of what are the improvements that have been done at Villa Park that are going to be ruined by putting this in the spot that they're proposing. You know, we've invested a lot of money into Villa Park. Is the front going to get torn out because we now have to bring things that I don't know the answer to any of these, but I want it to be a really thorough look at the project itself so that we're really clear about what the actual price is going to be and that we know what is going to be taking, you know, what improvements have we made that are now going to be ruined. I think that's really important. And I think that, you know, it's important that we maybe consider some other projects and what priority those have. Because as Ms. Yamasaki said, during Measure K and Measure S, we promised people that if we invested in the high schools, that there would be money left over for the elementary schools that need so much work. That facilities master plan, that $1 billion is only elementary schools and middle schools. It's not high schools. And with Measure S and Fred Kelly, the 3 tracks and fields, the pool at Elmo, we've invested about $350 million into our high schools, which is great, and we need it. But we've basically done deferred maintenance at our other schools, and I think that there's a lot of needs that we have. I just want to make sure that we're doing a good job of balancing the needs. Whatever conclusion we come to, it sounds like you've already come to your conclusion. I think we need to just balance it and look at it and make sure that we're doing the right thing by all of our students.
I haven't.
Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you. I mean, I'm trying to think of how to put it in the simplest terms. You know, I could be driving an old car and the car breaks down. Yeah, I have to get a car. There's no doubt I have to get a car. But I can get like a Toyota or a Honda, a nice car, or I can get a Mercedes. I mean, I would love a Mercedes. I do. I think everybody here would want one. But I think if I don't have enough money in the bank to buy the Mercedes, or maybe I have just enough to buy the Mercedes, but I won't be able to do other stuff, is that the most feasible thing to do? And that's what I'm saying, is that we need to look at everything really carefully. And we got to make sure that we don't buy all the options on the Mercedes too. So I just feel like, yes, I do want great things for all of our schools, and that's why we are on the board. But we cannot forget all the other schools, the elementary schools and the middle schools that have a lot of needs too. And I'm not talking about carpet. Yeah, we did carpet. We did some great deferred maintenance things, but I'm talking about the infrastructure of those things. Like when you go to No Canyon, that's where my kids went. They don't have a multi-purpose room at all. They don't have a decent library. They use a classroom. I mean, there is a lot of needs over at No Canyon, and I'm familiar with it because my kids went there. And it hasn't really changed a whole lot since they were there. So my point is, you know, those elementary schools and middle schools will draw kids to it too, and we need to focus on that as well. You know, if I had $1 billion, we'd do everything. But we don't. So we have to prioritize what we need to do and what we would like to do.
Anyone else?
Can we get an idea of how much it would cost to build basically district-wide pool at Peralta? Could we get some sort of estimate to find out what that would be?
I'd rather just stick with this for now. And just hear me out here. Stick with this for now. Take a look at what the costs are going to be for this. I mean, that's just my suggestion. We need to be consensus here. See what the costs are going to be on this, and then at that point in time, we could move on to. Let's just take a look at what this is going to look like.
But if
I
you're
think it's
asking
pretty
us to compare,
urgent. You're saying that the pool is ready to go. I want to get things done now. I want to look at everything now. It doesn't have to be perfect, but if we're talking about extra costs because we're moving it to a different spot, there is no different spot at Peralta. We'd be breaking ground there. It might be cheaper.
Again,
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why I would like to see what this looks like first, and then
can we do
move
it
on.
Simultaneously?
Personally, I'd rather we didn't. I think we need to deliberate on this because I don't think we need to go there just yet. Let's just see what is this going to look like, and we haven't even taken any kind of survey or anything. We don't even know if the different communities are going to want to all schlep themselves to a Peralta for a 51-meter pool there. I mean.
I think that parent would. She's smiling.
Well, that's not the whole community, is it?
Well,
Yeah. I think that's what we'd have to get is.
Okay, then let's do that then.
Input on that.
Let's do that.
Well, let's hold on. Put it on the agenda.
Or I request it to be on the next agenda then.
Our policy in writing.
Giving you 10 days of notice.
Our policy in writing, 10 days.
Actually, I know that
I
at
look
board
forward to
meetings,
your
we've
email.
always doing that.
I look forward to your email. 10 business days, that's our policy. Okay, so let me work on some consensus here. What is the consensus? And direction we want to give staff?
I'd like to propose that we do estimates for both Peralta and Villa Park simultaneously so that we can have an apples-to-apples comparison. And we know all of our options.
Yes.
Now, in that regard, if we were to build the Peralta property, wouldn't we still need to build the Villa Park pool? So no matter what, we're having to
fix it.
Well, if it's unfixable though, then we have two pools that we're committing to, right?
That's one of the things that they're going to have somebody look at the pool to see sort of what the lifespan is, I think. Wasn't that part of what?
Well, I remember.
That's what I suggested earlier, is that if we're going to have pool professionals come in, for them to do the assessment of the three pools, and then tell us what the conditions are and in what sequence we would replace them. The intent, so that way you have a priority list and know, is this a 2-year solution? Is this a 4-year solution? So if we're going to have people come in, I would recommend that we look at all the pools and have assessment of where they're at.
I'd rather see that too.
I think that's a good first step, and
Let's do an assessment first then.
Yeah, I think doing an
all three
inspection on the
pools.
3 pools would be a good first step.
And this would give us an idea as to which pools are going to conk out on us, right? I mean, we already know.
And what we also can do is to have an estimate from Cummings of what their projections would be for a pool.
Right.
Quick question. When was this brought to us before? About a pool at Peralta?
Villa Park hasn't been brought.
The pool at Peralta?
It's in the facilities master plan.
No. When was it presented to the board?
There was a diagram presented to the board from LPA about pool, also I think
And
in
we talked
June.
about it of recent within the last 6 months. You sure about that?
Are you referring to the closed? Got it.
I'm not divulging anything. I'm just saying, has this been brought to the board's attention to build a pool at Peralta? Is it a yes or no question? The answer is so. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to see about, is there consensus to
Yes.
do pool estimates in all 3 high schools?
Yes.
Ms. Page? Trustee Page, okay. Yamasaki, yes?
To do, yeah, we
All
can
3
do an
pools.
analysis on all 3 pools. Inspection.
Trustee Erickson, okay. There you go. Mr. Rivera, Mr. Harvey?
Go ahead and ask your question.
So the one question that I would ask on that direction is, placement is really big towards the estimate. I know you said you want to have an accurate estimate. You do not want to have, a number and then later get a higher number. So knowing exactly where that pool sits and the treatment of that pool is really important to the estimate. So where is it going to go? Is it going to go in the existing envelope? I think that would be the best way to just see the first estimate on it. Put it where the pools are now, if we're going to expand to a 50. And then any ancillary costs, if you wanted to relocate it to another site on the campus or otherwise, we could look into that after the first assessment. So at least you get a first estimate on if you placed it exactly where it is, this is what a renovation would look like, this is what a big modernization would look like, and then this is what a replacement would look like and an upgrade to a 50 meter.
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Harvey.
And then we can go from there. If you want to move it to different locations, we can look at those additional costs and add that on before we go ahead and give it to the professional for full design.
Thank you. I think we're done.
Would that be the direction then?
Yeah, well, yes. For Villa Park, look at the existing footprint where it's at right now. That's the estimate.
And the other 2 as well.
And the other 2 as well, exactly. Let's look at that and go from there.
Inspection.
Inspections and estimates, it's 2 different things. We're going to do an assessment of the existing pools and their condition. M&O will be heading that up. As far as I know, Mr. Rivera would have his team there and M&O do that. And then I would work with our estimators from Cumming to work on the placement of what the replacement cost would be or the renovation cost would be for that.
It seems to me that we're jumping the gun, like, let's just do the assessments and inspections first. And then, because we'll be spending extra money to do the cost, so let's look at that first and then to
Well,
take
just
the
in the
next
interest of
steps.
time, we thought, so that we could do it concurrently. It's not,
I think so. I think that would be better. You're kind of maybe spending the same dollar once, right? For both.
somewhat, yeah. Two
Yeah.
different people probably. An estimator goes out there, and then an actual pool expert's going to look at the repair costs of what it would take to renovate, so to speak, a Villa Park pool right now.
Right.
And the others.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Mr. Velasquez, we have item 8C, academic.
Public comment.
Okay, academic audit. We have some blue cards for academic audit. Trustee Rumsey.
All right, Louise Nored. And on deck is Lori Kaler.
All right, sorry for the confusion earlier. I have my first blue card. Good evening, everyone. I am Louise Nord. I teach 5th grade. I've been with Orange Unified for 10 years. With this curriculum audit, I am
quite disappointed with the lack of openness and conversation with the teachers of OUSD. At my school alone, we have 32 teachers, and of those 32 teachers, 28 of them have master's degrees. Some of those degrees are in curriculum and instruction. We are not animals, as stated at the last meeting. We are educators. We have our degrees, our credentials, our specialized license. We are the professionals in our field. Every week, we take hours of our time, much of it at home or here, or outside contracted hours, to plan the best lessons and to fit the needs of every individual student. On top of that, grading, professional development, adjunct duties, etc. We work with the curriculum that we chose as a district, at least 8 hours a day, learning and understanding every nook and cranny of the lessons and standards we need to teach our kiddos. When you suddenly bring in an interim superintendent who's never taught in our classrooms and does not know our district the way that we do, your teachers, you have shown us a complete lack of trust. You are right. We do not work 9 to 5. We work 24/7. We wake up, we eat, we breathe, we go to work, we go to sleep, we dream, thinking about, caring about, and concerned for our students, their safety, and their success. And yet, you did not take one breath to think about how your decisions affect your teachers or your students. You are making all of these decisions without thought or consideration of the consequences. You fired and put on leave 2 hardworking women without giving them the chance to fix the things you wanted changed. You suspended our virtual library without thought of who it would affect. You said it only took 3 days, but 3 days in the life of a teacher is forever. In our wonderful AVID program, we teach our students to think before they act and to always have a reason or proof behind their opinions. As you made the point, we care. We know our students. So why haven't you considered our opinion when thinking about this audit, what comes from it, and what comes after, or the plans you apparently have for that? Why didn't you first reach out to the community or to your teachers to better understand our curriculum before sending off to someone who's only been here for a few weeks and is leaving soon? We will have those repercussions. Our kiddos, your students, are our focus, yet you are making decisions that shut us out and leave only questions, confusion, and sadness. Just because we work with children does not mean you get to treat us like children. Thank you.
On deck is Sabrina Beneville.
OUSD is a conservative school district, so our teachers wouldn't be possibly indoctrinating our children by sexualizing them or teaching them social justice ideology nor Marxism, right? Wrong. Critical race theory claims that racism is systemic within our society, that to be equitable, we must treat people based on their skin color, and that curriculum must be diverse, equitable, and inclusive DEI. Teaching white people to abandon their born unearned privilege. While our schools may not be teaching our K through 12 children law theory, they are teaching the tenets of CRT, systematic racism, diversity, white privilege, failure to succeed in equity. Systemic racism claims racism is embedded in our legal system, institutions such as K through 12, policing, medical care, and free enterprise systems. Diversity claims that the American culture imposes white concepts on people of color and that curriculum must be diverse, equitable, and inclusive and must separate people by race. CRT also claims white privilege is cemented in our American culture where privilege prevents socioeconomic change that benefits people of color, and curriculum must teach white people to abandon their privilege. Failure to succeed claims that system measurement tools and data collection is rigged to keep whites on top. Therefore, the goal is to eliminate standardized testing, college entrance exams, and ensure that grades are equitable for all students. Equality means equal treatment under the law. However, equity demands race-based discrimination where people of color are seen as marginalized, less powerful, and less privileged as white people. So what does this look like at OUSD? Instead of detentions or super suspensions, where the offender is disciplined for their behavior, we have restorative justice circles that remove consequences for the offender. Instead, the offender and the victim talk about the conflict without assigning accountability to the offender. In our high school library books, diversity falsely teaches kids that Noah in the Bible tells his sons not to have sex with their wives on the ark, and then when Ham does have sex, God wills that Ham's descendants will be dark and disgusting. Simply put, that Ham's kids would be black and bad. The OUEA Teachers Union want mainly black men, especially those that are LGBTQ. And OUSD board trustees, will you audit, address any discriminatory hiring practices that may be taking place? And then there's the professional developments training hosted by OCDE, like recognizing whiteness, and those paid for OUEA coming up on March that include courses like sex, drugs, and rock and roll, how to protect your credentials, beyond straight care, and teaching Shakespeare and video games, exploring social justice themes and the tragedies, and many more. I just want to commend this board for their willingness to look for keeping the basics of our academics using, I'm sorry. I just want to thank you for looking out for the best interests of our students and their families by focusing on excellence in academics, which is best for all students. Thank you.
On deck is Soren Williams.
Hello, board. My name is Sabrina Benville. I'm an educator, a resident, a homeowner of Orange, and a mom of 2 future students of OUSD. At the last meeting, I spoke about my frustrations with some of the controversial moves that the board majority has made since the newest term began, but after hearing from some of the board majority supporters in the last meeting, I'm left with questions about 2 main themes: values and change. Furthermore, I have concerns about the path being taken to enact said change via the so-called academic audit. I've been an educator for 15 years, and I've never once heard of such a thing. If I think about values, I would like to hope that we all have more in common than people give us credit for. I hope we all want what is best for students. I hope we all want equity for our students. And what equity really means is access and equal opportunity. I hope we all want success for all of our students, even those LGBTQ students. I hope we all value the role of education in a student's life. I hope we all want our students to be healthy and well-rounded citizens by the time they graduate from our schools. And I know that we all want parents to have a choice in their child's development and education. Assuming these values ring true for you, I ask, why would you assume that the teachers, administrators, and other staff of the district do not want what is best for kids? The talk about the academic audit raises some red flags for me. First off, what even is it? Second, what do we hope to accomplish by it? Is it about programs in place, like AVID, which helps students succeed after school? Is it about policy? Is it a scapegoat for a previous decision made at the January 5th meeting? Or maybe it's rooted in some people's dissatisfaction of the sex ed curriculum based on misperceptions that it begins in the lower and upper levels of elementary school, or that it only supports abortion. Any adopted curriculum, by the way, in California must cover contraceptions, but it must also emphasize that abstinence is the only way to avoid pregnancy or STIs. So abortion is not being the only thing taught in sex ed curriculum. Sex ed is taught once in middle school for a week and another week in high school, and there is a waiver if you don't want your child to be a part of that learning experience. This is parent choice in action. I have a whole section about CRT, but based on the last presenter, I'm going to save that for next week and kind of the next meeting and elaborate more. I also had a whole paragraph dedicated to SORA and my concern that this knee-jerk response would be the same pattern of behavior exhibited during the academic audit. So much of the divisive discourse tonight regarding SORA could have been avoided had the so-called pause been made public, that it was a temporary hold and not a permanent removal. Or maybe it only became a pause after the public outcry in response to the suspension of the app. Perhaps we could find more common ground if only there were more transparency in and explanation for the decisions you are making. Instead of trying to silence critics, please bring us into the fold so that we can have productive dialogue and work together to make our district strong for our students instead of a place of contention, uncertainty, and scandal. Thank you.
On deck is Dr. Jim Cox.
Hello, board. I think we did get a little preview of what this academic audit is going to be over this last week. A little history for anyone new watching. This new board majority decided to light maybe $1 million of our tax dollars on fire by firing a great superintendent. And then they decided to pay John Ortega's business partner $60,000 to fly in from Idaho for about 6 weeks, which leads us to today. So this week, thousands of our kids didn't have access to Sora, an app, because a book was miscategorized. That miscategorization was fixed the day after the mother came and read all those things. But the board decided to take Sora away anyway. I asked the board and superintendent some questions, and they didn't reply, but now we find out that no elementary kid read the book, so there was no harm. But that doesn't really matter because the real crime in their minds is that this book even exists. They are afraid of a book existing. Hundreds of teachers had to scramble because Sora was gone this week. Why? Because a book existed. Thousands of kids couldn't read books that were assigned to them this week. Why? Because a book existed. What's interesting is that problem was fixed, and then 10 days later, you took away Sora. So my question is, what were you doing for 10 days? Did the board poll the teachers to see who was using it in novel study? Did you ask how many children had books checked out? Did you even consider that Sora could be the primary source of library access to a lot of our students? It doesn't seem like it. This knee-jerk reaction to ban all books because of a simple miscategorization is not how adults react. It's not how leaders behave. And what's funny is this chaos could have been prevented if we had our regular superintendent and people who understand how things work in this district. So this leads me back to the leadership here. To the parents who think this board majority has any kind of plan to improve education, I assure you they have none. They are grasping at straws, they're hiring their buddies, they're going on witch hunts. They have no plan to help underprivileged students. In fact, sounds like we're gonna get a new $20 million pool before we do that. They have nothing to offer anyone who didn't donate to their campaigns. In fact, it sounds like Ortega's on, so did you say you're not on the board of ORCA?
It's not,
okay.
It's not a dialogue. We just
Okay.
speak to the board,
Okay.
please.
Yeah. So this is the preview. This is what we're going to have. What's next with the superintendent they actually bring in?
So we have Crystal Tusnot. Is Dr. Jim Cox in here? Okay. Crystal Tusnot and Lee Tusnot? Okay.
My freaking brain hurts. All right. Before I really get into it, I really do have to say I've sat on a lot of boards. I've been a part of government in different aspects. I say this, I truly do intend no disrespect, but Mr. Ledesma, you need to get control of these meetings. To start at number 17 and then go back, I've been sitting here with a clear plan to talk, and you let a bunch of people come up that had topics that were not on the agenda, and it's disrespectful. So please do, I'm not admonishing, I'm saying please make sure that we're following protocol going forward because it's difficult for all of us to be here till 12:30 at night. Damn. All right. So I just wanted to go through and discuss for a second the academic audit. And Mr. Velasquez, you get beat up a lot, and it's not your fault that you're sitting in that chair. And I do just want to say, I understand that an audit may have happened in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. You literally only put the words academic audit in the agenda. So we aren't sure whether we're going to see a report of said audit. We're not sure if there are people coming in to do an audit, which is typically what happens in an audit, is you have an external third party evaluate things. We don't know. We don't know. The first thing that came out while this supposed audit may or may not have been happening was the taking down of the SORA app. Now, I understand there was controversy. I get it. I can't help but think, just a few minutes ago, a few hours, Mr. Ortega, you said, we don't know what's going on with this app. I find that really interesting because on December 19th, 2019, you made the motion to approve that app for this district. All of you, save Ms. Minor, Ms. Page, and Ms. Rumsey, voted for it. So, you voted for something that you just admitted you do not know what it does. That terrifies me. And if you are conducting an audit, that terrifies me because it tells me that there may not be qualifications met. So, my point here is a lot of what's happening right now is being done under the shroud of secrecy. And as a parent, that scares me. Okay? I am for transparency. I am for oversight. I am for doing what's right for our kids. I have no problem with it. Many of you know me. You know I am not, despite being called it online after the last time I spoke, evil, the enemy, demonic, or any other things. I'm a soccer coach. I'm a baseball coach. This is what I just want to help kids. The shroud of secrecy is what scares me the most. And so, if I may, I apologize. I know I'm over, but I would love to propose and put it to you guys, and I am happy to help, and I would organize, and I would be a third-party moderator, or we can bring somebody in, some form of town hall forum where we can actually have a discussion instead of us standing here talking at you and you sitting there talking at us. It's not productive. And I think that there is more common ground to be found, and I think that we as a community can do better. The secrecy is scary to us. I am told there's a plan. The fact that it's not being shared is scary as the father of 3 kids in your care. Please consider the request. I'll send an email to the rest of you guys as well to reiterate it. I think it could be productive. I know it can be scary too. We'd have to put some rules around it, but I think it could be productive to actually air our grievances and talk in a productive way with each other, not at each other. So thank you.
Is Sapna Chopra. And then after that is Matt W.
All right, so I know we're coming on 12:30. So I'll maybe cut some of this down. I'm speaking to you as a mom of 2, an OUSD grad and a current OUSD high school student. As many others have stated, I am deeply troubled by the recent series of events, series of really reckless and rash decisions, as others have said, made without transparency, without any consideration or discussion with those who are most impacted. And it's only been a month, right? So in under a month, this board majority has done so much damage to our district's reputation. I'm a professor at a university. I have a student who working on her teaching credential, super bright, and she has already said, I'm not going to be looking for a job in OUSD. So it's affecting our reputation. It's doing damage to students and teachers, librarians, financial damage to taxpayers. And not to mention the cruel firing of the superintendent and the assistant superintendent with no warning, no transparency, no cause, and the whole idea of just the cruelty of firing someone on a holiday break, knowing that they were out of the country caring for their mother, is just beyond me. It's just sad. Who does that? Even if you had a reason, who does that? So I'm just scared, given all this damage that's happened in just a month, like how much more damage is going to happen in a short amount of time. So the academic audit, that's what I came here to talk about. As others have said, what does that mean? What is an academic audit? What are you auditing? Who's doing the audit? What's their background? What's their training? What's their bias? In light of the way that SORA was abruptly discontinued without thoughtful deliberation or discussion with teachers and librarians, I am really frightened to hear that you want to audit academic content for whatever like fake boogeymen you're pretending that you're going to find. There's no sex ed in kindergarten. Kids aren't being taught how to have oral sex. The kids are not reading porn at school. They're not being taught CRT. I kind of wish they were being taught CRT, but that's a talk for next time. Your actions are undermining our students' education. It's undermining any sort of democratic process. So much to say, but this is not a genuine debate about sex education or CRT or ethnic studies or any academic concepts. I doubt that most people here have actually read a text on critical race theory or even know how to define critical race theory beyond lies that you have been told. It's just very concerning. So for those who espouse freedom and liberty and parental rights, freedom looks like not banning books, right? Freedom looks like not restricting access to knowledge and information. Liberty looks like not banning books, not restricting access to knowledge and information. And parental rights looks like not making decisions for me as a parent and for my children about what books my kids have access to. Thank you.
On deck is Ariana Abidi.
Hello. I'm a parent of 2 elementary students here in the district, and I've been following the changes in the district over the last few months. I honestly wish that I could be at home tonight with my family, kissing my girls to bed, but I'm here because I'm deeply concerned that OUSD is turning into LAUSD, and I don't want our orange to become LA. I would like to thank the current board, especially President Ledesma, Trustees Ortega, Minor, and Rumsey, and Superintendent Velasquez for suspending the SORA app and for working quickly to fix the improper age ratings and to add parental controls. Temporarily taking away an app, or an entire library for that matter, is in no way censorship. It is an action taken because to some families this is a serious issue, and as such, it should be taken seriously. As a father and a concerned parent, I appreciate the way that it was handled, and I applaud those parents who raised concerns. Ms. Erickson, your comments are fueling division when you have the power to create unity. You were quoted by the LA Times, "I will not let the district's reputation be destroyed by a group of extremists that are coming in to tear down the work we've been doing." I'm sorry to disagree. First, I don't think anyone who has spoken recently sounded like an extremist. Parents who do not want the radical left agenda forced upon our children are not extremists. Second, I believe the reputation of this district has been destroyed by underperforming schools, rumors of woke teachers unions controlling curriculum and pandemic policies, and now the scandals such as SORA. And this is why the community voted for a change. Several families that I know have pulled their kids out of the district and even left the state. They were unhappy with the constant testing and lack of hands-on learning. They were worried about the direction of our district. I share these concerns and more. I want our district to get back to fundamental academics, not woke politics. To improve ELA and math scores, to teach our children how to think, not what to think. To allow teachers more time in the classroom and less time in professional development, to spend money in the classrooms, not on apps or more social programs. I heard it mentioned last meeting that the California Distinguished Schools program. And I wondered why didn't OUSD schools receive these awards? So I did some research and found on the CDE website, and I quote, starting in the 2021-22 school year, the California Distinguished Schools program no longer requires an application. Any schools that meet the eligibility criteria for the current year will be recognized as a California DS awardee. OUSD district officials weren't too busy keeping our kids safe that they didn't have time to apply. Starting last year, there was no application necessary. So OUSD elementary schools, except for the Orange County Classical Academy, simply didn't meet the criteria, which included closing the achievement gap and exceptional student performance. So bring on the academic audit, and kudos to Mr. Velasquez and the current board for willing to make the changes. Let's see the data and find out how to make OUSD better for our children, not the radical woke union. Thank you.
And then on deck is John Sanks.
Good evening, or should I say good morning. It's crazy to think that I'm the only student to speak for the students at a place where people are making decisions for me and my fellow peers. Now, I have to go to school tomorrow morning, and it is difficult to be satisfied with a school board where clearly my voice is not prioritized and has not been prioritized. And it is the parents being heard, not us, and rarely ever teachers. Now, about a year ago this time, I was speaking in front of the school board for a much, much different reason. I was talking about how happy I am to be a student at Canyon. And while that is still the case, times have changed, and I'm here for a much different reason. Especially throughout COVID, I've noticed how receptive the old board was, and me and other members of Canyon JSA's board have always took pride in our school board and our representative, Ms. Yamasaki and Dr. Hansen. Although I still love my school, I feel the agenda of this current board has changed, and a student's voice that I fought so hard to be heard has been minimized once again. Now, I disagree how the district is aiming to measure success by a test score, the SBAC. As a high-achieving student myself, who is in numerous AP and IB courses at Canyon, and I've taken the ACT and SAT multiple times, I'm used to tests, and I'm used to caring about tests. However, the SBAC was not one I cared about whatsoever. As someone who's been accepted to multiple colleges, private institutions, and public at Cal States, I knew that the SBAC did not affect my college admissions. Colloquially speaking, I practically clicked whatever answer seemed the decent length to be correct for the SBAC. And I can speak that so many of my peers, including the high achieving ones, did the exact same, and they put the exact equal effort into these tests. Now, as a sister of a special needs student, I've seen the impact Dr. Hansen has had on my brother's learning. OUSD has allowed my brother with autism to grow past his learning disability and move out of special needs classes and learn and assimilate with his peers at Running Springs and now El Rancho. Now, throughout my 4 years, I noticed that in order to interact with the school boards, a student has to seek these opportunities. I mean, I've been here since 6:30 p.m. However, it was evident that Superintendent Hansen made the effort to ensure that students were getting what they needed from school boards. She was always enthusiastic when visiting Canyon and was eager to interact with me and my fellow students. I hope that one day I can regain my pride in OUSD School Board and that they go back to placing a value on students rather than promoting a political agenda. Thank you.
I guess I'm the last. Okay, so I've been here 7 hours now, so I hope this shows that I do care about my daughter's education, and that's why I am here tonight. I do ask, as another commenter said, if we could please go in order on the agenda, so that number 8 is before number 17. I would really appreciate that. Back on topic, academic audit data comparison. Despite the controversy and the fanfare, this is the utterly nondescript description that's included in our agenda for tonight's item. The Brown Act says the meeting agendas must contain a brief general description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting. I don't think you even hit the minimum bar on this item. I have no idea what we're supposed to be talking about during this item. Is it done? Is it not? Typically, there would be some level of a staff report described on the agenda about what we're doing here. So I'm left guessing. Maybe the academic audit means verifying the curriculum meets the state standards. Maybe we're seeing if it paid its taxes. I don't know. But I fear it really means that material that a small but vocal faction finds objectionable is going to be removed from the curriculum in some kind of a boogeyman hunt. My daughter has a perfectly ordinary curriculum at an Orange Unified School. I'm not seeing whatever indoctrination somebody else is hearing about. I fear that this is going to be done in a knee-jerk fashion, like how SORA was removed, and thank you for bringing it back. After SORA was removed and I heard what controversy was going on, I actually read The Music of What Happens. I checked it out of the library, not a school library. And my daughter, she was actually impressed. I read all 338 pages in the 2 days before this meeting so I could have some idea what this is all about. Now, I think everybody in this room agrees the book doesn't belong on an elementary school shelf. I'm glad you took it out of there. We all agree on this. There's no controversy here. But I left asking myself, so what if my daughter happened to stumble upon this book? I don't think that she would, because it wasn't something you would find without actively seeking it, I don't think. But when I was in junior high, I was walking myself to the library and checking out whatever book I wanted. That was not a problem. I've known plenty of people who have been harmed by illiteracy. I can't think of anyone who has been hurt by reading a book, even when we don't agree with its content. If we stumbled on the book in SORA, we would take this as a learning moment. We could explain that some words we don't use in public. Where do we say things? Where do we not? Maybe it would be a way that we could talk about topics that, sometimes you're exposed to situations that you feel are uncomfortable. And then we would put the book back on the shelf, tell the school to reshelve it in the appropriate place, move on, read the next book in our lives. Instead of giving the parents the choice to opt out, the district caved pretty quickly to removing the book, closing the library altogether, and I don't think that was the right knee-jerk approach. I object to the concept of this academic audit. I think if we're concerned about the curriculum in the schools, the board members should go read the curriculum yourselves, meet the teachers, and see for yourselves. And I don't need anybody to protect the innocence of my daughter. I can do that one myself. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Velasquez, that was the last speaker.
I'd like to be heard.
Yeah, we don't have a blue card for you, sir.
I submitted 2 blue cards, Rick.
Do we have that card?
I'm going to be heard, Rick. I've submitted 2 blue cards. I've waited 7 hours, so you're going to hear it. Start the clock. So my comments are to the board majority, and I want to address, I think, the framework that should govern how you receive our comments. I'm sorry. Thank you. And look, folks, it's the First Amendment. And what could be more American than that? I want to tell you what that requires of you as public officials. It requires 2 things, and they're both on display tonight. It requires that you not engage, number 1, in viewpoint discrimination. So, Rick, when a woman came up here and said some things that were vaguely connected to your poorly agendized and then changed item, and you let her speak, and then I came up, explained the connection of what I was saying to the agenda, as poorly and unclear as it was, and you threatened me with arrest in front of my kids, and then closed the meeting down, that's the government picking sides on which speech it favors. That's called viewpoint discrimination. It's illegal under the First Amendment. Stop doing it. Number 2, as public officials, we don't owe you politeness. Here is what the Constitution says. We, as a country, have a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, wide open, and it may include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. Criticism of the government is at the very center of the constitutionally protected area of the First Amendment. That's a basic civics lesson. That's some classical education for you folks. That's what the First Amendment requires. And so, Minor, when I come here and say, hey, you're lying about your professional background and you're spreading lies on social media, stop it. When I come here and say, Rick, you patronize your female colleagues, you engage in Brown Act violations, and you engage in viewpoint discrimination, protected First Amendment activity. When I say, Rumsey, You have in you a dogma that lives loudly, and it seems like you want to use taxpayer funds to impose your intolerant brand of religion on students in the public school setting. Protected First Amendment content. And John, when I say to you, hey, it looks like you have conflicts of interest in self-dealing, that is protected First Amendment content. And with you, John, what you cannot do is make thin-skinned diatribes that are defensive and attack public commenters. You may not threaten people with libel. It is against the First Amendment, and California Civil Code 47 immunizes every public commenter from slander, defamation, libel. You should know that. And if you didn't know that, you know now. And if you did know that and you threaten people anyway, that's even worse. I wouldn't put it past you. Folks, that's what we're going to do. We're not going to go away. We're going to come here and give public criticism, and that is an American democratic value to the four of you, the majority. So get with it. Learn what the Constitution says. That's what we're about. That's what we're going to do.
Yes, I have Gregory Pleasant's, both of your cards. Both of them said closed session. Well, one says closed session, and the other 2A, and the other one said 2A, and that's why I set them aside.
Well, you kicked me out of the meeting earlier, so that's probably the root of the confusion.
Okay, Mr. Velasquez.
Thank you, President Ledesma. And for the audience, I agree with a lot of what you said. And for my teachers,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a question because I have a question about this item because when I got the agenda, there wasn't a clear description as to what it was. And after I got the presentation on Tuesday and we talked, and it's clear that this is not an audit. So I kind of feel like the title is misleading as to what the presentation is. And so I kind of don't want to even go there. I would rather postpone it and do it the right way because in my opinion, if we continue with this, we are misleading the public by calling it an audit. An audit is usually something done by a third party. This is a report. It could be a discussion item.
It's an information item.
But an audit.
It is a basis for the reasoning behind an audit.
But
this is a report information item that Mr. Velasquez has worked on and is going to present.
An audit is an official inspection of individuals or organizations' account typically by an independent body. So
This is foundational.
Okay, well, I'm not comfortable continuing with this, so I will leave because I do not want to participate in something that would be construed as possibly not legal.
I'm going to agree with Ms. Yamasaki. I do think looking at it, saying academic audit data comparison it's very vague, and I do think that I think it's been clear that the public has said we have no idea what the heck this is.
And I don't think looking at this presentation is an accurate reflection of what an audit is. This is a report of comparison of schools, districts. This is not an audit.
Because you don't want to hear the report.
No, I do.
Understand.
Reclassify it the way it's supposed to be, and then I'll hear it. I do not want to get in trouble with the Brown Act. I do not want to be participating in something that I could possibly get in trouble for. So I will leave the meeting if you continue.
I'm fine if you want it for another date.
And label it the way it's supposed to be.
I would like to hear from a few other board members what their thoughts are, please.
Fine.
Anyone else have a comment?
Well, it says academic audit data comparison, and so what we're looking at is here in front of us in this presentation is about the academics and the data comparisons. And so, to me, that's pretty simplistic. I don't know.
The description is there.
Our attorney's here.
Read
We'll
the
ask him.
description.
Description is academic audit data comparison.
Well, see, to me, if I go through the other agendas, I see the description is like usually a paragraph or two, has more details. I didn't get this information until Tuesday. and I'm less.
Which is normal. Well, that always happens
No,
with
no,
us
no,
here.
but no, we
Yeah.
usually get backup information in our Friday packet.
No, not always, not always, believe me.
Well-
I can go to my email right now and find that
And when I
only a
asked
few
for
things
it-
were sent to me just days ago.
Okay, when I asked about an audit, Mr. Velasquez said he didn't know what it meant.
He hadn't investigated. He was still working it up. I asked him the same thing.
So, well, you can
Again, I
continue,
would like
but
to
I
hear-
will walk
I would-
out.
I would just like to hear
Because I
from
do not
other
want to
board members.
participate in a
I understand that.
situation
I
where
understand that.
I
I
could
understand that.
be
I
in
understand.
violation of something.
There's no violation. It's an information.
Could we
item.
ask
Well, can I just
the
ask, is this
attorney-
an audit? Is this considered an audit?
Well, it depends on your definition of an audit.
Okay,
a
but I
lot of
mean, I'm
people,
asking
a
if
lot of
this
people
is-
have mistaken this for a curriculum audit.
Okay.
This is not a curriculum audit. This is basically a look at the district comparison to other districts around the area.
Then why didn't it say?
And then
It's the
from
same-
that,
I'm just following what the procedures
Okay.
you guys have done here. If you look at Via Park, it just says facilities, Via Park, update.
Well, the other thing,
Okay.
well, I am concerned about that too, to be honest
Oh,
with you.
You know,
And-
if I
and
had
the-
more time, I would
Well, and the
change
other thing
things.
that I have concerns about is that, you know, when we put Kathleen Corella on administrative leave, it's a pending academic and sorry.
now you're
It
going
says
off-
No, no, no,
now
no.
you're going off-
No, it says pending curriculum and education audit. And this is an academic audit. It's not an education and curriculum audit. So why are we doing this when we
need-
were supposed to be doing the other one?
I have no
we need
idea what
a
you're speaking
base
about.
of information. This is a base
Well,
of
we approved
information.
it in our minutes. It says in our minutes that there was supposed to be the release, putting Kathleen Corella was supposed to be pending an education and curriculum audit.
And I believe you, Trustee Yamasaki, but
Oh, it
I
says
wasn't.
right here, we approved the
I wasn't
minutes.
here when that happened.
Okay. The minute says, in a separate action, the board provided the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Kathleen Corella, with written notice that she was immediately placed on administrative leave until further notice pending the district conducting a curriculum and educational audit. Now, that's different than what we're doing today.
That has nothing to do with what I'm doing.
But why are we doing it then?
It's in my contract.
Misleading agenda.
Again, this
No,
is
I'm trying to
foundational.
understand where this audit is coming from.
It's an ongoing process. It's a development of, I had spoken about this audit. We wanted to take a look at.
You talked
at the
about
cost.
the other
We
audit.
want to look at the cost. We want to look at
you said-
contractors, all those things. But we need to have
No,
some
it-
basis for comparison on why we want to look at all these
In an
things.
article, you had stated you
We need
wanted
some
to look at
foundational
ethnic studies, you
information.
wanted to look at other,
Yes, of course.
Yeah, but this is not-
No, this leads into all that. This leads into,
Nobody knows that.
Mr. President, I
there's
think.
no
I
transparency
think for
whatsoever.
purpose of this, I don't have no problem having it brought back and putting the description down a
Thank
little bit
you.
more.
I would like more transparency in what we
okay,
do.
but just understand that this is not going to be a quick turnaround. This is going to be a process of looking into our educational service side of our business here.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of the problem is that we were presented in October when the everything came out, we got a presentation on these numbers. We got a Friday packet that had the whole plan of how
Well,
they
now
were
we got
going
another
to
one.
address it.
Now
Well, I
we-
guess that's what I don't
Now
understand.
we got another one, so.
You're giving us something from the dashboard. That doesn't look like an audit. It's just giving us numbers off of the dashboard, but.
Again, this is the foundation towards developing the audit plan. So,
one of the things you keep hearing about, and it's always told to us, is, looking at the surrounding school districts. We're always being compared to them. And we are next to Garden Grove, which
and now
we.
there are those that want to
So,
block that.
Listen, I
same- What's your
fear? What's
I
your
don't
fear?
have a problem with comparing our districts. I have a problem with transparency.
And then we are.
You are not.
How more transparent can
Our
you be than to
public
compare
didn't
ourselves to
know
other
what it
districts?
was going to be on.
It says data
not an-
comparison.
Then call it such.
It is. It's right here in the agenda.
Agenda.
It's on the agenda.
Data comparison.
Well, I just don't think it's an accurate reflection of what it says.
People, it's in the agenda.
No, it's not.
Can I chime in for a
And we
second?
don't have any description or information item that we usually have a paragraph or two or something to say what it is.
We're
This is
auditing
one
the data comparison. It's an
That's-
academic. Are we not in academics?
We can
Are we
look
not
this up on
providing
Google, and
academic-
we've already been given this information. So the question is, what
You're-
beyond, I mean, we can look at the data.
This is information from
no
our staff.
problems
I mean,
looking
how
at
is it
this.
that we can't accept this staff's information?
The transparency.
Because they
It's
don't want
not
to
an
see the
accurate
comparisons.
statement.
That's why.
No, Mr. Ortega, that's not true.
Very true, because you guys are just
No,
grandstanding
absolutely
as.
not.
Okay,
Absolutely
well,
not.
Can I
We're used to it.
explain something?
Sure.
Mr.
the audit,
Velasquez, we talked about it.
I know.
We talked about it, and
Yes,
you
I know.
admitted that it was
Yeah.
not an audit.
Can I explain?
Okay.
Can I explain?
Please.
Please? My intent today was to talk to the audience, make this presentation, and define the audit. This is not an audit as most of you are talking about. This is a beginning of dialogue. I believe our teachers have to look at this and use this as they begin to discuss how they're going to change professional development and what they're going to be doing for our EL population and our SPED population. Because we are under a state right now saying that you're going to get extra dollars because you're far below basic in those areas. So I just wanted to show that. The other concern I have is you as a district and the whole state has declining enrollment. Well, where are the kids going? And you may not, excuse me, I've been doing this for a long time, so what you want to do is look at your student populations and see how we can get them to come back to Orange Unified. And you do that when you're the best. That's what people want to see. You've got some phenomenal teachers here, but you also spend a lot of dollars on outside agencies coming in and doing things for them. One of the things that we're doing is pulling them out of instructional time for professional development. As a former teacher, 18 years in the classroom, I hated being taken out of my classroom. I did not like that. And then to make things worse, you can't find subs. So I get pulled out of the classroom, and the district says there's no sub, you got to come back.
I think we're entering into an area where we can't.
Well,
talk
then
about
I'll stop
this.
at that, and I just recommend, as far as
Well,
I'm saying,
let's-
we do it next time.
That's fine. I just want to be transparent for the public.
I do too.
On
I
the
do too.
website at this moment does not have anything besides academic audit.
We'll correct
on
that.
number 8.
I agree, we'll correct that.
So, Mr. Ortega, you are wrong.
Okay.
The public does not have what you have. Right here. Right, but it's not what we have.
Okay, let's continue here. Let's continue. Let's continue the meeting here.
Academic audit.
We will bring this back. We are now at item 9, consent items.
So do we have to motion to table it or
No,
bring it back?
no, it's an information item. It's not action. Okay. Consent items, can we take them all at the same time? Anybody want to pull any consent items?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
11C.
Oh, hold on. Ms. Yamasaki, will you,
I'll move it without 11C.
Ms. Rumsey?
I'll
Wanted to
second.
look at 11F too, please.
Okay. Ms. Yamasaki,
Okay, I'll move it without
11.
11C and 11F.
okay. Trustee Rumsey?
Second.
Okay, so all consent items, with the exception of 11F and 11C. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, let's take it in order here. 11C,
Okay, I brought this to the attention of Mr. Velasquez, then to Mr. Rivera to give him a heads up that I would be asking the question. So the question is the fiscal impact. I understand it's a CMAS contract, but what is going to be the fiscal impact? Number one. Number two, is there been some sort of cameras security analysis on the need as well, and what locations and things of that nature?
So item C is to participate into a CMAS agreement. So there is no financial commitment. It's the authorization of the board to participate in the piggyback bid. We would bring back any contracts to the board to commit any dollars. So there's no commitment with this agreement. It's just to participate in a piggyback agreement.
So have we done any video surveillance assessments or anything like that?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
The IT department has had a camera surveillance assessment and a consultant that they work with.
Okay.
Do we have any kind of ballpark estimate on fiscal impact? Based on any CMAS information you've seen out there?
Nothing that I have to report at this time. We have a report that we're preparing for the board on safety plans, and I think that'll be discussed at the next meeting.
So if we approve this, you then come back to us with a CMAS fiscal impact and...
Correct.
And, okay. Thank you.
And I'd like to also set some time aside to review the final reports on that. Thanks. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Ortega, seconded by Ms. Rumsey.
Erickson.
Ms. Erickson, sorry. In discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, 11F.
I just had a couple questions just because I just learned about Running Springs extending into 8th grade eventually, 7th grade in the fall, correct? And then 8th grade in the next 2 years. And so I saw the track on here. And so I just wanted to ask some questions. Do we have an estimate? And I apologize, I didn't ask this prior, but I kind of was just thinking about this before the meeting. Do we have an estimate of how many kids are enrolled to continue at Running Springs versus moving? I know El Rancho's 2 miles down the road. So do we have an estimate of how many students have enrolled in Running Springs specifically versus moving to El Rancho?
The last information that I received is that there was an interest list of around 70, and there was an open enrollment or lottery, of which we have, I think, 30 or 40 students.
And this is to extend the IB program. So the existing 12 through 6, and then it's going to go 7, 8 to make the IB program. Then it'll feed into Canyon freshman year.
When does the IB program start at Canyon, though? Because when I was there last week, they said it didn't start till their junior year of high school.
Ask Mr. Abercrombie would know.
That's the current design, yes.
So they'd take the IB program, and then freshman and sophomore year at Canyon, they wouldn't have it.
They're potentially going to extend some options.
Okay, at Canyon, okay. And then, so when would construction begin on the track? Do we have a date for that?
It would be proposed for the summer.
Okay. Okay. And is it a space? It's for the IB program. That's specifically why we're extending Running Springs.
It's to expand, it's to provide a facility that's comparable to what we have at other school sites that serve that grade level.
Got it, okay. Those are all my questions.
Okay, would you like to move the item?
Yep, I will move the item.
I'll second.
Moved by trustee Minor, second by trustee Erickson. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, all done with consent items. We have, okay, 17 public comment, we already took all that. 18 other business, anyone have any other business?
Just real quick, Rick, Mr. Ledesma. If staff can provide us just in a Friday memo as far as the vape sensor updates, where are we in that process? Because that's something I believe we really need to share with our public and what we've been doing. So if we can provide that process so that we can highlight it to the public where they're going in. And then also the additional security staff at the high schools for the kids to now use the restrooms as well. That was a big thing. I know we've implemented the Narcan. Just a little update on as far as training's been going for our nursing staff, and probably some of our administrators is next. And then also, and I'm reading off an email that was received from a student at Canyon in reference to these items as well, but the SRO program as also. You know, one of the concerns that really, when somebody had mentioned that a trustee was being followed home, and then I read today that a New Jersey councilwoman was shot dead in her car. We can, and I agree with especially the gentleman in the back, and I would like to talk to you as well and others, is that we can agree to disagree, but it doesn't need to get to the points and to the levels that it's getting to, and toning it down. We can all be guilty of everything, but we can also turn the tables on that and see what's in the best betterment of this district. Because the rhetoric gets so hyped up that we don't know who's out there in the outside world and who wants to do harm to who. And those are realistic, folks. And I hate to say it, but she was a young woman, and she was they said she was a Republican, young lady, councilwoman, who was shot dead in her car in front of her house. And somebody mentioned tonight that a trustee's being followed. And so I will tell you, because of the training I've had for so many years, and this happened several years ago when I had people following me. So I know that, I know those tactics. And so those are not I'll use language of that's not cool. It's just not appropriate. And so it's just tone it down. We can agree to disagree. That's fine. We could do that all day. But the rhetoric, the blaming, the name calling and everything just needs to just tone down. The accusatory as well, needs to be there. And I would also ask Mr. Miller, who's in charge, Ken Miller, Dr. Miller, for our athletics and everything. I've been reading a lot of, especially with the teenagers, doing an AED review. Do we have appropriate ones? Do we have them located on our buses for field trips, sporting events, things like that? Because a lot of kids, it seems like, are collapsing, unfortunately, and we don't know why. But there's some studies coming out about that. And some had mentioned that I am a huge proponent of AVID. And so I will support that program 100% because I know the value added to it in its sense. So we have a demonstration school at Orange High School, and we are now kind of facilitating it throughout the district as far as teaching methods and learning and things like that. AVID is one of those, and I know a lot of teachers who teach that program. So it's well-meaning and it's well-supported. So I just want to leave you with that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Can I just add
Sure.
something to say
Yep.
too? I agree with Mr. Ortega. No one should be following any trustee home. That is not right. And if someone is being followed, I suggest they report it to the police because that is totally inappropriate. And thank
I've
you
had two
for
flat tires after meetings, so coincidence, I don't know, but.
Yep.
It's all right. Not right at all.
So, and I also appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that Avid is very good for our kids, because I agree. Yep, I agree.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Velasquez?
See, we can agree on stuff, people.
Did you already contact Mr. Wagner's office, Don Wagner's office, about the Narcan grant that he was giving us?
Yes, I assigned that to, is he still here? No. Yeah, they're in contact with that.
Kind of cool. We got a $20,000 grant from Don Wagner's office.
Anyone else? Yes.
I would like, I have a question about the audit. So we're moving this to the next regular meeting. And the presentation, is it going to be the same, or are you going to add something?
I'll probably add some things, but I'll make the description different, because I want to focus on the 270. I'm sorry. Yeah, the way it looks right now, I'll probably add, because I can have more time to do a better job on it, because it was something that I had to put together, because this board meeting, and hopefully I can be here for the third one, because that's the other issue. I was between a time constraint.
We did move a closed session item to we're going to have an extra meeting, so I think we need to announce to the public that, to anticipate that, right?
Yeah, we need to have another meeting between now and March 2nd. We just got to get every board member's calendar.
So can we have
Coincide.
the audit also a part of that special meeting?
I'd like to keep it maybe for the main meeting for March 2nd, because I don't know if Mr. Velasquez can get it, because we don't even know when the date is of our next meeting.
Okay, he's just concerned about the timing.
Can we not call it audit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Academic review.
Okay, that's good.
Comparison?
Is it about our district's academic programs?
It's an overall look of our district's test data from the California Assessment for Student Performance and Progress, and seeing how we compare with other districts. And then from there, the thought was to start disaggregating the data by high schools, and then middle schools, and then elementaries, and then working with the association, looking at how we can beef up our professional development, especially in those areas for our English language learners and our special education population. So that's a discussion I have to have with the association as well.
Okay, thank you. Gives me something to study before that meeting.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 1:14. Thank you.